Are y'all ready to roll? Let's go.
Good evening. We begin tonight with the breaking news on the war in Iran, the war widening. Tonight, the Pentagon saying we're just getting started and striking deeper into Iran. And tonight, a U.S. submarine sinking an Iranian warship. Tonight, the Pentagon releasing extraordinary images showing a U.S. fast attack submarine. For the first time since World War II, firing a torpedo to sink an Iranian warship. 180 on board, sinking in the Indian Ocean. At least 32 Iranian sailors rescued. Tonight, U.S. Central Command reporting more than 20 Iranian ships have been struck or sunk. Iran's retaliation across the region, drawing more than a dozen nations into this conflict. A UK fighter jet shooting down an Iranian drone over Jordan. NATO intercepting a missile over Syria headed for Turkey. An image showing a man standing near an unexploded missile near the airport in northeastern Syria. More explosions reported in Tehran. Meanwhile, Secretary Pete Hegseth revealing the mastermind behind the 2024 plot to assassinate Donald Trump has been killed. And tonight we're learning more about the Army reservists killed during an Iranian attack in Kuwait, the Americans. Sergeant First Class Nicola Moore was just days away from returning home to her husband and 2 children. 20-year-old Sergeant Declan Cody described as the rock of his family. Tonight, his sister right here describing the moment the doorbell rang. ABC's chief foreign correspondent Ian Pannell leading us off from the region again tonight.
Tonight, the war with Iran rapidly expanding. For the first time since World War II, the U.S. Navy sinking an enemy ship with a torpedo fired from a fast attack submarine. Extraordinary video from the periscope of that American sub showing the massive explosion before the Iranian warship with 180 people on board sank to the bottom of the Indian Ocean.
America is winning. Decisively, devastatingly, and without mercy.
The torpedo attack happened off the coast of Sri Lanka. Authorities there recovering dozens of bodies, saying only 32 people were rescued. That ship, one of at least 20 Iranian Navy vessels, the US says it's destroyed. Tonight, the Trump administration claiming US and Israeli forces control the sea and the skies over Iran. President Trump saying the U.S. is in a very strong position.
We're in very good shape now. I want to let you know that, and we will continue forward. But it's a great display of military strength.
The Pentagon saying there are now more than 50,000 troops in the Middle East, with more on the way. The U.S. now set to strike deeper into Iranian territory.
More and larger waves are coming. We are just getting started. We are accelerating, not decelerating. Iran's capabilities are evaporating by the hour, while American strength grows fiercer, smarter, and utterly dominant.
With officials revealing the current operation has delivered twice the air power of the shock and awe campaign of Iraq in 2003. Tonight, the Pentagon downplaying concerns U.S. missile stockpiles could run low if the war drags on.
We have sufficient precision munitions for the task at hand, both on the offense and defense. I appreciate the interest, but just know that we consider that an operational security matter.
There are also questions tonight about the number of U.S. interceptors across the Middle East being used by multiple countries to try to block these Iranian missiles and drones. Will the interceptors last? Because military officials say it takes 2 or 3 of them to shoot down just one Iranian ballistic missile. And experts predict Iran had a stockpile of more than 2,000. Tonight, Iran launching a new wave of strikes across the Gulf. A UK fighter jet shooting down an Iranian drone over Jordan. NATO saying it intercepted an Iranian ballistic missile over Syria that was heading for Turkey, as images emerge of an Iranian missile that slammed into a Syrian field. But US and Israeli officials say the Iranian attacks have slowed down. And from inside Iran, a harrowing account from a young anti-government activist in Tehran, bravely speaking out. We're not naming her to protect her identity.
It is very, very dangerous outside. Everybody from the regime has the gun. Most of them are very ugly and furious, and they have free will to shoot everybody. They don't think about anything.
She says people are happy the supreme leader's dead, but worried the war will stop before the regime is gone. The Red Crescent reporting over 1,000 deaths, with Iranian officials expected to elect a new supreme leader. One potential candidate, Ayatollah Khamenei's own son, Mujtaba, a hardliner likely to stick to his father's legacy, according to Iranian officials familiar with the deliberations. Israel's defense minister warning if Iran's new leader followed the same path as Khamenei, he would become an unequivocal target for elimination. Tonight, the US confirming the Iranian Revolutionary Guard commander, identified as the mastermind behind the 2024 plot to assassinate President Trump, has also been killed.
The leader of the unit who attempted to assassinate President Trump has been hunted down and killed. Iran tried to kill President Trump, and President Trump got the last laugh.
And so let's bring in Ian Panel with us live from Tel Aviv again tonight. And Ian, we've taken viewers here on these U.S. submarines before. We were on the USS Florida in the Eastern Mediterranean as it prepared for a highly classified mission. At the time, we saw the extraordinary firepower these submarines have, those torpedoes on board. We've not seen a deadly torpedo attack since 1945. The Pentagon tonight saying it was a Mark 48 torpedo they fired at that Iranian warship.
Yeah, that's right, David. The Pentagon saying it was the same type of torpedo that you saw and used with devastating firepower. So many Iranian sailors killed in that attack. And I think it shows the lengths to which the US is prepared to go to crush Iran's military capabilities. David?
Ian Panel leading us off here again tonight. Ian, thank you. Meantime, tonight, the thousands of trapped Americans trying to get out. More than 20,000 flights across the region canceled since the military operation began. Tonight, authorities now say some Americans are now trying to drive through all of this to other countries to try to get out. Here's our chief international correspondent, James Longman from Iraq.
Tonight, the US is scrambling to mobilize military aircraft for Americans stranded in the Middle East as Iranian drones and missiles crisscross the region. Commercial airspace in one of the busiest corridors in the world has ground to a halt. More than 20,000 flights have been cancelled since the conflict began. Thousands of citizens spread out across 14 countries, pleading for help.
My fourth day of being stuck in the hotel, I'm so ready to go home, y'all.
I am mentally exhausted. So basically the way the days look is we are constantly running multitudes of scenarios.
Panicked passengers stuck on cruise ships, more sheltering in place in hotel rooms. Our Marcus Moore is in Doha and met Ryan Blackman from Texas, who's hoping to get home to his wife and 3 kids.
I have hopes that every day is going to be the last day, that I'll be here and ultimately get to go back home.
Some are making the dangerous drive to other countries just to get out.
We are passing the border to get out of Kuwait, finally.
There's hundreds of thousands of US citizens living in the Middle East, and with weeks of military buildup, there are now questions about an apparent lack of planning. The State Department says they are actively securing planes and chartering flights, urging citizens to call this hotline for immediate assistance. A recorded message saying,
"The U.S. is committed to helping U.S. citizens who want to leave the region to do so,"
and asking callers to stay on the line. Some flights are taking off, with airstrikes around them. This one leaving Beirut amid the smoke from an Israeli airstrike. The race to get out comes as the war expands on multiple fronts. Israeli forces are already targeting Hezbollah, an Iranian-backed proxy in Lebanon. And tonight, a whole new dimension is emerging, that the US may be arming Iranian Kurds to fight a ground war. I met exclusively with one of their leaders.
You will know that many Americans will be watching the developments here, very worried about getting involved in another forever war, another war that never seems to end. What would you say to Americans watching now, worried that their government is getting involved?
I think the USA owes the Iranian people a country, he says.
And I got the sense from that Iranian opposition leader, David, that he is hoping for American help to launch a ground invasion. And if that happens, it totally changes the dynamic of this war. The State Department says 17,000 Americans have been rescued from the region. David.
Watching this tonight on multiple fronts, James Longman in Iraq for us. James, thank you. Tonight we are learning more about the American service members who've been killed in this war. The Army reservists killed in an Iranian attack on Kuwait. Among them, 20-year-old Sergeant Declan Cody. His sister right here tonight describing the moment she heard the doorbell ring. Martha Raddatz also in the region tonight.
Tonight, we are learning more about the first American soldiers who were killed in that Iranian drone strike in Kuwait.
I still don't fully think it's real. I didn't think it was real when they told us.
Sergeant Declan Cody was from Des Moines and just 20 years old. His sister Kira recalling the moment the doorbell rang and she got the news.
I just really wish I got to tell him I love him one more time because he was just so amazing.
He had just been recommended for a promotion from specialist to sergeant. He was promoted posthumously. 39-year-old Sergeant First Class Nicola Moore, a mother of two, was just days away from returning to her family in White Bear Lake, Minnesota. Husband Joey spoke to her just 2 hours before she was killed, telling the AP, "You don't go to Kuwait thinking something's going to happen." 42-year-old Sergeant First Class Noah Teachins, a father to a teenage son, had just 3 months left on his tour. His twin brother Nicholas telling the New York Times he just wanted to get there and get it over with and get back. John Coleman served alongside Teachins.
You could call him day or night. He always took the time. You know, he made you feel important. And that's hard to find sometimes in the military.
Captain Cody Cork's family says the 35-year-old lived with purpose, loved deeply, and served honorably. Childhood friend Chase Smith.
He's just all around good dude. You know, nobody would have thought in a million years it'd be him.
Late tonight, the Pentagon identified 2 other soldiers killed in that Iranian drone attack in Kuwait. Major Jeffrey R. O'Brien, 45, of Indianola, Iowa, and Chief Warrant Officer 3 Robert Marzan, 54, of Sacramento, California. And David, President Trump will be there for the dignified transfer of the soldiers' remains at Dover Air Force Base. But the president has said these may not be the last American service members killed in this war. David?
Martha Raddatz from Tel Aviv tonight. Martha, thank you. Meantime, at the White House tonight, President Trump grading the U.S. military operation so far on a scale of 1 to 10. He says it's a 15. Late today, Senate Democrats trying to force a war powers vote to restrict further military action without congressional approval. Mary Bruce now at the White House.
Tonight, 5 days into the war with Iran, President Trump giving the American operation a glowing grade.
We're doing very well on the war front, to put it mildly, I would say. Somebody said, on a scale of 10, where would you rate it? I said about a 15.
But Democrats furious Trump went to war without congressional approval as required by the Constitution.
The power to declare war is ours. If we give it up, then we are turning our back on the Constitution and our responsibility to the American people.
Today, Democrats trying to force a war powers vote to prevent further U.S. military action without congressional approval.
The motion to discharge is not approved.
But Republicans blocked it.
You don't have to authorize military operations. They can go on as long as the president wants them to go on until you cut off funding.
David, Republicans adamant that the president doesn't need congressional authorization. In fact, the House Speaker claiming this isn't a war at all, but the president calling it exactly that. David.
Mary Bruce live at the White House tonight. Mary, thank you. Now to the first major primary in this midterm election year, the Senate showdown in Texas. Democrats tonight hopeful they might have a chance in Texas, pointing to turnout last night. On the Republican side, quite a political battle ahead. And here's Jonathan Karl.
Tonight, Democrats see an opening in deep red Texas. State lawmaker James Tallarico, an aspiring Presbyterian minister, defeated Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett in the primary to become the Democratic candidate for Senate. Tallarico is running against what he calls the politics of division, emphasizing compassion.
Now, I notice you don't talk about Trump very much, at least in your ads. It's not like much of a factor. Why is that?
Well, aren't we all tired of talking about Donald Trump? It's been 10 years. I want to talk about something else.
The president is front and center in the Republican Senate primary, where incumbent John Cornyn is facing a bruising runoff against Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton.
I refuse to allow a flawed, self-centered, and shameless candidate like Ken Paxton risk everything we've worked so hard to build over these many years.
Paxton accuses Cornyn of being disloyal to President Trump.
For too long, he stabbed our president in the back by trying to derail his presidential campaigns.
Now, Trump hasn't endorsed either of these candidates, but now that it's going to a runoff, he says he will, posting on social media, quote, "I will be making my endorsement soon and will be asking the candidate that I don't endorse to immediately drop out of the race." David, we'll see if that happens.
A lot of fireworks still to come. John Karl, thank you. When we come back tonight, the plane crashing into the backyard of a home. That plane just missing a baby's room and what the pilot was doing just moments before. We also have a major recall now expanding tonight. There's potential for glass found in rice. Tonight here, we remember a college football icon, Lou Holtz, the legendary leader of Notre Dame's Fighting Irish. And 43 days missing, what it took to find this dog. This was quite something. We'll have much more in a moment here. Don't go away. Tonight, the plane crashing into a backyard in Phoenix, just missing a baby's room. 2 people on board the plane and a person on the ground, all in stable condition tonight. The pilot had been trying to circle back just after takeoff. Tonight, severe weather in the heartland. Severe storms from northeastern Texas to southwestern Indiana. Tomorrow into Friday, heavy rain and ice in the northeast. That severe weather, by the way, expanding from Oklahoma to Iowa. In the east, record warmth, though, by the end of the week. When we come back tonight, that major recall expanding, concerns over glass, and we remember a college football icon. To the index, a recall expanding to include more Trader Joe's frozen products, now including more frozen meals with fried rice. Amid concern they may be contaminated with glass. We have much more on our website tonight. Legendary college football coach Lou Holtz has died. He coached Notre Dame from 1986 to 1996, winning 100 games in the time, a national championship in '88, inducted into the College Football Hall of Fame. Lou Holtz was 89. When we come back tonight, 43 days missing and what they put out to try to bring the dog home. And you'll see it. Finally tonight here, the longest 43 days for one couple and then one very happy dog. Tonight in Summit County, Colorado, near Breckenridge, the incredible rescue of a beloved dog after 43 days. 11-year-old Rocky, a boxer lab mix, ran off into the Rocky Mountains during a pit stop amid a cross-country move to California. Owner Stephen Ma, devastated, searching for hours in a snowstorm with his partner Kate, eventually reaching out to the nonprofit Summit Lost Pet Rescue. Founders Brandon Chulo and Melissa Davis jumping into action. For more than a decade now, their nonprofit helping families find lost pets. After 3 days of searching in sub-zero temperatures, the team got word of a sighting, giving them hope. But then nothing for 40 more days until a second sighting. They set up a crate nearby with Stephen's clothes inside. And 3 hours later,
Rocky boy,
they had Rocky. And this is the moment dog and owner finally reunited. 43 days apart. And right here tonight,
Hi, David.
the co-founders of that group, Brandon and Melissa from Summit Lost Pet Rescue.
We're passionate about saving lost pets and keeping families together.
bye, Rocky boy.
This is a great reminder to never give up hope and always stay positive.
Incredible message. The vet says he lost half his weight, but otherwise is in good condition and wagging his tail. Good night.
David Muir, the most trusted anchor in America, the most watched anchor in America. Thank you for making World News Tonight with David Muir the #1 newscast in America.
Truth Talks. Breaking news.
And we will continue hitting Hezbollah. We will continue defending the citizens in the north.
All right, let's head over now live to Ramallah and speak to Noor Odeh. Noor, there's a new wave of attacks on Tel Aviv. What sort of damage is being reported? Also, Israel launched another wave of attacks on Tehran. What more can you tell us about that?
Well, let's start with the Israeli attacks on Tehran, Mohammed. The objective, according to the Israeli military and officials, is to shake the foundations of power and control of the Iranian government. And that explains targeting up to 40 police stations just today. The idea is to make sure that the grip of power is undermined, is shaken, and that way the thinking is it would encourage the opposition, it would encourage ordinary Iranians to perhaps rise up and take control. It's a long shot, even according to military experts in Israel. Now, back here in Israel, Iran has been sending missiles. There are 2 fresh warnings for the coastal area in Israel and across the illegal settlements in the occupied West Bank. And we've seen a warning after another for incoming drones and rockets coming from southern Lebanon as well. The damage is extensive, at least what we know and what has been cleared from the Israeli military censor. Estimates put it at $2 billion just in the past week. 1,400 Israelis, or close to 1,500, have been injured and received treatment in hospital. And the Israeli government is trying to ease restrictions to provide some sense of normalcy to more than 500,000 Israelis who've been out of work for about a week now. But it is not proving easy, given the fact that there are large chunks of the day when Israelis have to be either in shelters or near them.
And Noor, Defense Minister Israel Katz confirmed that ground troops are now holding and advancing in southern Lebanon. What's the overarching strategy there?
Well, holding a territory, meaning occupying it, Mohammed. Advancing means occupying more territory. That is the strategy in a nutshell, to take over more Lebanese territory, to clear it of its Lebanese residents, and to create a Lebanese-free so-called buffer zone inside Lebanon. That is the military doctrine that Israel has implemented in Lebanon, in Syria, in the occupied Golan Heights, and even in Gaza. In fact, the Israeli military is saying that it will be sending more battalions into Lebanese territory. There are at least 10 points now where the Israeli military is stationed. There were 5 just a few days ago. And, Israel expects the confrontation with Iran to last weeks, but it expects the confrontation with Hezbollah to last even longer. And that is a source for worry among Israelis, because where you get advanced and early warning of incoming missiles from Iran, you do not get that when the missiles are coming from Lebanon.
All right, that's Noor Odeh live for us with all the latest from Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. Thank you so much, Noor. In Lebanon, tens of thousands of people have been uprooted from their homes due to Israeli airstrikes and forced evacuation orders. Israel has been pounding areas across the country, including the capital, Beirut. The conflict between Israel and Hezbollah has been escalating fast since the killing of Iran's supreme leader. Our correspondent Zaina Khudr has more from Beirut.
The Israeli military renewing an evacuation order warning residents living south of the Litani to the Israeli border to leave, this time specifying Tyre, the southern city of Tyre. Now, southern city of Tyre does lie south of the Litani River, but not everybody left the city yesterday when the initial warning was issued. And that really could explain the intense airstrikes that targeted the city center late last night. The Litani River runs across southern Lebanon. At its deepest point to the Israeli border, it's about 25 kilometers. The border between Israel and Lebanon, 120 kilometers. So this is vast territory where many people live. But already we have to remember tens of thousands of people have been displaced because of the last confrontation back in late 2024. All the villages that lie along the border are empty, and the displacement, people started to move late on Monday when the latest confrontation began. The Lebanese government says more than 80,000 people have been displaced. You can see some of them behind me. They're sleeping on roads, they're sleeping in their vehicles. Yes, there are shelters, schools are open, but it's just not enough. And even 80,000 is a conservative figure, but there are many other people who are able to afford accommodation elsewhere, and other people have left the country. So this is a growing humanitarian crisis. But at the same time, these evacuation orders, many see this as part of a strategy for Israel to operate more freely in southern Lebanon. And there's a lot of concern, especially following orders by the Israeli defense minister for the army to take additional positions inside Lebanon.
The Israeli military has asked tens of thousands of residents of southern Lebanon to move north of the Litani River. This suggests imminent attacks in the area, fueling what's already become a mass displacement crisis. Al Jazeera's Bernard Smith is live for us in Beirut. Bernard, tell us what's happening at this hour where you are.
Mohammed, over my shoulder, you can see some smoke still rising from a target in the southern suburbs that was hit earlier on today by Israel. That's pretty common over the last few days. And over my head, the incessant noise from Israeli drones that have been going on for days and days, monitoring what's going on, looking for targets that they will then call in to the Israeli Air Force, that they will then hit down in southern Beirut, but they're also hitting targets elsewhere in Beirut as well. Hezbollah, for its part, it says today it's carried out 23 drone and rocket attacks against Israel, and it's reported direct confrontation with Israeli forces. It says we're advancing towards a southern Lebanese town of Hayam. That is about 10 kilometers up from the border with Israel, so an indication of how far, according to Hezbollah, Israeli forces are penetrating into Lebanon. Mohammed.
All right, Bernard, thanks so much for that update. We'll be coming back to you in the hours ahead for more. As we've been reporting, Azerbaijan says 2 people have been injured after Iranian drones and missiles fell near an international airport. It happened in the exclave of Nakhchivan. Azerbaijan has summoned the Iranian ambassador and says it reserves the right to retaliate. All right, Dmitry Medvedenko is live for us now in Moscow. Dmitry, tell us more about what you're hearing when it comes to Azerbaijan and this attack on the exclave of Nakhchivan.
Well, we just received an update from the Azerbaijani Health Ministry that 4 people in the end have, addressed injuries in a hospital. So basically, we can just say 4 people have been injured as a result of these attacks. So Azerbaijan said that 2 drones at around midday local time, that's around 8 GMT, were flown and launched from the Iranian territory into the exclave of Nakhchivan. This is a strip of land the size of roughly the occupied West Bank, sandwiched between Iran, Turkey, and Armenia. And they said that one of the drones hit the roof of the local airport. The city of Nakhchivan is just, 100,000 people live there. It's not a big city. And the airport, however, has a status of an international airport. And then another drone landed in a schoolyard. So nearby schools were evacuated. So Baku expressed its utmost concern with the situation, demanded an explanation from Iran, and now we have had a reaction from Iranian General Staff denying that they launched any drones into Azerbaijan and accusing Israel of launching a false flag attack.
Dmitry, let me ask you about another angle to all this. Russia is one of Iran's biggest allies. We know that. What have they been saying thus far when it comes to this conflict between the U.S., Israel, and Iran?
Well, Moscow has been consistent in supporting Iran in this situation to the point of accusing the United States and Israel of escalating the situation, of interrupting peaceful negotiations, and of attacking a sovereign nation. So in the latest communique from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Moscow has been saying that Iran was provoked into attacking its neighbors, specifically saying Arab states. So this statement came out around the same time that Baku reported that it was attacked by Iran. So we're just assuming that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs did not incorporate that information into its statement. And so right now, Moscow is basically saying that there are no signs of abating of violence, that the United States and Israel are showing no interest in resolving the situation peacefully, and it's been calling on Iran and on the United States and Israel to find some kind of peaceful resolution. Also, the Kremlin spokesperson Dmitry Peskov was asked today if Russia is going to be providing military assistance to Iran. Let's just remind our viewers that Russia and Iran have a strategic partnership agreement, not a military alliance, so Russia is not obliged to come to military rescue, as it is, for example, with North Korea. They have a military alliance. And so Dmitry Peskov said, no, we have had no requests for military assistance, and therefore, no, it's not happening.
All right. That's Al Jazeera's Dmitry Medvedenko live for us in Moscow. Dmitry, thanks so much. Cyprus said that an alert for new security threats in the town of Akrotiri near a British airbase has concluded. This comes after a drone hit the British Royal Air Force on Monday. 2 Greek warships have since arrived to bolster the island. Several European countries are sending naval assets in the coming days. John Saropoulos has more from Limassol in Cyprus.
Sirens blared at the British Air Force Base on Akrotiri on Wednesday night. Later, the Cypriot government spokesman said it had been a false alarm. Also, false alarm on Wednesday morning when 2 Greek fighter jets scrambled to intercept a suspected drone heading towards Cypriot airspace. Cypriots are trying to preserve a sense of normality. They're going about their lives, they're shopping, they're going to work. They are mainly concerned not about their safety. Many people have their own household basements to retreat to if they need to. They're mainly concerned about the economy because some near-term rentals are being cancelled by tourist agencies, by people who were planning to spend their spring holidays here. That is mainly the concern here. The second concern is that the island should not become embroiled in the politics of the Middle East, and that the 2 British sovereign bases on the island should not be used for any active military operations, offensive operations in the US-Israel war with Iran. The islanders here, the Cypriot people, want very much to remain neutral. They want to be able to help in a humanitarian capacity should that be needed, but safety and neutrality are their principal concerns.
Richard Gaisford is outside 10 Downing Street in London, live for us right now. Richard, the NATO Secretary General spoke earlier today. He said that it's difficult to assess how the conflict in Iran will end. Tell us what else you know.
Yeah, Mark Rutte talking to journalists saying that at the moment there is no talk amongst NATO countries about enacting Article 5, which of course allows for a joint response from all of them if one is under threat. And that came after questions to him regarding an Iranian ballistic missile that was destroyed heading towards Turkish airspace. So the EU also in conversation today with Gulf states, the EU's foreign policy chief sitting down with journalists saying that they want to do all they can to help these Gulf countries actually fend off Iranian drone strikes, but is warning too that there may be a shortage of supplies of the relevant kit because not only, of course, they've got to help in the Middle East, but they're also helping in Ukraine at the same time. Here in London this morning, we've just heard from a Foreign Office Minister, Hamish Faulkner, who said that in indications that he's seeing, he believes this crisis in Iran is likely to last for weeks, if not months, and is not one that can be measured in days.
Richard, we now hear that Spain is also sending a ship to Cyprus. What other details have emerged when it comes to that story?
Yeah, that is a frigate that's going to be heading from Spain towards Cyprus. It will join with a French aircraft carrier that will also be in the area. We've heard talk this morning on the program, of course, about Greek warships around Cyprus too. Italian resources also being brought into play. European countries really starting to gear up now for this crisis. A part of that package was supposed to be a Type 45 destroyer from Britain's Royal Navy. That, though, currently sits still in Portsmouth in southern England and has not yet departed for Cyprus. The British Defence Secretary John Healey actually flew to Cyprus this morning, trying to offer some reassurance to the people there after the High Commissioner from Cyprus here in London said people were scared, they were worried, they expected more. Mr. Healey, well, he's been in discussions with his counterpart in Cyprus today, trying to discuss really what more can be done to bolster those air defences. And of course, many of the air defences that have been talked about are on that warship that's currently still on the south coast of England.
All right, that's Richard Gaisford live for us outside 10 Downing Street in London. Richard, thanks so much. Rob Geis-Penfold is a lecturer in international security at King's College London, and he joins us now from Bologna in Italy. Rob, first of all, thanks so much for being with us here on Al Jazeera. We appreciate it. Let me ask you first, we're now on day 6 of this conflict. There have been more than 2,000 strikes by the U.S. and Israel, and hundreds of Iranian missiles and drones launched across the region. What do the pattern of attacks from these last few days tell you about the true military capabilities on both sides?
Well, Mohammed, we're seeing a shift in Iran's pattern of attacks, actually. Previously, it was speculated that the missile defenses in the Gulf states would run out, and then Iran would basically be able to fire what it wants when it wants. But actually, we're seeing a decline in the long-range ordnance, at least, that Iran is firing against Israel. We heard Israel's Home Front Command relax some of the restrictions on gatherings, given the given the fact that Iran's missile fire seems to have lightened up in recent days. However, the Gulf states are still far from immune. We obviously, you guys in Doha will have heard that Qatar was getting hit pretty badly today. There's been attacks in other parts of the Gulf states. So this suggests that Iran is not letting up in its strategy to broaden the contours of the war, to hit the states who not only don't want the war, but actually lobbied against it. And this is all part of Iran's strategy to try and force a ceasefire. Israel is geographically harder for it to hit. It's further away, whereas hitting the Gulf states is far more low cost, and Iran, at least, calculates that they're far more likely to press for a ceasefire. So this is part of the broader plan. The problem here for the Gulf states is that they want this over and done with as quickly as possible. They do not want a long war. They do not want a slow and continuous trickle of drones. Remember, Iran's Shahed drones are very, very cheap to produce, and they're very, very expensive to shoot down. So this suggests that there is a problem on the horizon. As Iran's ballistic missiles dwindle, that does not mean that the war is over. It might mean that the Gulf states might find themselves in the crosshairs, unfortunately, even more than before.
Yeah, Rob, let me just try to zoom in a little bit more on what you're saying when it comes to the drones specifically. You know, Iran's strategy seems to be focused on launching large numbers of these cheap drones and missiles to force the U.S. and Israel and the Gulf to burn through expensive interceptor missiles. How effective a strategy has that been from your vantage point?
Well, so far, the interceptor missiles have been performing excellently. And this is something that is worth thinking about from a Gulf states perspective in terms of their security partnerships. Obviously, the US has taken a lot of criticism lately for joining in Israel's war, but many of those interceptors are US technology, like the THAAD missiles and the Patriot missiles, and they've been doing an excellent job of shooting down Iran's ordnance overall. And it looks like at this stage it's actually Iran that's running out of missiles, long-range missiles, rather than the Gulf states in terms of their missile interceptors. So what we're likely to see is Iran rely more on those Shahed drones. Now, those drones are very cheap and easy to produce. They can be built in warehouses, for example. So as the war goes on, we're likely seeing a shift away from those ballistic missiles towards drones. And this is something that many observers didn't pick up on, that this war, that Iran wouldn't just be pivoting towards its missile program, it'd be pivoting particularly towards its drone program, simply because this gives it the best ability to inflict harm, to inflict a slow bleed, and to continue with the status quo of chaos, which it hopes will eventually force the US into pressuring Israel to a ceasefire. Now, that is an enormous gamble, because you're relying on the Gulf states to pressure the US, who will prove willing or able to pressure Israel into a ceasefire. That is very much not a given here, but Iran is going for broke. It sees itself as existentially threatened, and it is ready to burn all of its bridges with the Gulf states, Turkey, and others in order to try this high-risk strategy.
Rob, you said earlier that the Gulf states do not want to be drawn into this conflict. We've heard this from the Gulf states over the course of the last several days, but we've also heard the Gulf states talk about how upset they are that this is happening and assert their right to retaliate if need be. First thing I want to ask you is, do you think if this goes on longer, it is more likely that the Gulf states get involved militarily? Secondly, what I want to ask you is, if they did get involved militarily, what does that look like?
Well, there is, of course, mounting pressure on the Gulf states to not just defend, but also to go on the offense as well. This harms their prestige. But on the other hand, the one thing stopping them, or the first thing stopping them, I should say, is the fear that the perception that they will be joining Israel's war. They do not want to be seen as joining Israel's war. But there's something more profound at play here as well, and that's in the different Gulf and Israeli versions or visions of the day after, when this conflict finally finishes. The Gulf states want this done as quickly as possible. They want regime, if the Iranian regime is going to change, that regime change stops at the top. We have a new leadership in place as soon as possible who are willing to come to some sort of an accommodation. The Israeli government has explicitly said this is not acceptable. They want the Iranian regime to collapse. And if that collapse means indefinite war and mowing the grass, as the Israelis would say, then so be it. If it means chaos, then so be it. This is the Gulf states' worst nightmare, and this is why they are not rushing to join in the US and Israeli-led war effort here. They have no love for Iran, and even less so given Iran's indiscriminate attacks on population centers in every Gulf state. But they do not want to go on the offensive and basically be part of any charge that brings down the Iranian regime, facilitates permanent chaos, and paves the way for Israeli hegemony in their backyard.
All right. Rob Geis-Pinfold, lecturer in international security at King's College London. Thanks so much for being with us here on Al Jazeera. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
It's just a few minutes past 12:30 GMT. You're watching Al Jazeera's extensive coverage of the conflict between the U.S., Israel, and Iran. I'm Mohammed Jamjour. The Israeli military says it's begun a new wave of attacks in Iran. More than 1,000 people have been killed since the U.S. and Israel began their assault on Saturday. There are reports the largest stadium in the Middle East has been hit by Israeli and U.S. strikes. The Azadi Stadium in Tehran could seat around 100,000 people and is located to the west of the city. A number of buildings in the stadium complex are also believed to have been impacted. Blasts have been heard in Qatar's capital, Doha, as Iran keeps up its attacks on Gulf countries in retaliation for the U.S.-Israeli air campaign. It came just hours after residents living near the U.S. embassy were evacuated. Earlier, Saudi Arabia reported intercepting 3 missiles in the north of the country. Azerbaijan says 2 people have been injured after Iranian drones and missiles fell near an international airport. It happened in the exclave of Nakhchivan. Azerbaijan has summoned the Iranian ambassador and says it reserves the right to retaliate. Authorities in Sri Lanka say they are trying to, quote, safeguard lives on another Iranian ship off its coast. That's after a U.S. submarine torpedoed an Iranian warship with nearly 90 bodies recovered. Iran's foreign minister says there were 130 people on board and that the U.S. will regret the attack. Manel Fernandez reports from the port city of Gal.
And today kicks in a lot of the procedures connected to the survivors, the 32 Iranian Navy personnel that were rescued in the international waters just outside the coast of Galle, southern Sri Lanka. There's also the sort of judicial proceedings with regards to the 87 bodies that were recovered in Navy search and rescue operations. Currently, the additional magistrate of Galle is inside the National Hospital behind me to conduct that magisterial inquiry. This is very much part of procedures. We are still waiting to hear what the next steps are, but that's what's happening. Yesterday, very much the sort of initial reactions we heard from the Navy, as well as saw the bodies of those recovered being brought here. Let's take a look. Ambulances screech through Galle, Sri Lanka's coastal tourist hub, bringing survivors from the Iranian naval frigate Iris Dina to hospital. 32 sailors were rescued by the Sri Lanka Navy and Air Force after a distress call was received from the frigate around 40 kilometers off the coast.
We saved a group who were floating in the water. After investigation and questioning, it became clear they were a crew belonging to an Iranian vessel, and they needed medical attention.
Rescue crews scoured the waters for survivors, but sources said there were no visible signs of the frigate or debris. Early reports of a torpedo or submarine strike could not be confirmed for several hours, until this.
In fact, yesterday, in the Indian Ocean, and we'll play it on the screen there, an American submarine sunk an Iranian warship that thought it was safe in international waters. Instead, it was sunk by a torpedo.
The frigate and two other Iranian ships were returning from the International Fleet Review 2026, a multinational naval gathering attended by 54 countries in Visakhapatnam in India. The United States says this is the first sinking of an enemy ship by torpedo since World War II. Back at the hospital in Galle, the arrival of more than 80 bodies recovered from the water. Nearby facilities were cleared to accommodate the dead. Iran's ambassador to Sri Lanka told Al Jazeera the remains of the sailors will be repatriated. The grim task of dealing with the dead. But for many of those involved in this incident, lots of questions remain to be answered. Mina Fernandez, Al Jazeera, Galle, southern Sri Lanka.
All right, Mike Hanna is live for us in Washington. Zain Basravi is in Doha. But first, let's speak to Mohammed Val in Tehran. Mohammed, there's been fighting along the border with Iraq involving Kurdish fighters. What more do we know on that front?
Yes, Mohammed, that situation is very much of concern here in Tehran, and that's why the Iranians have even already contacted the leadership in Kurdistan, the Iraqi Kurdistan region, and also even the foreign minister here has been in touch with his counterpart in Iraq about the situation. There has been exchange of fire, and Israel has targeted cities that are located near the border. In one of them, it's Sanandaj. The state TV there has been hit twice. There is fear of casualties there. And the interpretation here in Iran is that Israel is trying to open a passage across the border for the so-called here anti-revolutionary Kurdistan fighters, Kurdistan, Iran. They are located, they are hosted, or maybe they are just hiding beyond the border in the Iraq Kurdistan region. And the fear is that if they are equipped and armed by Israel and helped cross the border, that is going to create a really very concerning situation that may even degenerate into a civil war in Iran. We have seen a case of that in Afghanistan after the fall of Taliban, when the Americans helped the Northern Alliance, equipped it and armed it to march on Kabul, and that was the beginning of a long struggle there and civil fight. So that's a concern here in Iran, and Iran has retaliated militarily against what it perceives to be the bases and hideouts of those rebels or fighters, but it has also raised concern with the Iraqi authorities, both in Kurdistan, Iraq, and in Baghdad about this situation.
All right, let's move along to Zain Basravi, who's live for us now in Doha. Zain, just give us an update on what's happening at this hour. Earlier today, of course, we all heard those explosions, those booms and bangs in Doha. What do we know at this hour?
Well, the Ministry of Interior, just at the top of the hour, did sound the all clear, saying the threat had been eliminated and things have returned to normal. But it is going to be difficult for people living here in Doha to return to normal after what was an hour or so of over 24 loud explosions in the skies over Doha. What we think is the case is that they were trying to target, once again, what Iran has said it is going to target U.S. assets on the ground in these Gulf countries. Now, earlier in the day, about 4 a.m. local time this morning, the Ministry of Interior emptied out the residences around the U.S. Embassy compound here in Doha to the west of the city out of an abundance of caution, but seemingly out of some assessment of a threat to the embassy. When the strikes happened that were intercepted, by all accounts, all the missiles that were flying into Doha, Qatar's Ministry of Information confirming that there were a wave of missile attacks. They were headed towards the west of the country. They were intercepted in areas all over the city. There are videos emerging of debris scattered in different residential areas and in commercial areas all over Doha in a couple of spots. But what we are seeing is that they seem to have been targeting the area west of Doha where the U.S. Embassy compound is. Now, what we understand is that the explosions we heard were interceptions indeed, but we are still waiting to see of any actual assessment of damage or specific announcement from the government. But it has been a very, very tense morning, tense afternoon for the residents of Doha, and the day earlier was far less active, but this once again illustrates that Iran does not need to do a great deal. It can space out these attacks over the course of several days. It can target specific areas to create a great deal of instability, and not just in Doha. There's a number of attacks across the region. We saw attacks in UAE, the UAE Ministry of Defense saying it dealt with 6 ballistic missiles, 131 drones, and there were attacks in Saudi Arabia as well earlier today. So as long as this retaliation continues, even if it's at a low level, it creates a great deal of disturbance here in the region.
All right, thanks for that update, Zain. Politicians in the U.S. House of Representatives are due to vote on whether to limit President Trump's authority to launch a war on Iran. Republicans in the Senate voted down the motion on Wednesday. It means that for now, Trump can keep ordering U.S. forces to bomb Iran with no congressional guardrails. Mike Hanna is live for us now in Washington. Mike, at this point, what avenues are left for politicians in the U.S. who are against the war?
Well, it's very difficult because although we're getting that war powers vote in the House today, as we had in the Senate yesterday, this doesn't have, in the end, any tangible impact. This is because it's very difficult to get the vote through, given the Republican majority in Congress. But secondly, even if it was passed, the president can veto it, which would then require a 2/3 majority to pass, which would be utterly impossible. But what these votes are about is basically a roll call. Politicians able to show what side of the fence they are on, going on the record about their opinion of what is happening at the moment, and President Trump's decision to send his forces to confront Iran along with Israel.
Mike, the U.S. military chiefs, they report that 86% fewer ballistic missiles from Iran have been going from Iran across the region the last couple of days. Is this going to impact the U.S. strategy from here?
Well, once again, statistics that come out during conflict like this, very difficult to ascertain whether or not the U.S. believes that Iran has got a finite amount of munitions to retaliate with. That is a question that the U.S. is certainly not going to answer at this particular point. The U.S. itself says it has plenty of weapons available. It will have whatever is necessary to get the job done. This is what President Trump has to say.
We're doing very well on the war front, to put it mildly, I would say. Somebody said, on a scale of 10, where would you rate it? I said about a 15. And we're going to continue to do well. We have the greatest military in the world by far. And that was a tremendous threat to us for many years. 47 years they've been killing our people and killing people from all over the world. And I think we have great support. And I think if we didn't do it first, they would have done it to Israel and give us a shot if that was possible.
Well, the politicians will be able to have their say in the course of the day to indicate what side they are on and to attempt to show President Trump that there are some within the U.S. who are utterly opposed to his decision to enter conflict with Iran.
All right, that's Al Jazeera's Mike Hanna live for us in Washington, D.C. Thanks so much for unpacking all that, Mike. All right, joining me here in the studio now is Abdullah Al-Arian. He's an associate professor of history at Georgetown University in Qatar and an analyst at Al Shabaka Policy Network. Also joining me is Al Jazeera's Rasul Serdar. He's reported extensively from Iran. Thanks so much for being with us, gentlemen. Rasul, let me start with you. I want to ask you first about the succession process in Iran. We know that the funeral of the supreme leader is going to be delayed. We've heard that from Iranian officials, but we still haven't heard very much about who exactly could possibly succeed him. What are you hearing from your sources?
Well, normally the funerals of the supreme leader is expected to take 4 days. And it's not just like starting and finishing in one day, but it has been postponed. And the reason it has postponed, according to officials, of course, is due to the security reasons and so on. However, my assessment is that Israelis have already threatened Iranians that the next supreme leader also is going to be their target. And now coming up with a new supreme leader is extremely dangerous and delicate at this time. So normally in between, so the temporary leadership council is taking care of that. It is running the state affairs. It is consists of the head of the judiciary, the president, and also one member of the Guardian Council. That is, during that interim period, is going to run the state affairs. But eventually, assembly of experts need to come together and come up with a name. And that name is going to be the one that is particularly decided by IRGC. And I'm sure that that name is already there and decided. However, announcing it is another issue. So what we can see here is that Iranians are increasingly concerned that this decapitation policy is going to continue. It is not just a one hit. It's not limited with Ali Khamenei. Anyone who is going to replace Ali Khamenei is going to be assassinated. And not only that, so the Israelis and Americans are going to keep killing the political and the military leadership again and again in several rounds up until the Iranians find it difficult to replace them. So here the pattern is that Israelis and Americans are treating Iran as if it's an armed group but not a state, as have they done to Hezbollah and to Hamas. But here, so we're dealing with a state, and it's quite a large state, over 90 million population, 1.6 million square kilometers. So if this decapitation policy continues, I think this could eventually lead to a strategic collapse that could cause and end it in a chaotic situation.
Abdullah, we're talking with Rasul about the plans for succession, the survival of the regime, the decapitation strategy by the U.S. and Israel. I want to get your thoughts on all this. First of all, we've seen in the past how air campaigns, they don't ensure regime change, especially in this part of the world. Where do you think things are when it comes to the strategy of the U.S. and Israel with regard to Iran right now? And if this campaign continues in the way that it's been conducted thus far, what is that going to mean for the regime in Iran?
Yeah, I mean, I think, this is one of the things that is the most serious in all of this, is that when we keep hearing this expression of regime change, and then we actually go and look into the details in terms of what they have planned, the United States is not putting forward any alternative government. What is really happening ultimately is an attempt to collapse the state entirely. And this is very much in line with, Israeli strategy, as we've seen it unfold in many different places, certainly trying to sow chaos in Lebanon, Syria. We've seen obviously the impacts of civil conflicts in places like Yemen and Sudan over the last decade or so. So there's clearly an attempt here to sectarianize this conflict, to Netanyahu calling out individual ethnic groups in his initial speech launching this war, and attempting to bring about as much internal chaos as possible as an alternative to the idea of simply maintaining the cohesion of the Iranian state while changing the regime. And so I think there's something far more dangerous that's unfolding right now.
Rasul, I think it's important to take a step back and talk a little bit about the diversity in Iran when it comes to the population. This is a country that has a population of 90 million people. If you could just walk our viewers through how complicated the makeup is when it comes to the population in Iran?
That is one of the vulnerability of Iran, I think, for now. For decades, Iran was promoting that as the cultural diversity and, of course, as the richness and the wealth of the country, being multi-ethnic and multilingual and multi-religions. However, now what we're seeing is that, particularly since yesterday, that the IRGC ground forces started the operations targeting the Kurdish militants at the Iranian-Iraqi border. So we're seeing that more and more, they are seeing that Americans and Israelis eventually, particularly when Iran is militarily reduced significantly, then the next step is going to be destabilizing the Iranian borders and encouraging the ethnic minorities, insurgencies in Iran. And so when we talk about Iran, yes, it's 90 million people, over 90 million people, but the ethnic groups are quite large. So Kurdish population in the northwest of the country, the western of the country, is roughly around 8 to 9 million, and they are Sunni. So in both cases, as they are not Azeris or Persians, they are not integrated into the system, and as they are Sunnis, this is like a double discrimination that they are facing. And since decades, they have been engaging in a fight against the Iranian army. Then we're talking about Beirut in the eastern part of the country, alongside the Pakistani border. Roughly, we're talking about 3.5 million people. They are also largely Sunnis. And then Jaysh al-Adl, the Army of Justice, which is a Baluch-made army, has been fighting the Iranian army since decades. And then we're talking about the Arabs in the south of the country, close to the Gulf, in Ahwaz. Roughly around 4 million people there. The majority of them are Shias. However, it is the least developed region in Iran, despite Iran's majority of Iran's oil and gas being extracted from that area. And then Azeris, that are making around 25% of the country, they are Shia majority. However, all of this is creating a vulnerability, and in case of a weakened central state, these ethnic and religious minorities could be enhanced and could be encouraged for the insurgencies.
Abdullah, we're in uncharted territory here, right? There's so many questions about what goes on going forward. And I don't want to get too much into the realm of speculation, but we're in a situation where we know that the Gulf countries do not want to get dragged into this conflict. On the one hand, there is analysis out there saying that Iran wants to put pressure on GCC countries to get into a ceasefire or to get America and Israel to stop attacking. On the other hand, there are some American officials who believe that Gulf countries will eventually be drawn into it willingly. First of all, do you think it's a possibility that the Gulf countries would get involved in this conflict militarily? And secondly, if that happens, what does that do going forward when it comes to the relationship between the U.S. and the Gulf countries?
Yeah, I mean, I think, on the one hand, we have heard statements to the effect that, states are reserving the right to respond and retaliate to what they see as Iran's violations of their sovereignty. But at the same time, I think, it's quite clear that this would only escalate things further, which really only plays more into the hands of the kind of Israeli-U.S. plan to try to base, particularly the Israelis who want to bring all of these countries on board. And certainly this only enhances the risks to them, right? Because then we're talking about far more direct strikes as opposed to maybe just retaliatory strikes or ones that are limited to U.S. assets, et cetera, as Iran has continued to assert. So I think in that sense, it's not likely to happen, at least in the short term. Depends on obviously how things unfold over a much longer period. But certainly at this stage, I think, when we go back and examine the roots of the relationships that have led to the emergence of all of these U.S. military installations around this region. I mean, this emerged at a much earlier time when this was meant to be a kind of security umbrella for these states, not to be part of adventurous wars, that reflect an extremely reckless policy that is largely being seen as driven by Israel and Israeli interests. Again, all of this happening in the shadow of not just the genocide over the last 2.5 years unfolding in Palestine and shielding Israel from any accountability, but also what we're seeing unfolding in Lebanon. That even just as of today, we're talking about tens of thousands of Lebanese being forced out of their homes, almost in a kind of renewal of the Nakba that we saw in Palestine in 1948. So there's clearly an agenda that's unfolding here that I think many states, are obviously thinking very long and hard about whether they want to be implicated and brought into it, as opposed to, separating and distancing themselves from it.
All right, Abdullah Al-Arian, Associate Professor of History at Georgetown University here in Qatar, and my colleague Rasul Sardar, who's reported extensively from Iran. Thank you both so much for your insights. The conflict has throttled global oil and gas supplies. Cargo vessels are avoiding the Strait of Hormuz after Iran announced its total closure on Monday. That's caused energy prices to spike. South Korea gets about 20% of its natural gas from the Middle East. People in Seoul have been scrambling to buy fuel after an increase in prices prompted by fears of a shortage. President Lee Jae-myung has activated a $68 billion market stabilization fund and says he wants to diversify South Korea's energy sources.
We must pay close attention to energy supply and demand and to price instability, which directly affect livelihoods and the overall economy, including industry. I ask you to swiftly implement emergency measures to stabilize supply for crude oil, gas, and other key inputs, while also pursuing mid to long-term plans to diversify import sources.
Jack Barton has this report from Seoul.
South Korea's President Lee Jae-myung convened a special meeting with the Finance Ministry as well as the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, you can see behind me, to discuss emergency measures to deal with potential shortages caused by the country's heavy reliance on oil and gas from the Middle East, needed to sustain industry, transport, and the country's export-focused economy. Lee ordered officials to fast-track energy diversification, though alternatives will be expensive due to rising prices and shipping costs. He also ordered the country's stockpiles to be slowly released to keep supplies stable and said anyone caught hoarding or profiteering would be penalized. Lee also said an emergency stock market stabilization fund worth more than $68 billion would be activated to ensure the record market fall recorded on Wednesday did not happen again. The fund will also be used to stabilize South Korea's currency, the won, which this week fell to its lowest level against the US dollar since the global financial crisis. Jack Barton, Al Jazeera, Seoul.
All right, let's take a look at some of the day's other news now. China has unveiled its economic growth and defense aims for the year ahead at its most important political meeting. President Xi Jinping is presiding over the National People's Congress. Beijing wants to grow the economy by up to 5% in 2026, its lowest target in decades. And now the conflict in the Middle East is creating more uncertainty, as Katrina Yu reports from Beijing.
Roughly 3,000 delegates gathered here at Beijing's Great Hall of the People for the opening of the National People's Congress, where China's leadership sets its economic priorities for the year ahead. Giving his annual work report, Premier Li Qiang says the government is targeting 4.5 to 5% GDP growth and aiming to create 12 million new jobs. China also announced its military budget will increase by about 7% this year, as Beijing continues modernizing its armed forces. But Premier Li warned the global environment is becoming more complex, with protectionism and geopolitical tensions increasing. The war on Iran could have direct consequences for China. China is the world's largest oil importer, and about half of its crude comes from the Middle East, with around 40% of those shipments passing through the Strait of Hormuz. Any disruption there could push up global prices and threaten supply. At the same time, new tariffs from Washington could put more pressure on China's export sector. Beijing's answer is a renewed push for self-reliance, boosting domestic consumption, investing more in innovation, and strengthening green and high-tech industries. The government is also planning more stimulus, with a budget deficit of around 4% of GDP and spending projected to reach roughly $4 trillion. At this meeting, China's leaders have made their goal clear, and that is to make the economy more resilient in an increasingly unpredictable world. Katrina Yu, Al Jazeera, Beijing.
Authorities are scrambling to restore power supplies to large parts of western Cuba after a major blackout left millions of people without electricity. The outage plunged the capital, Havana, into darkness. The island has seen daily power cuts as it deals with crumbling energy infrastructure and dwindling oil reserves. Shipments stopped in January after the U.S. imposed an oil blockade on Venezuela. Drought has pushed Kenya deep into a hunger crisis. More than 3 million people don't have enough to eat, and over 800,000 children are malnourished. Catherine Soy reports from Turkana in northern Kenya.
Every time there's a drought in Turkana, families turn to wild fruits and berries to survive. But now the dry spells are coming more often and lasting longer. Akal Loyet says she's not had a proper meal in 2 weeks. The fruit mixture keeps hunger away, but it carries almost no nutritional value.
If it doesn't rain, trees and leaves dry up. There's no water. The clinics are too far. We have to walk far to get any help.
Villages are slowly emptying. Male herders, usually the providers for their families, have moved to neighboring counties in search of pasture and water for their dying livestock. Only the elderly, women, young children, and the weakest animals remain in their homesteads.
I try to look for food. Sometimes it's not there. If I can't find food, how do I survive?
The government's disaster management teams and other aid agencies are distributing water and food, but supplies are stretched thin, and getting aid to those who need it most is near impossible in some areas.
From one village to another village is almost 300 kilometers. Where you look at, we have pastors who are living inside the hills, getting water, getting food. It is very tough.
People in this village are lucky to receive treatment from a mobile clinic. Some children show signs of being malnourished.
Now they have gotten their food, but now they have to walk back home, sometimes kilometers away. And they say that this is not enough. They don't know the last time that they got this food, and they don't know when the aid workers are going to come back. So they say that they are worried that if they do not get help, things are just going to get worse.
Neighboring countries like Somalia and Ethiopia are also facing drought and water shortages and high levels of malnutrition. It's rainy season in Kenya, but in places like Turkana, the clouds often pass without relief. Catherine Soy, Al Jazeera, Turkana, Northern Kenya.
It's 13 GMT. Welcome to Al Jazeera's extensive coverage of the conflict between the U.S., Israel, and Iran. I'm Mohammed Jamjoub. The Israeli military says it's begun a new wave of attacks in Iran. Loud explosions have been heard in Tehran and cities across the country. State media say more than 1,200 people have been killed since the U.S. and Israel began their assault on Saturday. These are live pictures from Beirut, where the Israeli army has issued forced evacuation orders for several neighborhoods in southern suburb of Dahya. The conflict between Israel and Hezbollah has been escalating fast since the killing of Iran's supreme leader. Another country has now been dragged into the conflict. Azerbaijan says 2 people have been injured after Iranian drones and missiles fell near an international airport. Baku has summoned the Iranian ambassador and says it reserves the right to retaliate. Iran is also continuing its attacks on Gulf nations. There's been a series of loud blasts here in the Qatari capital, Doha. 6 expat workers from Nepal and Pakistan have been injured by shrapnel in Abu Dhabi following the interception of Iranian missiles. We're live in Tehran, Doha, Ramallah, Beirut, Moscow, and Brussels. First, let's go to Bernard Smith in Beirut. Bernard, tell us what's happening where you are at this hour.
Hi, Mohammed. Well, in the last sort of half hour or so, the Israeli military has issued a forced evacuation order for all of the southern suburbs of Beirut. That's Dahya area. That is that area right behind me there. There's some smoke rising from a strike much earlier on today. But we're talking there about an area of, according to last estimates at the end of last year, of some 400,000 people. And I understand that the Israeli army has never before issued an evacuation order for this area. We're right up against the center, the center of Beirut, and there's been a lot of gunfire in the last sort of 10 minutes or so, and that is sort of a warning to people given by the forces in control in Dahya. It's sort of like a warning to tell people that they need to evacuate. There's already an forced evacuation order from the Israelis in force for southern Lebanon. That was to telling people to move to north of the Litani River. There's about 25 kilometers between the Litani and the border with Israel. The speculation was that the Israelis wanted a wider area to operate more freely in. But this, with the incessant noise of an Israeli drone overhead that's as a constant now over Lebanon for quite some time, this is bringing the fight that Israel has with the Hezbollah much closer to the center of Beirut. Mohammed?
All right, that's Al Jazeera's Bernard Smith live for us in Beirut. Thanks so much, Bernard. Let's head now to Ramallah in the occupied West Bank and speak to Noor Odeh. Noor, what are you hearing when it comes to evacuation orders that have been issued by Israel when it comes to these latest, what's going on right now in Beirut?
Well, Mohammed, this is really quite unprecedented. This forced evacuation order issued by the Israeli army not only covers all of those neighborhoods in Al-Dahiya in the southern suburb, Al-Hadath, Burj al-Barajne, Al-Shiyah, but it also assigns the routes which residents should take, some of them going north towards Tripoli, others going east. And this really resonates to those of us who've been covering, especially the genocide in Gaza. This is exactly how the forced evacuation, forced displacement orders were issued in Gaza. Routes assigned, anybody traveling on other routes could be in danger. The Israeli army also telling the Lebanese not to head south because anybody traveling on the route south could be putting their lives in danger. So the Israeli army making sure that the area south of the Litani must be free of residents, but now a very large chunk of Beirut as well.
And Noor, the defense minister in Israel, Israel Katz, he confirmed that ground troops are now holding and advancing in southern Lebanon. I want to ask you more about that and the overarching strategy when it comes to that statement and what Israel plans next.
Well, Mohammed, look, the doctrine, the military doctrine in Israel is extraterritorial, meaning that Israel takes over land from neighboring countries, whether that's Lebanon or Syria or in Gaza. It clears it of its residents. It clears it even of buildings in many cases, as we've seen in southern Lebanon, as we've seen in the Golan and in Gaza. And it has absolute security control. The idea, the thinking, the narrative is that only such cleared areas can provide security for Israeli citizens in the nearby communities. And that is the thinking here. Now, when it comes to Lebanon, the consideration of carrying out a large-scale assault against Hezbollah was happening. Those debates were taking place in the Israeli cabinets for months now, and they were only delayed because of diplomatic activity. The decision to carry out a large-scale offensive against Hezbollah, in fact, was taken moments before Hezbollah fired the first rockets a few days ago. And the objective is to completely finish off Hezbollah, as the Minister of Defense said. It's not clear how that is going to be done, but it is very obvious that the Israeli military is going to use crushing force. It now has 10 different military positions in southern Lebanon in occupied territory. The military plans to bring in more battalions for ground operations.
All right, that's Noor Odeh live for us from Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. Thanks so much, Noor. Loud explosions have been heard in Tehran and cities across Iran. Let's go now to Al Jazeera's Mohammed Val, who is live for us in Tehran. Mohammed, the U.S. and Israel have continued to pound Iran. So just talk us through the latest strikes that have occurred, where they hit, and how are ordinary Iranians coping?
Mohammed, the latest targets here in the city of Tehran just a few hours ago were police stations and other government-related facilities, but also stadiums. This is the first time that sports stadiums are targeted. 3 of them have been hit, including the Azadi compound, which has 2 stadiums in it. One of them hosts 12,000 people, and the other 100,000 people. So there was some damage there in that complex. Nobody knows why those stadiums have been hit, but also there are strikes on other cities, including in the Iranian Kurdistan region in the west. Sanandaj, for instance, has come under fire, and the state TV was the target there twice. At the beginning, there was a missile, and then people gathered to try to see if there were some casualties, and then there was another strike, and that's why we are waiting for reports about the details of the casualties there. So the campaign is in its fullest here in Iran, as Israel has promised, and also the United States. Strikes everywhere, bombardment everywhere, and the heaviest bombs, the bombs we saw today, the plumes of smoke denote that these are some of the heaviest bombs that have been used so far. The Iranian Revolutionary Guard is reacting to this, but let me first address the second part of your question. How are civilians coping with this? Tehran has now been almost all but evacuated. 3/4 of the citizens of Tehran have left. The cities are almost empty. People who remained in Tehran are staying in their homes. So that means they are panicked and they are afraid to go out in the streets. Only a few cars in the streets. And there is no fear, according to the authorities. And also there are no reports of shortages here in Tehran of food and other necessities. But in the north, most of the people who left Tehran went to the north, seeking safety there, as it is a mountainous area full of wadis and deep valleys and so on. But there are reports of shortages there in that area because of the sudden crowding of citizens. People are suffering in many ways. They are suffering from fear of what can happen to them and to their loved ones. And they are also suffering from lack of communication, lack of clarity, because there is a more than 90% blackout in terms of internet and other communication means and so on. It's difficult to place phone calls. It's difficult to get in touch with the loved ones across the country. So there is that psychological situation here in Iran, and also the fear that if the war continues, maybe there will be crises in food and other amenities, and that means a lot of difficulties for the people.
All right, that's Al Jazeera's Mohammed Val, live for us in Tehran with all the latest. Mohammed, thanks so much. As we've been reporting, Azerbaijan says 4 people have been injured after 2 Iranian drones fell near an international airport. It happened in the exclave of Nakhchivan. Azerbaijan has summoned the Iranian ambassador and says it reserves the right to retaliate. Dmitry Medvedenko is live for us now in Moscow. Dmitry, if you could just tell us more about that attack that happened in Azerbaijan in the exclave of Nakhchivan. What are you hearing?
Yeah, it looks like Baku is not taking this situation lightly. We've seen the president, Ilham Aliyev, convene his Security Council where he called the attack an act of terrorism and that Baku is going to respond. He said the armed forces, the Ministry of Defense, the State Border Service, and all other special forces have been brought to combat readiness #1 to prepare and implement a response to this situation. So yes, they're not taking this lightly. So the morning initial report that we got on this situation stated that there were 2 drones and specifically launched from the territory of Iran. So Baku wasn't saying that it shot down 2 drones in its airspace. It said 2 drones were launched and they were targeting civilian infrastructure. Specifically, what we know, 1 hit the building of the international airport in Nakhchivan. It's a small city in that exclave of Nakhchivan, or the Nakhchivan Autonomous Republic. Another one fell in the courtyard of a school. So therefore, they're not taking this lightly. We've seen the foreign minister having a conversation over the phone with his Turkish counterpart. There's just a reminder of viewers that just yesterday, Turkey shot down a ballistic missile over its airspace. So, you know, the collective drive to find a reaction to this kind of spillover is common here. So Ilham Aliyev's words were, "Those who once tried to test our strength were crushed by the iron fist." He's referring to the 2020 war with Armenia. Azerbaijan is not participating and will not participate in operations against Iran. So this is a developing story. We've also seen a report that up to 4 drones in total now, according to the Defense Ministry, were launched from Iran. We'll keep you up to date on these latest developments in the coming hours.
And Dmitry, I just want to shift focus for a moment because Russia, of course, is one of Iran's biggest allies. I want to ask you what you've heard that officials there have been saying when it comes to this conflict between the U.S., Israel, and Iran.
Yes, so Russia has been consistently accusing the U.S. and Israel of starting this whole situation by attacking Iran. There have been no notes of condemnation towards Tehran for the reaction that it's had. Specifically, Moscow, in today's communique from the foreign ministry, said that Israel and the United States are provoking Iran into attacking neighborly states. They do mention Arab states, so the information about the attack on Azerbaijan was not included in this communique, or at least not addressed. And the Kremlin spokesperson, Dmitry Peskov, today was asked if Russia was going to be providing any military assistance to Iran, and he said that there had been no such requests. Just a reminder, Russia and Iran have a strategic partnership agreement, not a military alliance like Russia has with North Korea, for example.
All right, that's Al Jazeera's Dmitry Medvedenko live for us in Moscow. Dmitry, thanks so much. Now, here in the Qatari capital, Doha, as we've said, several loud explosions have been heard the past few hours. The government says the country came under attack and the air defense system intercepted incoming missiles. It issued a national emergency alert warning of an elevated threat level. Meanwhile, in the UAE, at least 6 expat workers from Nepal and Pakistan have been injured by shrapnel in Abu Dhabi following the interception of Iranian missiles. Laura Khan is live for us now in Doha. Laura, just tell us what's happening at this hour.
Well, at this hour, in fact, in the past hour and a half or so, Qatar's Ministry of Defense said this threat level is now over, but for the population to remain vigilant, to know where the shelter is and to be ready to take action, essentially, if this happens again. But let's go back to around midday today. There were a few explosions in the sky, maybe 4 or 5 in the first 15 minutes past midday. And then within the hour, there were around 24 explosions in the sky. That's as Qatar intercepted missiles coming into the country. We don't know what type of missiles they are yet. We haven't received that information. We did just see the usual puffs of smoke in the sky. And often these sonic booms sound very loud because there's nothing between us and the sky. So by the time they reach us, it actually kind of gains more noise, and they can often seem closer than what they are. So we know that there was a little bit of debris landing, but all of those missiles were, as I said, intercepted by the Qataris. And, you know, they're telling people to remain vigilant, but on the ground, we're seeing schools are now closed. The majority of people are learning, they're homeschooling, they're schooling online. There's still some activity on the ground and also in the sky in the past hour. We have seen some military aircraft, some helicopters. I saw a large kind of Herculean-style carrier up in the sky. So people often see that as better than missiles, and these are generally surveilling the scene. So this is what we're seeing at the moment, but this is Ramadan. Usually this time of year, you're seeing the evenings as people break their fast, people are thronging the markets, you know, they're enjoying their iftars, and now it's relatively quiet as people are indeed remaining vigilant. And the 140 different nationalities in the country just waiting to hear from their consulates about what action to take next, if any, especially those who have been inadvertently stranded in the country.
And Laura, we should remind our viewers, of course, that there were attacks today elsewhere in the Gulf region. If you could just bring us up to speed on what else you've been hearing on that front.
Yeah, I mean, there's been many bombardments of the United Arab Emirates. It's actually received some of the worst in the previous few days, where we had a lull in Qatar in the past 24 hours, especially as the Qatari authorities were speaking to Iran for the first time in the war. But the United Arab Emirates has continued, especially a drone bombardment. There were around 131 drones that were intercepted in the UAE and 6 ballistic missiles just in the previous few hours. And this has really sent international countries scrambling to do something to see if there are safe corridors in which to evacuate their people, especially those who were just either visiting the Gulf region, those who have families who wanted to get out, or those who were just on a stopover for a few hours and ended up getting stuck. We know that the UK was supposed to send a plane load of people to evacuate back to the UK from Oman. This was cancelled due to technical issues. We also know that Australia is sending at least 6 response teams. We don't know exactly what they are. I assume it's to give some sort of support to their civilians there, and also some sort of hardware, military hardware, to help the Gulf regions, as is Italy doing the same, sending support, sending consular support, and also helping the Gulf states with military hardware. We don't know much more about that, but it really has sent the world scrambling. But many people, especially Americans who've been stuck in the Gulf, have been openly critical about America essentially bombing Iran, but not having an evacuation plan in place. The Pentagon did say yesterday they have 2 C-17 people carriers ready to evacuate people. So it seems like they are taking some action now.
All right, that's Al Jazeera's Laura Khan live for us here in Doha. Thanks so much, Laura. All right, let's try to broaden out this conversation for this news hour and bring in our guest. Joining me on set is Abdullah Al-Aryan. He's an associate professor of history at Georgetown University in Qatar. And Hassan Ahmadian is an associate professor at the University of Tehran, and he joins us from the Iranian capital. Hassan, let me ask you first. We know that the funeral of the supreme leader in Iran has been delayed. There's a lot of reporting about where things are when it comes to the succession and who will be appointed next. I'm curious to get your perspective as to how much concern there is in Iran about the potential for a power vacuum, or if this could all descend into chaos if this succession is delayed further.
Actually, there's no concern about a power vacuum because institutions have filled the gap from the get-go when the supreme leader was murdered in the beginning of the war, and the Council of Leadership has taken over, and the Supreme National Security Council, as it used to be before the war, is making the deliberations on strategic decisions and basically bringing them to the Council of Leadership, and they would ratify or reject or amend. That's basically the normal way of politics done in high strategic decision making in Iran. Now, the succession process is in motion based on the Iranian constitution. Deliberations are reported as being held within the Guardian Council, which is the main body elected by the people to choose the supreme leader when his place is empty. So they're doing that. They have been reporting to the people that we are still in deliberations on that. So I don't see any scenario in which there will be a power vacuum. There are names that I think you have mentioned them in the previous days that are being talked about, I think, in the Guardian Council, and I think they will come with a name in the coming few days. The postponement of the funeral, there might be basically the postponement might be linked to the succession in the sense that they would announce the next leader, then the funeral would happen. But still, we don't have a confirmation of that as well.
All right, Abdullah, you heard Hassan there talk about the fact he says in Iran there's no concern now about the possibility of a power vacuum, that things are going as they should be in an instance of this kind, that there are groups that are meeting, that there will be a succession plan announced. Now, let me ask you, when it comes to how the U.S. might be viewing this, or when it comes to how Gulf countries might be viewing this, first of all, when it comes to the U.S., we know that there are at least some officials in the U.S. that have said that one of the stated goals of this campaign in Iran is regime change. We also heard that U.S. President Donald Trump at one point said that they had people that they thought might be able to take over, but that they were killed in those strikes as well. What are the limitations here when it comes to the strategy being employed by the U.S., airstrikes, and how they might impact regime change in Iran? And where do you see the strength is when it comes to the current regime?
Well, I mean, I think, this reflects a profound level of ignorance on the part of the U.S. administration. I mean, there's a severe lack of understanding of the makeup of the Iranian state. I think there was an assumption that this mirrors something like, Gaddafi's Libya or Saddam's Iraq, in which you basically just, sideline or get rid of the figurehead, and then all of a sudden the entire state immediately collapses, or that you had such internal opposition that it would coalesce into something in support of the U.S. airstrikes. So none of those things have happened as of now. And so the U.S. finds itself in an incredibly difficult position, which is why we're continuing to hear about this idea now of arming opposition groups on the basis of ethnicity, et cetera. But ultimately, Iran, I think, has these contingencies in place and always has, that these are things that are structurally very much in place. There's a certain kind of internal logic and an internal stability that is allowing it to kind of continue, despite these kinds of interruptions. And even now, as we speak, as Israel continues to say that it plans on killing and targeting the next supreme leader that gets elected. I mean, in that sense, it's not a surprise that it's not exactly a decision that Iran is rushing to announce, knowing, that this threat continues to exist in such a way.
Hassan, there are many analysts that have speculated that Iran, by employing the strategy that it is employing right now, by attacking these neighbors in the Gulf, that one of the things they hope to achieve by doing that is to put pressure on these countries in order for them to put pressure on the U.S. to try to stop this, right? We've heard that again and again. Isn't there a concern amongst Iranian leadership that this could all backfire? Because we've heard more and more statements from Gulf countries in which they have asserted their right to retaliate. They are angry. They do not want to be drawn into this conflict. What's the level of worry that by continuing to attack not just energy infrastructure, but civilian targets in these Gulf countries, that could backfire on Iran?
Yeah, well, I'm not of the thinking that Iran is hitting to create pressure than to be channeled to the United States. I think the Iranians are targeting U.S. bases primarily. Now, there are other targets as well, but the main target have been U.S. bases, be it military or intelligence, Mossad bases, and also CIA bases. That's what we hear from the officials, and makes perfect sense. You put pressure on the United States itself. Why channel another country's pressure to the United States? Killing Americans is the main source of pressure on the United States. It's not Arab pressure on the states. We know the limit that they have compared to Israel in pressurizing the United States. So I don't buy that logic. I think the Iranians have seen that these bases and these infrastructure, security and military have been used. The Iranian officials have refuted that they have attacked gas infrastructure in Qatar, for instance. They're talking about false flag operations. To me, it makes perfect sense, because if they want to drive gas and oil prices up by attacking those, the better strategy would be to basically stop them from crossing the Strait of Hormuz. Strategically, that would make more logic for the Iranians, and they have proved that they are capable of it. So no, I don't think that the Iranians are pressurizing their neighbors to then pressurize the United States. They're hitting the United States and Israel.
All right. Hassan Ahmadian, an associate professor at the University of Tehran, and Abdullah Al-Arian, an associate professor of history at Georgetown University in Qatar. Thank you both so much for joining us this hour. All right, let's return now to Lebanon. These are live pictures from Beirut, where the Israeli army has issued forced evacuation orders for several neighborhoods in the southern suburb of Dahya. And let's bring in now Bernard Smith, our correspondent who's in Beirut. Bernard, if you could just talk us through what the current situation is at this hour.
Well, Mohammed, actually, they've issued forced evacuation orders for all of the suburbs of Dahya. That is the area you see behind me. The smoke rising just in the distance there from an area that was hit earlier on. But we're talking about a densely packed urban area. Last estimates at the end of last year suggested around 400,000 people lived there. There's a lot of gunfire going off at the moment. That gunfire is to warn people. That gunfire is given to warn people in the area that they need to evacuate. It's gunfire from the forces that operate in the southern suburbs of Beirut. And people are trying to leave. It's gridlock on the roads out of there. My colleague is stuck in traffic on the way out of there because people are trying to leave. The Israelis haven't given a particular deadline as to when people should leave by, and the deadline, they just issued the order about an hour and a half or so ago. No time as to when Israel is going to start hitting targets there, but we have this incessant noise from a drone, Israeli drone overhead, a fact of life in Lebanon for quite a long time now, but particularly noticeable in the last few days as Israel surveils this area and one assumes selects targets behind me.
All right, that's Al Jazeera's Bernard Smith live for us with all the latest from Beirut. Bernard, thanks so much. Meanwhile, Lebanon has officially banned Hezbollah's military wing because the government says it doesn't want to be drawn into the conflict. The organization has been a powerful political force in Lebanon, but it's now facing pressure at home. Ali Hashim explains.
To its supporters, Hezbollah is a liberation movement. To its critics, a state within a state. Its story begins in 1982. Nearly 7 years into the civil war, Israel invaded Lebanon to drive out the Palestinian Liberation Organization. As Palestinian fighters left Beirut, a new Shia armed movement was forming in the shadows of war. Inspired by Iran's Islamic Revolution, young Lebanese clerics and fighters created what they called an Islamic resistance. In 1983, bombing struck the U.S. Embassy and the Marine barracks in Beirut, killing 241 U.S. service members. U.S. investigations later linked those attacks to Hezbollah operatives. The group has denied direct responsibility. In 1985, Hezbollah released its manifesto, pledging resistance against Israel and loyalty to Iran's supreme leader. Throughout the 1980s, foreigners were taken hostage in Beirut. Hezbollah was behind those actions. It also fought its Shia rival, the Amal movement, in a bloody internal struggle known as the War of Brothers. After Lebanon's civil war ended in 1990, Hezbollah adapted. When Israel assassinated the group's Secretary General Abbas Musawi in 1992, the cleric Hassan Nasrallah took over. Under Nasrallah, Hezbollah entered politics. It shifted from a militia to a disciplined political military organization with seats in parliament. It fought against Israel in 1993 and again in 1996. In 2000, Israel withdrew from South Lebanon after 18 years of occupation. Hezbollah declared victory. Then in 2005, former Prime Minister Rafiq Hariri was assassinated. A UN-backed tribunal later accused members of Hezbollah of killing him, which the party denied. In 2006, Hezbollah and Israel fought 34 days of war. It ended with a new status quo in the region. The group's regional footprint grew after it intervened in Syria to support Bashar al-Assad in 2011. But its decision to defend the regime damaged its reputation. After Hamas attacked Israel on October 7, 2023, Hezbollah opened what it called a support front for Gaza along the Lebanese-Israeli border, launching rockets, drones and anti-tank attacks against Israeli military positions in solidarity with Hamas and to tie down Israeli forces on its second front. The next September, Israel targeted Hezbollah's command and control. First, it detonated thousands of pagers, killing hundreds of people and injuring thousands. Then it took out the leadership. Hassan Nasrallah and his successor were killed in the attacks. Today, Hezbollah faces pressure at home and abroad. Lebanon's government has moved to restrict its military role. More than 40 years after its founding, Hezbollah remains a force in the Lebanese political balance and the region. Whether it can redefine itself again may shape the Middle East's next chapter. Ali Hashim, Al Jazeera.
It's just past 13:30 GMT. You're watching Al Jazeera's extensive coverage of the conflict between the U.S., Israel, and Iran. I'm Mohammed Jamjour. The Israeli military says it's begun a new wave of attacks in Iran. More than 1,000 people have been killed since the U.S. and Israel began their assault on Saturday. The Israeli army has issued forced evacuation orders for several neighborhoods in Beirut's southern suburb. The conflict between Israel and Hezbollah has been escalating fast since the killing of Iran's supreme leader. Blasts have been heard in Qatar's capital, Doha, as Iran keeps up its attacks on Gulf countries in retaliation for the U.S.-Israeli air campaign. It came just hours after residents living near the U.S. embassy were evacuated. Earlier, Saudi Arabia reported intercepting 3 missiles in the north of the country. Azerbaijan says 2 people have been injured after Iranian drones and missiles fell near an international airport. It happened in the exclave of Nakhchivan. Azerbaijan has summoned the Iranian ambassador and says it reserves the right to retaliate. Cyprus has said that an alert for new security threats in the town of Akrotiri near a British airbase has concluded. This comes after a drone hit the British Royal Air Force on Monday. 2 Greek warships have since arrived to help bolster the island. Several European countries are sending naval assets in the coming days. John Saropoulos has more from Limassol in Cyprus.
Sirens blared at the British Air Force base on Akrotiri on Wednesday night. Later, the Cypriot government spokesman said it had been a false alarm. Also, false alarm on Wednesday morning when 2 Greek fighter jets scrambled to intercept a suspected drone heading towards Cypriot airspace. Cypriots are trying to preserve a sense of normality. They're going about their lives, they're shopping, they're going to work. They are mainly concerned not about their safety. Many people have their own household basements to retreat to if they need to. They're mainly concerned about the economy because some near-term rentals are being cancelled by tourist agencies, by people who were planning to spend their spring holidays here. That is mainly the concern here. The second concern is that the island should not become embroiled in the politics of the Middle East, and that the 2 British sovereign bases on the island should not be used for any active military operations, offensive operations in the US-Israel war with Iran. The islanders here, the Cypriot people, want very much to remain neutral. They want to be able to help in a humanitarian capacity should that be needed, but safety and neutrality are their principal concerns.
All right, let's head over to Brussels now. We have our correspondent, Osama bin Javed, and he's joining us live. Osama, so we hear that Spain is also now sending a ship to Cyprus. What other details have you heard?
Well, Spain has become the latest country to join this naval hardware that is heading towards the Eastern Mediterranean, especially for the protection of Cyprus. It is interesting that just 24 hours ago, you were looking at Spain's latest spat with the United States and the US talking about a trade embargo. Now it appears that Spain wants to send the message that it can take a principled stance about the values and principles of what it stands for in the European Union, and also defend its own people and assets in the area. So it will be Spain's most advanced frigate, which is going to be joining those air defenses, in addition to the Italians who've also now hinted that they are going to be part of this defense of various assets. This is after this air base was attacked, the UK sovereign air base that was attacked in Cyprus.
And Osama, EU foreign ministers, they've been talking with the Gulf Cooperation Council. What's come out of that meeting so far?
Well, this was an extraordinary meeting with EU foreign ministers and ministers from the Gulf Cooperation Council, an appreciation of the situation that has been happening there. There's been a solidarity and show of support by the EU ministers. We heard from Kaja Kallas, EU's top diplomat, talking about how EU stands shoulder to shoulder with the GCC countries. It is going to do what it can on the diplomatic front. It is urging for a solution which is mediated and through diplomacy so that Iran can be stopped from developing nuclear weapons. And in addition, it says that it is ready for any defensive help that it needs to provide for its people, its citizens who are in the Middle East in their hundreds of thousands, as well as for the defense of their allies as well. It is interesting that Kaja Kallas talked about this is brewing a discussion about how Ukraine can perhaps help the air defenses of various Gulf countries, because I remember these Shahed drones that you're seeing in droves coming from Iran and hitting various targets are essentially something that the Russians have been using against Ukraine for some years now. So it is, the message from Europe is that it stands with the GCC, ready to help in all the fields that it can, but it prefers a solution that can be mediated and via de-escalation.
All right, that's Osama bin Javed joining us live from Brussels. Osama, thanks for unpacking all that for us. Authorities in Sri Lanka say they are trying to, quote, safeguard lives on another Iranian ship off its coast. That's after a U.S. submarine torpedoed an Iranian warship with nearly 90 bodies recovered. Iran's foreign minister says there were 130 people on board and that the U.S. will regret the attack. Manel Fernandez reports from the port city of Gal.
And today kicks in a lot of the procedures connected to the survivors, the 32 Iranian Navy personnel that were rescued in the international waters just outside the coast of Galle, southern Sri Lanka. There's also the sort of judicial proceedings with regards to the 87 bodies that were recovered in Navy search and rescue operations. Currently, the additional magistrate of Galle is inside the National Hospital behind me to conduct that magisterial inquiry. This is very much part of procedures. We are still waiting to hear what the next steps are, but that's what's happening. Yesterday, very much the sort of initial reactions we heard from the Navy, as well as saw the bodies of those recovered being brought here. Let's take a look.
Ambulances screeched through Galle, Sri Lanka's coastal tourist hub, bringing survivors from the Iranian naval frigate Iris Dina to hospital. 32 sailors were rescued by the Sri Lanka Navy and Air Force after a distress call was received from the frigate around 40 kilometers off the coast.
We saved a group who were floating in the water. After investigation and questioning, it became clear they were a crew belonging to an Iranian vessel, and they needed medical attention.
Rescue crews scoured the waters for survivors, but sources said there were no visible signs of the frigate or debris. Early reports of a torpedo or submarine strike could not be confirmed for several hours, until this.
In fact, yesterday, in the Indian Ocean, and we'll play it on the screen there, an American submarine sunk an Iranian warship that thought it was safe in international waters. Instead, it was sunk by a torpedo.
The frigate and two other Iranian ships were returning from the International Fleet Review 2026, a multinational naval gathering attended by 54 countries in Visakhapatnam in India. The United States says this is the first sinking of an enemy ship by torpedo since World War II. Back at the hospital in Galle, the arrival of more than 80 bodies recovered from the water. Nearby facilities were cleared to accommodate the dead. Iran's ambassador to Sri Lanka told Al Jazeera the remains of the sailors will be repatriated.
The grim task of dealing with the dead. But for many of those involved in this incident, lots of questions remain to be answered. Mina Fernandez, Al Jazeera, Galle, southern Sri Lanka.
Politicians in the U.S. House of Representatives are due to vote on whether to limit President Trump's authority to launch a war on Iran. Republicans in the Senate voted down the motion on Wednesday. That means that for now, Trump can keep ordering U.S. forces to bomb Iran with no congressional guardrails. Mike Hanna is live for us now in Washington. Mike, so let me ask you first, what avenues are left for politicians in the U.S. who are against this war?
Well, in terms of having an actual effect on President Trump's decisions and actions, very little. The vote in the Senate was voted down at the Republican-dominated Senate. The House will be voting on a similar motion in the course of the day. Once again, that is not expected to pass, given the Republican majority in the House of Representatives. I must state, though, that this particular motion being introduced in the House today is, in effect, a bipartisan one, because one of the sponsors for it is, in fact, a Republican member of Congress. But still, the need to get a majority in that vote, very unlikely. And what is even more certain is that should it be passed by some strange reason, the president will veto it, in which case it would then have to be passed by a two-thirds majority in the House, which is simply not possible. So in terms of what politicians can do, they can establish a roll call, which is effectively what's happening in the House today, being able to say on what side of the road they stand with regard to President Trump's decision to engage in a conflict with Iran.
Mike, U.S. military chiefs report that there have been 86% fewer ballistic missiles launched from Iran. How does that impact the strategy of the U.S. from here?
Well, it would appear it doesn't impact it at all. The official U.S. position from the Pentagon and from the president is that the conflict will continue. It will continue fighting until its objectives are met. Now, we're not quite sure what its final objectives are, but President Trump, on his part, believes that everything is going as well as can be expected. Here's what he had to say.
Very well on the war front, to put it mildly, I would say. Somebody said, on a scale of 10, where would you rate it? I said about a 15. And we're going to continue to do well. We have the greatest military in the world by far. And that was a tremendous threat to us for many years. 47 years they've been killing our people and killing people from all over the world. And I think we have great support. And I think if we didn't do it first, they would have done it to Israel and give us a shot if that was possible.
Well, that vote in the House will be taking place in a couple of hours' time, and politicians will have the opportunity to demonstrate to President Trump whether they are behind him or not.
All right, that's Al Jazeera's Mike Hanna live for us in Washington, D.C. Thanks so much, Mike. All right, joining us now in the studio is David DeRoche. He's a professor at the Thayer Marshall Institute. Dave, thanks so much for being with us here on Al Jazeera. Let me ask you first, we're now on day 6 of this conflict. There have been more than 2,000 strikes by the U.S. and Israel. There have been hundreds of Iranian missiles and drones that have been launched towards various countries in the region. What are these pattern of attacks? What do they suggest to you about the true military capabilities on both sides of this conflict?
Yeah, good question. So the pattern of attack from the U.S.-Israel side is actually pretty impressive when you consider that they were denied access, basing, and overflight of the GCC states, which are close. So most of these attacks are being launched from thousands of miles away, and they're able to maintain an intensity of attack rate, which suggests that they have air supremacy, air superiority, at least locally, long enough to do that. The challenge is, of course, they have 4 different target sets: the nuclear sites, air defense systems, missile sites, and then regime leadership and people involved in the January massacres of pro-democracy protesters. So that dilutes the effect of these overall air campaigns. On the Iran side, what you've seen is a little bit less impressive, I would argue. The overall volume of missile launch has gone from 179 in the first day to like in the 20s on each successive day. And the targets that they're hitting, we haven't seen, Chinese overhead imagery showing destroyed aircraft in Israel or Jordan. We have seen some successes against air defense radars. What is interesting, though, is the broad spread of targets, many of which are civilian infrastructure in the GCC states. To me, that indicates the desperation of a militarily dying force.
Well, Dave, if we're talking about strategy, if we're talking about tactics, also logistics, it seems that one of the strategies from Iran's side at this stage is to launch more of these drones. These, of course, are cheaply made drones, far cheaper than the interceptor missiles, that are blasting them out of the sky in some cases. What does that do when it comes to potentially prolonging all of this?
Yeah, it has the potential to prolong it. So the signature of a drone launch is a lot smaller than the signature of a missile launch. As you correctly noted, it's very expensive. A missile intercept missile is extremely expensive. If you use that missile against a drone, your cost asymmetry is off the scales. There are actually cheaper drones, and what we've seen, for example, here in Qatar, we have Apache helicopters flying around using much, much, much cheaper anti-tank missiles in an anti-drone role. So that is kind of shifting a little bit. But the big challenge is just that these drones are dispersed mobile, and they're being fired at increasingly at civilian infrastructure that's not really defended. And so these states are having a challenge to meet that. And it's going to be, I think, more difficult to attack than it is to attack missiles, because the missiles have such a launch signature.
Dave, when we look at the bigger picture of all this the last few days, there's a lot of talk, speculation that, Iran, one of the reasons that they're launching these attacks on energy infrastructure, civilian infrastructure in the neighboring countries, that one of the reasons they're doing that is to put pressure on GCC countries to then, in turn, put pressure on the U.S. to stop all of this. But then you have others that are suggesting that the U.S. wants to see these countries confront Iran militarily. Now, we've seen statements from Gulf countries. They don't want to get involved in this conflict, but they've said they have the right to retaliate. Where do you see this going forward when it comes to the Gulf countries and potentially
confronting Iran. Do you think that might happen?
I think that there will be, particularly from the United Arab Emirates, which has shown a willingness to intervene overseas when they think their issues are there, and which is suffering the most. I mean, Iran has fired more missiles at the United Arab Emirates than they have at Israel. So I think that there will be some reaction. There will be some demonstration of their military prowess, just to set the record straight that they're not going to take this. As for the overall Iranian strategy, I'm not sure what it is, honestly. Some people have characterized it as the mad dog strategy that, if we're messed with, we'll just create destruction around us. The problem with the mad dog strategy is unless you have overwhelming strength, usually the neighborhood decides the mad dog needs to be dealt with. And it strikes me as a strategic mistake to antagonize all of your neighbors and really kind of validates some of the premises that President Trump has stated, which is, this country is dangerous to its neighbors, and if it's allowed to accumulate, say, a credible pathway to a nuclear weapon or an insurmountable advantage in ballistic missiles, they will seek to control the neighborhood.
Dave, we've heard different rationales by various American officials as to why this war started.
Yeah.
We've heard what some people would call a shifting narrative as to why the U.S. entered into this conflict. I want to ask you about the fact that we heard President Trump say on one occasion that there were potential choices to succeed the supreme leader of Iran, but that all of those subsequent choices were killed in American attacks and American and Israeli attacks on Iran. If America wants to effect regime change and is only employing this aerial campaign, many are saying in order to do that, you have to have boots on the ground.
Yeah.
Do you foresee that happening? Is that where we're going when it comes to the future of this conflict? American boots on the ground in Iran, potentially?
No, I don't think so. So first of all, we've heard conflicting views from President Trump himself. So that lack of coherence in public messaging shouldn't surprise anybody who's been watching President Trump. The Trumpian Republican Party is very different from the George W. Bush Republican Party, and in large part, it is a reaction to the George W. Bush Republican Party, in particular the invasion of Iraq. And I was very struck by Secretary of War Hegseth in his remarks. He actually said explicitly, "We're not going to have Paul Bremer here," renouncing a senior official from an earlier Republican administration. I think the Trump theory of victory is that, first off, they're going to deal with the military threat so that Iran is not a threat to its neighbors. And the indiscriminate, I mean, today they launched drones at Azerbaijan. So, they're just spreading conflict everywhere. That is validated. But once that threat is gone, the Trump theory of victory is, okay, we've gotten rid of the threat. We're keeping the sanctions in place, turn the heat up economically, and eventually the Iranian people will decide who runs Iran. That may only give us an 80% solution from an American perspective, but it'll be more enduring because it comes locally. The Israelis will probably differ with us on that, and they may be more active. But I think that everybody realizes that to have a full-mounted invasion would take a year to mobilize and is just politically death for anybody.
All right. David DeRoche, professor at the Thayer Marshall Institute. Thanks so much for joining us. Great to get your insights.
Thank you.
The conflict has throttled global oil and gas supplies. Cargo vessels are avoiding the Strait of Hormuz after Iran announced its total closure on Monday. That's caused energy prices to spike. South Korea gets about 20% of its natural gas from the Middle East. People in Seoul have been scrambling to buy fuel after an increase in prices prompted by fears of a shortage. President Lee Jae-myung has activated a $68 billion market stabilization fund and says he wants to diversify South Korea's energy sources.
We must pay close attention to energy supply and demand and to price instability, which directly affect livelihoods and the overall economy, including industry. I ask you to swiftly implement emergency measures to stabilize supply for crude oil, gas, and other key inputs, while also pursuing mid to long-term plans to diversify import sources.
One of the nations that may benefit from higher energy prices is Russia. Europe and others had stopped buying Russian oil and gas because of the Ukraine war. But now a lot of countries, including those in Asia who depend on the Middle East for their energy supplies, may lean on Moscow to meet their needs. Dmitry Medvedenko reports from the Russian capital.
Russia is one of the largest oil and gas producers in the world. One huge advantage it has now, it's not in the Middle East. With Iran blocking the Strait of Hormuz, disrupting global oil and gas supplies from the region, Moscow, with its vast resources, seems perfectly poised to step in. Except it can't, at least for now, due to large-scale sanctions imposed on it because of the war in Ukraine.
Russian energy exports have been squeezed by the West, leaving Moscow with just a handful of buyers of its oil, notably China, India, and Turkey, and it's selling at a massive discount. So the jump in oil prices would be beneficial for Russia, but probably not as much as it will likely benefit other exporters like the US. Still, there could be other gains.
Europe has been phasing out Russian energy imports. It's still buying around 13% of its gas from Moscow, but the plan is to drop that to zero by late next year. Norway's energy minister says the EU has been very clear that they want to liberate themselves from Russian oil and gas, but then the events of the last 3-4 days have also been difficult. With the geopolitical situation we see now, I believe the debate will be revived. Russia's president says it's time to act.
Other markets are opening up, and perhaps it would be more profitable for us to stop supplying the European market right now, to move into those markets that are opening up and establish ourselves there. There is no political motive here. I want that to be clear. But if they are going to close us off in a month or two anyway, then perhaps it is better for us to stop supplies ourselves now.
Kirill Dmitriev, head of Russia's sovereign wealth fund, is blaming Europe for what he called short-sighted decisions. He's the one leading talks on removing sanctions imposed on Russia.
The Middle East crisis could end up improving Russia's positions at talks on ending the war in Ukraine and lifting sanctions, now that Europe and other importers may be more interested in seeing Russian resources make a comeback. Dmitry Medvedenko, Al Jazeera, Moscow.
Indonesia's government is under growing pressure to withdraw from Donald Trump's Board of Peace after the United States and Israel launched attacks on Iran. Indonesia's membership has drawn criticism from Muslim groups at home who blame the U.S. and Israel for the conflict. From Jakarta, Barnaby Lowe has this report.
We're outside the residence of the ambassador of Iran here in Jakarta, the capital of Indonesia. And as you can see here, there's a long row of message boards expressing condolences for the passing. And indeed, people here say the targeted killing of Iran's late supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, by the United States and Israel. And inside the ambassador's residence, people filing in to pay their last respects. As you can see, there are photos of the late Supreme Leader Khamenei, as well as other senior leaders who were killed by U.S. and Israeli strikes. People here blaming the U.S. and Israel for what is now a region-wide conflict in the Middle East. They say the U.S. and Israeli attack totally unjustified and unprovoked. They say that there is no evidence that the nuclear program of Iran was anything but for civilian purposes.
The US and Israel are too arrogant. They see themselves as the world's police and believe that even sovereign countries must be monitored by them.
They've crossed the limits of international law. Even in times of war, it is forbidden to harm children and women, but they bombed a school with innocent children.
And now there is immense pressure on the government of Indonesia and President Prabowo Subianto to leave the US-led Board of Peace, which was supposed to oversee post-war efforts in Gaza. People here say the ongoing conflict in the Middle East prove that the Board of Peace was never created in the interest of the Palestinian people and that it doesn't align with Indonesia's support for Palestinian statehood. Barnaby Lowe, Al Jazeera, Jakarta.
All right, let's take a look at some of the day's other news now. China has unveiled its economic growth and defense aims for the year ahead at its most important political meeting. President Xi Jinping is presiding over the National People's Congress. The week-long gathering also outlines policy for the next 5 years. Beijing wants to grow the economy by up to 5% in 2026, its lowest target in decades. Recent economic growth has been slow, the result of a prolonged property market crisis, deflation, and reduced consumer spending. Authorities are scrambling to restore power supplies to western Cuba after a major blackout left millions of people without electricity. The outage plunged the capital, Havana, into darkness. The island has seen daily power cuts as it deals with crumbling energy infrastructure and dwindling oil reserves. In Nepal, voting has now closed as millions turned out to elect a new government. The general election is the first since youth-led protests toppled the government last year. Former Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli is running, hoping to stage a political comeback. He's facing Balendra Shah, a rapper turned politician. Tony Chang reports from the Nepalese capital.
Tight security in Kathmandu as voting gets underway. Across Nepal, 300,000 additional security personnel have been drafted in. But inside the voting booths, things appear to be going smoothly. These elections weren't supposed to happen for several years, but youth-led protests in September forced the government to step down.
After the Gen Z protest last year, we realized that if we don't vote, there won't be change.
I voted so that I can have a meal cooked by my mother at home, and so that young people like me don't have to apply for jobs abroad.
Elsewhere in the capital, the interim Prime Minister cast her vote. These elections mark the end of a caretaker administration designed to deliver a free and fair poll. And waiting in the wings, the man who could take her place. Balendra Shah, a former rapper and mayor of Kathmandu. Much of the campaigning happened on social media, and traditional parties struggled to adapt. But this enigmatic celebrity appears to have caught voters' imagination. With polling stations across this mountainous Himalayan nation, it'll take days to count the ballots. But indications of a winner should be known within 24 to 48 hours. And that could be an ominous sign for established political powers. Nepal is a country rooted in tradition, but there's also a feeling here that those traditions aren't really working. It's what forced tens of thousands of people out onto the streets to protest 6 months ago, and what's forcing millions of people out of the country to earn a living. And it's that desire for change that's pushing them towards the polls today. Tony Chang, Al Jazeera, Kathmandu.
It's 14 GMT, that's 5:30 p.m. in Tehran. Welcome to Al Jazeera's extensive coverage of the conflict between the U.S., Israel, and Iran. I'm Mohammed Jamjoum. The Israeli army has been pounding areas across Lebanon. It's now issued forced displacement orders for areas of the southern suburb of Beirut. The conflict between Israel and Hezbollah has been escalating fast since the killing of Iran's supreme leader. The Israeli military says it's begun a new wave of attacks in Iran. Loud explosions have been heard in Tehran and cities across the country. State media say more than 1,200 people have been killed since the U.S. and Israel began their assault on Saturday. Iran is also continuing its attacks on Gulf nations. There's been a series of loud blasts here in the Qatari capital, Doha. 6 expat workers from Nepal and Pakistan have been injured by shrapnel in Abu Dhabi following the interception of Iranian missiles. Another country has now been dragged into the conflict. Azerbaijan says 4 people have been injured after 2 Iranian drones fell near an international airport. Baku has summoned the Iranian ambassador and says it reserves the right to retaliate. Turkey has condemned the suspected Iranian drone attacks and called on attacks on third countries to be halted. And in a major move, France has authorized U.S. forces to use its bases. American troops will now have temporary access to French bases in the Middle East, though Paris says it's received full guarantees from Washington that its air bases will not be involved in striking Iran. And Italy, Spain, France, and the Netherlands are sending naval assets to Cyprus to protect the island in the coming days. All right, we're live in Tehran, Beirut, Doha, Ramallah, Brussels, and Washington, D.C. First, let's go to Bernard Smith, who's joining us from Beirut. Bernard, so these forced evacuation orders for the southern suburbs of Beirut, where there have been more Israeli airstrikes, what else are you hearing?
Mohammed, it's unprecedented that the Israeli army would issue this forced evacuation order. Those southern suburbs are behind me. You can see smoke rising. That was from airstrike much earlier in the day. But the area Israel is talking about, and we're talking about, is all of that behind me, a densely packed area of upwards of perhaps some 400,000 people, all being told that they need to move out. There isn't really anywhere for them to go quickly. There's gridlock on the roads as people try and move out. But how Israel thinks all of those people are going to move out quickly, it's difficult to understand. It's an extraordinarily complex operation. It's a very crowded area, and already Beirut filling with people from further south, from the south of Lebanon, where Israel has re-emphasized a forced evacuation order it issued yesterday for people to move 25 kilometers to move north of the Litani River. You're talking of an area from the river to the Israeli border of about 25 kilometers along a 125-kilometer Israeli border with Lebanon. It's a very large area, already 84,000 odd people displaced, according to the Lebanese government. So you add in all of the people that are expected to move from Dahia, and it's an extraordinary thing to try and imagine gridlocks on the roads, we understand, beneath us, and people struggling to find somewhere to go, people sheltering in schools, some people sleeping on streets, people in other municipal buildings. Mohammed.
And Bernard, we should, of course, also mention that we're keeping an eye on the south of the country, too. The Israeli army is calling this a tactical forward defense. But what exactly does that mean? What's happening there?
Well, we know from what Hezbollah has been saying in the south of Lebanon that it's carried out 23 drone and rocket attacks today on Israel. And it says it's reported direct confrontation with Israeli forces.
As we continue to coordinate our response to the situation in Iran and the Middle East. I know that people are worried sick about their family and friends who are caught up in this, about the impact on our lives and our economy, and about the potential for even greater escalation. They can hardly believe that yet again we're seeing missiles and drones falling and civilians in the firing line across the region. So I want to reassure the British public about the action that we're taking. While the region has been plunged into chaos, my focus is providing calm, level-headed leadership in the national interest. That means deploying our military and diplomatic strength to protect our people. And it means having the strength to stand firm by our values and our principles, no matter the pressure to do otherwise. The long-standing British position is that the best way forward for the regime and the world is a negotiated settlement with Iran where they give up their nuclear ambitions. Now, that's why I took the decision that the UK would not join the initial strikes on Iran by the US and Israel. Now, that decision was deliberate. It was in the national interest, and I stand by it. But when Iran started attacking countries around the Gulf and the wider region, the situation changed. Iran has now fired drones and missiles at 10 countries that did not attack them. These are allies of the UK, where we have hundreds of thousands of British people, as well as British military personnel. Our number one priority is protecting our people. And that's why, long before the US and Israeli action last weekend, we had already deployed additional military capabilities to the region to defend our interests. And I want to pay tribute to our brilliant armed forces. Throughout January and February, we were moving defensive assets to Cyprus and Qatar. Fighter jets, air defense missiles, advanced radar, and systems to take down drones, to ensure we were in a heightened state of readiness in advance of any conflict beginning. When the strikes began on Saturday, we immediately put those jets into the sky on a mission to protect our people and our allies in the region. And that is what they have done, flying over Cyprus and the wider region, shooting down multiple drones, at least one of which was heading towards a base housing British military personnel. Our jets were in the sky again last night over Jordan, Qatar, and other partners, refueling in the air to prolong their mission. And we're constantly resupplying our jets and our missile stores. And we are responding to requests from allies in the region for further help. I can announce today that we're sending 4 additional Typhoon jets to join our squadron in Qatar, to strengthen our defensive operations in Qatar and across the region. Wildcat helicopters with anti-drone capabilities are arriving in Cyprus tomorrow. The Defence Secretary is on the ground in Cyprus right now, coordinating our work and meeting our brave servicemen and women. We're deploying HMS Dragon to the Mediterranean. And we have allowed the US to use British bases to conduct defensive operations to take out Iranian missiles before they're fired at our people and our allies. We will maintain this shield over British people in the region and our allies. We are working to strengthen it every day. And we're working as fast as possible to get our people out. As of today, over 140,000 individuals in the region have registered their presence, enabling us to get them the information and the support that they need. We have rapid deployment teams on the ground in Oman and Saudi Arabia. And our consular teams are helping hundreds of the most vulnerable individuals. Despite airspace closures, we're working around the clock with airlines, travel companies, and governments to open safe routes home. More than 4,000 people have now arrived back in the United Kingdom on commercial flights from the UAE, including vulnerable Brits identified by our teams. A further 7 flights are due to leave the UAE for the UK today. And I can report that our first charter flight from Oman took off a few minutes ago. We will lay on additional charter flights in the coming days. British Airways is putting on daily flights from Oman, and we will keep working with all of our partners to increase the speed and capacity of this airlift. I want to be very clear. This is a huge undertaking. It's one of the biggest operations of its kind, many times bigger than the evacuation from Afghanistan. It's not going to happen overnight, but we will not stop until our people are safe. I also want to say a word about the economic impact. Iran is targeting oil and gas facilities in the Gulf and tankers in the Straits of Hormuz, trying to inflict economic pain around the world. So we will continue to work with the industries affected and our allies to respond to any impact. This is where the long-term changes that we're delivering for the British people are paying off. We have the right plan for defence, delivering the biggest increase in defence spending since the Cold War to strengthen our armed forces and keep people safe. We have the right plan for our economy. As the Chancellor said on Tuesday, we're sticking to that plan so we can cut energy bills and help keeping families with the cost of living and helping them. We also have the right plan for our energy supplies, building up clean British energy like never before, decreasing our dependence on volatile international markets, and creating the energy security and independence that we need. Faced with this new geopolitical crisis, the sad fact is that some will try to use it to divide us. That's why the government is reaching out to communities across the United Kingdom, Jewish and Muslim alike, making sure that communities and places of worship have appropriate protective security in place. But look, as a nation, we should come together in this moment. Those citizens that are stuck in the region, scared and in need of help, come from all backgrounds. The armed forces who protect them come from all backgrounds too. We are united by our common humanity and our love of this country. This conflict could continue for some time. So I want you to know that your government is resolute in our response, at home and abroad. We will do everything we can to protect British lives, uphold British values, and safeguard the national interest. Thank you. And now I'll take some questions. And I've got Chris, BBC first, please.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Chris Mason at BBC News. Can you address directly those at home and abroad who see your response and see indecision, prevarication, and a lack of preparedness? Thank you.
Yes, let me address that, because as I said a moment ago, we started pre-deploying to the region in January and February, particularly to Cyprus and Qatar, and that was fighter jets, air defence missiles, advanced radar, and anti-drone systems. Now, we did that during the course of 8 or so weeks. We did that in conjunction with the US and with our allies, and we continue to bolster the capability that we have there to keep our people safe. So there's been a lot of pre-planning gone into this, a lot of pre-deployment that's gone into this, and I'm satisfied that we can keep our people safe, and we're working very hard to make sure that wherever people have registered their presence, we can help them with the information that they need and the support they need, and get them back to the United Kingdom as quickly and as safely as possible. Thank you, Chris. Robert Peston, ITV.
Yeah, Robert Peston, ITV. Prime Minister, I was very struck by your choice of words. You said that you stand by what you called your initial decision not to join the offensive operations of Israel and America against Iran. Does that mean that decision is subject to review? You're concentrating at the moment on defensive military activity, but could it turn into offensive activity?
Well, as you will understand, we're working with our allies and with the US on this. We've been doing that for some time. The pre-deployment was done in conjunction and in discussion with our allies and with the US. And we have that capacity in the region that we pre-deployed to the region, and we're bolstering that in the way that I've set out today. The US are using the basis to do these strikes into Iran to take out the capability to launch the strikes in the first place. So that is the configuration, that is the understanding and arrangements that we've got in place. Thank you, Robert. Beth, can I come to you?
Oh, thank you, Prime Minister. This escalating war is really frightening people that are watching today. President Trump says it will go on for 4 to 5 weeks. You've just said it will be some time. Do you have any sense of how long it could go on for? Do you agree with President Trump? What's your message to the British people worried about how it's going to affect their lives? Can you give them any reassurance that you'll help them on energy prices? And just secondly, on military operations, there's much unhappiness that military personnel and their families were left unprotected on the Cyprus airbase that was struck at the weekend. What went wrong? And do you apologise to them? Thank you.
Well, Beth, let me set out my number one message, which is that our absolute priority is the safety of our citizens. And that is the focus for all the decisions that I have taken, including the decisions to pre-deploy in the way that I've described, and the decisions we're taking every day in order to deal with the situation on the ground in the region, the consular work to get people safely back home, and also what we're doing within the country, obviously, in relation to the division that can arise in situations like this. In relation to Cyprus, we've obviously had an airbase there for a very long time. There are protective measures in place, have always been in place. It's always been a protected airbase. It's not something new to protect the airbase. We pre-deployed further assets to Cyprus in January and February for that purpose, and we're bolstering that. So I want to be really clear to everybody in Cyprus that we're taking every measure that is needed to protect them, to protect the airbase, along with the other places in the region. Thank you very much, Beth.
I think it will go on.
Oh, I'm sorry. In relation to how long it will go on, I do know people are worried. They are going to be worried about the any escalation. I think they can see what's unfolding on their television screens. That will cause them anxiety, understandably. They will be worried about the impact on their own lives that this could have, and those with family and friends in the region will be extremely worried about their family and friends in the region. I absolutely understand that. We are doing everything we can to de-escalate this. I can't give you a time base for this. I don't think anybody can. My strong view is that when you de-escalate, and ultimately this will have to be a matter of negotiation when it comes to some of the core issues like nuclear capability. Thank you, Beth. Paul McNamara, Channel 4. Paul.
Afternoon, Prime Minister. There are reports that you walked into a meeting, the National Security Council on Friday, with one opinion and had your mind changed by Ed Miliband and others in your cabinet. So is it true that you wanted on Friday to give Americans a precautionary permission in the event of Iranian reprisals to use British bases for defensive action, but had your mind changed by Ed Miliband and other members of your cabinet?
Let me be really clear about this. No request from the US came in the specific terms that we acceded until Saturday afternoon. Saturday afternoon. Well, just hear me out. And therefore, on Friday, there was no concrete decision to be made. The decision had to be made when we had the request. That came in on Saturday during the course of the afternoon. We're already taking measures in relation to our own capability. That came in on Saturday afternoon, late in the afternoon. We then, as you would have expected, went through the details with the US over the next day and ultimately reached a decision on Sunday, which I announced then on Sunday evening about 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening. But actually on Friday, we didn't have a request from the United States, and therefore no decision fell to be made. Decision fell to be made when we had the request. That was Saturday afternoon. We then worked it through. Decision on Sunday, which was a decision of all ministers, unanimous, that we should take the action that I then announced. Thank you very much indeed. Catherine from GB News.
Thank you, Catherine Forster, GB News. Prime Minister, Cyprus, Bahrain, United Arab Emirates and others are being critical of the speed of our response. Have we let our allies and our own people down in the Middle East? We've still got a warship sitting in Portsmouth. And also, you said yesterday how in Munich you said we need to go further and faster on defence spending, but getting to 3%, let alone 3.5%, seems to have been kicked way into the long grass. When is your rhetoric actually going to be matched by the reality of when you're putting money into defence?
Yeah, thank you, Catherine. I know you'll have heard me said a moment ago, we started pre-deploying in January and February our assets to the region to make sure that we had the capability that we needed there. That wasn't an isolated set of decisions. That was done in conjunction with the US, in conjunction with our allies, and we're bolstering that again. And therefore, I can say we're doing everything and have done everything we can at speed to make sure that we are properly protecting our citizens, which was my number one concern. And that's why it's very important that I set out the pre-deployment measures that we took. Can I also say on defence spend, we've obviously already increased our defence spend with the highest spending now on defence since the Cold War. And I've set out when I was at NATO summit last year and at Munich this year that we need to go further and faster. And that's what we'll do. Thank you very much, Catherine. I've got Stephen from The Times. Stephen.
Prime Minister, Donald Trump has suggested that you've ruined the special relationship, that you are no Churchill. On the special relationship, is he right on that? Have you ruined the special relationship?
Look, the special relationship is in operation right now. We're working with the Americans in the deployment from our bases. We are working together in the region the US and the British working together to protect both the US and the British in joint bases where we're jointly located, and we're sharing intelligence on 24/7 basis in the usual way. That is the special relationship. That is a special relationship in operation. And clearly it's for the president to take decisions that he considers in the national interest, the right decisions for the US. I understand that, I respect that. But equally, it's for me as the British Prime Minister to take decisions that I consider to be in the best interest of the United Kingdom. There's nothing controversial about that. The special relationship is operating right here at an important point. Thank you very much, Stephen. Pippa from Guardian.
Yes, Prime Minister. As you said, a lot of people are very concerned about this conflict escalating. Has Donald Trump given you any insight into what his plan is for what comes next after the initial bombing phase? And are you convinced he has a plan? And if I can just push on the defence spending point, because increasing in defence spending to 3% of GDP by 2030 would take up all real terms growth, unless, of course, you're raising money elsewhere to pay for it. Are you going to raise money to pay for it, or are you going to make cuts elsewhere?
Firstly, on the risk of escalation, clearly that is a concern for everybody. It will be a concern for everybody who is watching and across the country. And that's why we've been absolutely clear that we need to de-escalate. In relation to discussions with the Americans, obviously they're happening at all levels. I've had discussions with President Trump, but all of my team are having discussions all the time with the Americans about the operation. In relation to defence spending, we've set out our plans for the increase that we've already put in place. I've made commitments at the NATO summit last year and at the Munich conference, and I was clear then that we will need to go further and faster. Thank you very much, Pippa. And Sophie from the Mirror. Sophie.
So the current situation in the Middle East could potentially lead to the displacement of millions of people in the region. Are you expecting this to play out in more asylum claims, including small boat arrivals from the region? And are you concerned that cuts to the international aid budget could impact the UK's ability to handle situations exactly like this? And if I can also just ask, have you spoken to Donald Trump since his criticism of you?
In relation to the situation that's developed, obviously, we don't yet know how long this will last. We don't know what the full impact will be, and therefore we'll have to address those considerations as we get to them. And we will, because we're planning both the immediate day-to-day response, but also looking at the further scenarios into the future. In relation to Donald Trump, I spoke to him on Saturday evening this last weekend. Thank you all very much indeed. Thank you.
All right, and you were listening there to UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer addressing citizens, saying that he was reassuring the British public concerned about the impact of the war. He defended not joining the initial strikes on Iran. He said that the focus is calm and level-headed leadership. He said that Iran had fired drones and missiles at 10 countries. They were allied countries, and that he's now sending 4 additional Typhoon jets to Qatar. For more on what the Prime Minister said, let's go now to Richard Gaisford, who is standing by outside 10 Downing Street in London for us. Richard, what more did we hear from Prime Minister Starmer in that press conference?
Well, this was very much the British Prime Minister defending his own actions and that of his government against growing claims, really, that Britain is now playing catch-up in this crisis, and the speed of the response has been far too slow. I asked the Prime Minister that very thing as he left number 10 Downing Street behind me just to walk a short distance to the press conference. He didn't answer, but then stood up on stage and said he was there to reassure the public about the action that he was taking. He really wanted to let them know that there were plans in place, and that actually, despite reports to the contrary, that they had been moving military resources and personnel into the Middle East throughout January and February. That included more military to Qatar and to Cyprus, more air defenses and more advanced radar. He talked about it being a deliberate decision not to allow the Americans to access British bases in the initial stages of this operation. He said he didn't want to cave in effect, to the pressure that was coming from others, and that appeared to be a direct, not an attack, but a direct response really to what had been coming to him from Donald Trump. As you've mentioned, the situation in his mind, though, changed when Iran started to attack other nations, 10 of them around in the Middle East, that he felt had done nothing to deserve that level of attack. So plenty from the Prime Minister here in Downing Street today. It certainly would appear that the UK government feels that it is responding well enough to this growing crisis. But of course, we still have, as has been mentioned in the press conference, a Type 45 destroyer, a British warship, still on the south coast of England, not yet on its way to Cyprus.
Richard, we heard Prime Minister Starmer there talk about how the top priority was, of course, to keep people safe. He said that defense spending had been increased in Britain to the highest levels since the Cold War. I want to ask you, despite the fact that he's trying to reassure the British public who is concerned about the impact of this war at this stage, and the fact that he's defending not having joined the initial strikes on Iran, how much political peril is Keir Starmer facing right now? How much concern is there for him politically at this moment and the way that he has so far reacted to the conflict when it comes to the U.S., Israel, and Iran?
Well, he's walking a very delicate path at the moment, a tricky path for him at the moment. He'd just come through a leadership crisis in the weeks before this action in Iran, then found himself being criticized quite heavily by the US president for not stepping up quickly enough, not offering the help that was required in the Americans' view. Politically, he's getting support from all sides in terms of Conservatives, Labour MPs and others in terms of his response against Donald Trump. Others, though, like the Conservative leader Kemi Badenoch, saying really he needs to go on the offensive. In her mind, she has said today, the only way really of dealing with this problem is not to prevaricate, not to delay, but to step in and take offensive action. That is something that the Prime Minister does not agree with. And certainly all messaging that's coming out of Downing Street is that any decisions that are taken on military action in the Middle East will be done so only in the best of British interests.
All right, that's Richard Gaisford live for us outside of Downing Street. Thanks so much. In Iran, cities across the country have been attacked for a sixth day. U.S. and Israeli warplanes have conducted widespread strikes across the capital, Tehran. Plumes of smoke have been seen rising above the city all day. Israel says it's striking government and military targets, but at least 11 hospitals, as well as emergency centers and ambulances, have been damaged. At least 4 Iranian healthcare workers have also been killed. All right, let's go now to Al Jazeera's Mohammed Val, who's live for us in Tehran. Mohammed, so the U.S. and Israel have continued to strike Iran. Just talk us through the latest strikes. Where are they hitting? And also, how are ordinary Iranians coping with all of this?
Mohammed, what we noticed today is that new types of targets have been added. We have 2 schools in the city of Param, south of Tehran. But also schools have been hit in the past, but now we have more and more of these facilities that usually are civilian facilities. We have 3 stadiums that have been hit today in Tehran. One of them, the compound stadium called Azadi, good for 100,000 people. That's one of the biggest sports facilities in the region. Nobody knows why the stadiums and schools have been targeted, but there is more than that. As you just mentioned a little bit in your intro, there are 20 education centers that have been hit over the last few days, 11 hospitals, 6 ambulance centers, 7 Red Crescent centers, 14 pharmaceutical centers. All of these facilities look sound very much like non-military targets, usually in the usual sense of the word. But nobody knows why they have been targeted. But there is also there is bombing across the country, the continuation of that bombing on military facilities and the security areas and so on. That also continues. But people are afraid. People are beginning to be much more concerned because it is now touching their lives, touching schools, touching hospitals, touching pharmaceutical areas and so on. And they don't have an understanding of that. And to the second part of your question, people have fled Tehran mostly, and three-fourths of the citizens of Tehran have left the city, and it is almost empty. Streets are almost empty. People are also, those who have stayed here are mostly staying in their houses. They're not going out. They're not venturing out because they don't know when a strike will hit or where. And also there are fears. Right now, there is no crisis that to be reported regarding facilities or water, electricity, and so on, and food in Iran, in Tehran, but in the north, where most of the people of Tehran fled, there are reports, preliminary reports of a crisis beginning to materialize there in terms of provisions and so on. There is a media blackout. People don't know what's going on. People, even state TV has been hit. And there is a difficulty placing a phone call and knowing what happened to their loved ones and so on. Most of the internet is not functioning. So that situation in itself is adding to the difficulties that the civilians are facing right now.
Mohammed, you're talking about the difficulties that civilians are facing. Look, Israel has been saying that it's striking government and military targets, but we also know that at least 11 hospitals, as well as emergency centers, ambulances have been damaged, healthcare workers have been killed. What more details are you hearing about those incidents?
Well, we're hearing that, more and more civilians are being killed. More than 1,000 now, 1,200 plus civilians have been killed. So that's a source of grave concern here among the population. I've just read about a letter that has been sent by the families of the children, school children who were killed on the first day of this campaign. They addressed this letter to the First Lady of the United States. And they asked her serious questions, very obvious questions. What did those children do to the United States? What threat do they represent to the Americans or the Israelis? Why have they been killed? And so on. So, I mean, there is a lot of open questions with this regard. Nobody knows what's the strategy of the Americans and the Israelis in hitting civilian facilities and killing civilians. Well, probably these questions has to be addressed to them. Understandably, maybe they are thinking that there are targets behind these places. They are always talking about the Iranians using civilians as, shields. That's the story that we hear in Gaza and everywhere else, but we don't know. We didn't listen to some of that being said over the last few days. The Americans and the Israelis are not coming out and explaining why they are hitting these places, these civilian facilities.
All right, that's Al Jazeera's Mohammed Val live for us in Tehran. Mohammed, thank you so much. If you're just joining us, here's a quick update on the latest developments in the U.S.-Israel-Iran war. The Israeli army has issued forced evacuation orders for several neighborhoods in Beirut's southern suburbs. The conflict between Israel and Hezbollah has been escalating fast since the killing of Iran's supreme leader. The Israeli military says it's begun a new wave of attacks in Iran. More than 1,000 people have been killed since the U.S. and Israel began their assault on Saturday. Blasts have been heard in Qatar's capital, Doha, as Iran keeps up its attacks on Gulf countries in retaliation for the U.S.-Israeli air campaign. It came just hours after residents living near the U.S. embassy were evacuated. Earlier, Saudi Arabia reported intercepting 3 missiles in the north of the country. All right, let's head back to Beirut now, where thousands of people are on the move after Israel's unprecedented forced evacuation order for all the residents of the capital's southern suburbs. Bernard, we were speaking earlier about the unprecedented nature of these forced evacuation orders for the southern suburbs of Beirut. Where are we at this hour with all this?
Mohammed, it's really an incredible thing to imagine that this can even take place. I mean, the behind me are the southern suburbs. There's a bit of smoke rising there from somewhere that was targeted earlier on today. But you're talking perhaps as many as 400,000 people crammed into a very tightly packed urban area, a suburb of southern suburbs of Beirut, Lebanon's capital. And now we're hearing there is gridlock on the roads as people try and get out. People try and move north here to the center of Beirut or further north and out and further up into northern Lebanon. It's extremely difficult because everybody's on the road and it's very difficult for people to move. There is no indication so far from the Israelis to what the deadline for this forced evacuation is, as to when people must have left. They didn't make that clear. We had all afternoon an Israeli drone flying overhead, the noise clearly audible around here. That's stopped for the time being, but that will have been identifying targets that Israel feels it wants to hit in those southern suburbs. So for the moment, tens of thousands of people perhaps trying to get out of southern Beirut to the north.
All right, that's Al Jazeera's Bernard Smith live for us in Beirut. Bernard, thanks so much. All right, let's head now to Ramallah and speak to Nida Ibrahim, who's tracking Iran's retaliatory attacks on Israel. Nida, so we've been getting reports of early warning sirens after detecting Iranian missile launches. What more do you know?
Well, we heard the sirens, Mohammed, just in the past few minutes after the early warning was sent to the Israelis through the home front application. But we heard not only the sirens, but also sounds of loud explosions. And usually when we hear them from here, from Ramallah, this means that the launches are targeted towards the central area that includes Jerusalem, the Dead Sea, of course. We talk about the occupied West Bank as well. As we know, people here have no missile air defense systems or any sort of even a guidance on where to go or no shelters to go to. But this is the latest wave of attacks that came from Iran. Roughly monitoring this war and comparing it to the 12-day war in June, we can say that the number of rockets is a bit less. And that could be because Iran is trying to prolong the war and show that it can disrupt life in Israel as much as it could and not launch all missiles at the same time. But indeed, we're seeing some signs of easing of restrictions in Israel, where the Israeli authorities have decided to move to a less degree of restrictions in terms of Israelis gathering. Now gatherings are allowed until 50 people. That's the maximum amount of people that are allowed to gather, as well as the Israeli finance minister allowing, he had already been lobbying for more businesses to open. Now a little bit more businesses can be open if they have access to shelters. Of course, we've seen the Israeli planes bringing those stranded abroad into Israel. One of these flights have been disrupted because of these Iranian-led and Iranian-sent missiles into Israel. But in general, the talk in Israel is about some sort of easing of restrictions altogether.
And Israel's defense minister, Israel Katz, had confirmed that ground troops are now holding and advancing in southern Lebanon. I want to ask you about what the overarching strategy is here, and what does he mean exactly by saying that?
Well, Israel and Israeli army officials have never hid their motives and their intentions in Lebanon, which is to try and occupy as much land as possible to create what they call a security buffer zone. But as we've seen from Israel's behavior in the region, it tries always to move the battle into other territories than its own territories. It also tries to occupy lands under the disguise of security. So when the first salvo of rockets, it was only 3 projectiles sent from Iran from Lebanon, into Israel a few days ago. We've seen the Israeli officials swiftly act and start these waves of escalations, the latest of which, Mohammed, we've been discussing in the past hour or so with the new evacuation threats that are targeting inside Beirut itself. But it seems that Israel found a perfect chance for it to now crack down more and more on Lebanon, more and more on Hezbollah, and also occupy more and more lands in order to create what they call a security buffer zone. And again, everyone doubts this rhetoric, saying that Israel always intends to expand its borders under the disguise and the excuse of security.
All right, that's Nida Ibrahim live for us in Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. Thanks so much, Nida. There have been more Iranian missile and drone attacks across the Gulf. Smoke has been seen rising in the Saudi capital. While in the UAE, a ballistic missile, they've said, and 6 drones hit its territory Thursday. In Qatar, air defenses have also been intercepting missiles. Iran has vowed to keep up its attacks on regional countries hosting U.S. troops. Laura Khan is live for us in Doha. So, Laura, tell us what's happening at this hour.
Well, just in the past hour or so, there was a message sent out onto the social media platforms from the Ministry of Defense here, essentially saying that they'd intercepted 14 ballistic missiles coming into the country and also 4 drones, all from Iran. They had intercepted 13 of those ballistic missiles. One of them fell into Qatari territorial waters. Now, from where I was, we heard these loud booms happening at around 11:45 midday. Around 4 booms to begin with. They came in successive waves, and altogether we heard more than a dozen loud booms as they were intercepted, and a little bit of kind of falling debris after that. Not long after, we saw a number of helicopters take to the skies. Clearly, they were surveying the scene, and another large Herculean-style aircraft up in the sky as well. Again, likely just trying to keep some sort of shield over Qatar. Now, this is more like we've seen on day one of the war. This is now a few days in. There was a lull last night as we heard the Qatar's foreign minister was actually speaking to the foreign ministry of Iran. They had condemned what they'd done. Iran claimed that they were only aiming at US assets in the region. Qatar said, no, this is wrong, that you have attacked energy infrastructure, military infrastructure, as well as civilian infrastructure, including the Hamad International Airport, and said attacks were thwarted there. So they made that very clear. And then today we heard these booms. We saw the interceptions over Qatar.
And Laura, we should mention, of course, that there have been attacks elsewhere in the Gulf region. What more do you know about those?
We've seen huge successive waves of attacks over the United Arab Emirates. And today there were around 131 drones sent there from Iran. We've seen hundreds of drones being sent there in the past few days, as long as ballistic missiles and also cruise missiles. So their air defense systems has been taking them down. Now, that's the kinetic activity that's been happening in the sky. Meanwhile, countries have been scrambling to try to help the people who are log jammed in the flight systems, in the commercial airline systems that were aiming to either leave the country or were only in Dubai, in the United Arab Emirates, to stop over. So now they're trying to clear those. We've seen a few commercial airlines leaving, including Etihad and Fly Dubai, but still hundreds of thousands of people stuck. And of course, for local people living there, for residents there, there's around 200 nationalities across the Gulf living here, working here, as well as the locals. This is really having a big psychological effect. We also know in the United Arab Emirates, from falling debris, there were at least 6 injuries. Those people were from the Pakistani and Nepali nationals. So, of course, many people are just kind of sitting, listening to their concerts and listening to the Ministry of Defense and the locals, and really hoping for the best.
All right, that's Al Jazeera's Laura Khan live for us here in Doha. Thanks so much, Laura. Cyprus said that an alert for new security threats in the town of Akrotiri near a British air base has concluded. This comes after a drone hit the British Royal Air Force on Monday. 2 Greek warships have since arrived to help bolster the island. Several European countries are sending naval assets in the coming days. John Saropoulos has more from Limassol in Cyprus.
Sirens blared at the British Air Force base on Akrotiri on Wednesday night. Later, the Cypriot government spokesman said it had been a false alarm. Also, a false alarm on Wednesday morning when 2 Greek fighter jets scrambled to intercept a suspected drone heading towards Cypriot airspace. Cypriots are trying to preserve a sense of normality. They're going about their lives, they're shopping, they're going to work. They are mainly concerned not about their safety. Many people have their own household basements to retreat to if they need to. They're mainly concerned about the economy because some near-term rentals are being cancelled by tourist agencies, by people who were planning to spend their spring holidays here. That is mainly the concern here. The second concern is that the island should not become embroiled in the politics of the Middle East, and that the 2 British sovereign bases on the island should not be used for any active military operations, offensive operations in the US-Israel war with Iran. The islanders here, the Cypriot people, want very much to remain neutral. They want to be able to help in a humanitarian capacity should that be needed, but safety and neutrality are their principal concerns.
All right, let's head over to Brussels now, where Osama bin Javed is live for us. Osama, so we hear that Spain is also sending a ship to Cyprus. What other details have you heard?
Well, this is the most advanced frigate that Spain will be sending towards Cyprus in order to help in evacuation operations and defensive operations. And it has joined the list of European nations sending their naval assets to Cyprus, which came under a drone attack. According to British sources, it was not originated from Iran, and it is still being investigated where that drone came from. But Spain has joined Italy as well as France, who are either already in the Eastern Mediterranean or are sending more naval assets there. But Spain is significant, not just because of this frigate, but because of the spat that it's been having with the US administration, because Spain is now digging its heels, saying that it can essentially take a principles-based position in the European Union about the legality of the US-Israel strikes on Iran, and yet continue to send military assets to defend and help its people and its allies.
And Osama, EU foreign ministers have been talking with the Gulf Cooperation Council. What's come out of that meeting?
Well, this was an extraordinary meeting which was held here in Brussels with the EU's top diplomat, Kaja Kallas, saying that this is, they've discussed a various number of issues, and this GCC ministers as well as ministers from the European Union all agreed that they are going to stand side by side in this moment of crisis. Europe is going to continue to help its partners. Obviously, the biggest priority being that it needs to evacuate the people who want to leave, help protect its soldiers that are stationed in various countries, and also to ensure that there is some sort of an agreement, a diplomatic agreement still with Iran, so that it does not develop nuclear capabilities. But again, Europe has been sidelined in all of this. This is an Israel-America war, and these coordinations between the GCC countries and Europe are being seen as a measure to try and reach out to their various allies to see some sort of an off-ramp, some sort of an agreement which could end hostilities. But it appears that all sides in this conflict appear to have taken maximalist positions, and it will be a lot more work from the GCC nations to reach out to Iran, and for the Europeans to reach out to America and then Israel to stop these attacks, because if they carry on for a longer period of time, it is not just diplomacy and expatriates, it will be the economy that will feel the pain.
All right, that's Al Jazeera's Osama bin Javed, live for us in Brussels. Osama, thanks so much for unpacking all that for us. Politicians in the U.S. House of Representatives are due to vote on whether to limit President Trump's authority to launch a war on Iran. Republicans in the Senate voted down the motion on Wednesday. It means that, for now, Trump can keep ordering U.S. forces to bomb Iran with no congressional guardrails. Mike Hanna is now live for us in Washington. Mike, what avenues now are left for politicians in the U.S. who are against this war?
Well, there are very few tangible avenues that they can now take. There will be the vote in the House of Representatives later on in the day. But that vote, like the Senate yesterday, is likely to be split largely along partisan lines. With the Republican majority in the House, just as in the Senate, it's unlikely that this war powers legislation will actually be passed. And adding to that, of course, if it by some chance it was passed, the president can simply veto the legislation, which would mean it would then go back to Congress and need to be passed with a two-thirds majority. But what this meeting, the debate in the House will do is display to the American public on what side of the fence politicians are. Democrats in particular see this as a kind of roll call to be able to make clear to the public their opposition to President Trump's unilateral action to seek conflict with Iran. The argument of those who will vote in favor of this motion is that it is Congress's right to declare war. It is not the right of the executive. And they believe that President Trump has subverted and undermined Congress by exercising a unilateral choice to go into conflict with Iran. So for Democrats, at least, this occasion in the House is an opportunity to make clear to the American public their opposition to President Trump's decision to go into this conflict without consulting Congress in the first place.
All right, that's Al Jazeera's Mike Hanna live for us in Washington, D.C. Thanks so much, Mike. The conflict has throttled global oil and gas supplies. Cargo vessels are avoiding the Strait of Hormuz after Iran announced its total closure on Monday. That's caused energy prices to spike. South Korea gets about 20% of its natural gas from the Middle East. People in Seoul have been scrambling to buy fuel after an increase in prices prompted by fears of a shortage. President Lee Jae-myung has activated a $68 billion market stabilization fund and says he wants to diversify South Korea's energy sources. Some of the hundreds of thousands of Afghan refugees in Iran are fleeing the country as the United States and Israel step up their bombardment. Many have been crossing the Iranian border into Afghanistan's Herat province. They say U.S. and Israeli forces have been targeting civilian sites as well as military facilities.
The places that were attacked, which I saw with my own eyes, included Gandhi Hospital. Another military site about 100 meters from where I worked at a hospital was also hit in west of Tehran. They attacked both military sites and civilian sites. They even hit a medicine factory and a mineral water factory. I saw all of this with my own eyes.
This war cannot be compared to the previous war. That war lasted only a few days. This current war is more intense, and they are hitting everywhere.
Indonesia's government is under growing pressure to withdraw from Donald Trump's Board of Peace after the United States and Israel launched attacks on Iran. Indonesia's membership has drawn criticism from Muslim groups at home who blame the U.S. and Israel for the conflict. From Jakarta, Barnaby Lowe has this report.
We're outside the residence of the ambassador of Iran here in Jakarta, the capital of Indonesia. And as you can see here, there's a long row of message boards expressing condolences for the passing. And indeed, people here say the targeted killing of Iran's late supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, by the United States and Israel. And inside the ambassador's residence, people filing in to pay their last respects. As you can see, there are photos of the late Supreme Leader Khamenei, as well as other senior leaders who were killed by U.S. and Israeli strikes. People here blaming the U.S. and Israel for what is now a region-wide conflict in the Middle East. They say the U.S. and Israeli attack totally unjustified and unprovoked. They say that there is no evidence that the nuclear program of Iran was anything but for civilian purposes.
The US and Israel are too arrogant. They see themselves as the world's police and believe that even sovereign countries must be monitored by them.
They've crossed the limits of international law. Even in times of war, it is forbidden to harm children and women, but they bombed a school with innocent children.
And now there is immense pressure on the government of Indonesia and President Prabowo Subianto to leave the US-led Board of Peace, which was supposed to oversee post-war efforts in Gaza. People here say the ongoing conflict in the Middle East prove that the Board of Peace was never created in the interest of the Palestinian people and that it doesn't align with Indonesia's support for Palestinian statehood. Barnaby Lowe, Al Jazeera, Jakarta.
All right, let's take a look at some of the day's other news now. China has unveiled its economic growth and defense aims for the year ahead at its most important political meeting. President Xi Jinping is presiding over the National People's Congress. The week-long gathering also outlines policy for the next 5 years. Beijing wants to grow the economy by up to 5% in 2026, slowest target in decades. Recent economic growth has been slow, the result of a prolonged property market crisis, deflation, and reduced consumer spending. And now the conflict in the Middle East is creating more uncertainty, as Katrina Yu reports from Beijing.
Roughly 3,000 delegates gathered here at Beijing's Great Hall of the People for the opening of the National People's Congress, where China's leadership sets its economic priorities for the year ahead. Giving his annual work report, Premier Li Qiang says the government is targeting 4.5 to 5% GDP growth and aiming to create 12 million new jobs. China also announced its military budget will increase by about 7% this year as Beijing continues modernizing its armed forces. But Premier Li warned the global environment is becoming more complex, with protectionism and geopolitical tensions increasing. The war on Iran could have direct consequences for China. China is the world's largest oil importer, and about half of its crude comes from the Middle East, with around 40% of those shipments passing through the Strait of Hormuz. Any disruption there could push up global prices and threaten supply. At the same time, new tariffs from Washington could put more pressure on China's export sector. Beijing's answer is a renewed push for self-reliance, boosting domestic consumption, investing more in innovation, and strengthening green and high-tech industries. The government is also planning more stimulus, with a budget deficit of around 4% of GDP and spending projected to reach roughly $4 trillion. At this meeting, China's leaders have made their goal clear, and that is to make the economy more resilient in an increasingly unpredictable world. Katrina Yu, Al Jazeera, Beijing.
Authorities are scrambling to restore power supplies to western Cuba after a major blackout left millions of people without electricity. The outage plunged the capital, Havana, into darkness. The island has seen daily power cuts as it deals with crumbling energy infrastructure and dwindling oil reserves. I'm Mohammed Jamjoom, and Rob Matheson will join you in just a few minutes. But first, this report from Nepal, where voting has ended in pivotal general elections. It's the first since youth-led protests toppled the government last year. Tony Cheng reports from the Nepalese capital.
Tight security in Kathmandu as voting gets underway. Across Nepal, 300,000 additional security personnel have been drafted in. But inside the voting booths, things appear to be going smoothly. These elections weren't supposed to happen for several years, but youth-led protests in September forced the government to step down.
After the Gen Z protest last year, we realized that if we don't vote, there won't be change.
I voted so that I can have a meal cooked by my mother at home, and so that young people like me don't have to apply for jobs abroad.
Elsewhere in the capital, the interim prime minister cast her vote. These elections mark the end of a caretaker administration designed to deliver a free and fair poll. And waiting in the wings, the man who could take her place. Balendra Shah, a former rapper and mayor of Kathmandu. Much of the campaigning happened on social media, and traditional parties struggled to adapt. But this enigmatic celebrity appears to have caught voters' imagination. With polling stations across this mountainous Himalayan nation, it'll take days to count the ballots. But indications of a winner should be known within 24 to 48 hours. And that could be an ominous sign for established political powers.
Nepal is a country rooted in tradition, but there's also a feeling here that those traditions aren't really working. It's what forced tens of thousands of people out onto the streets to protest 6 months ago, and what's forcing millions of people out of the country to earn a living. And it's that desire for change that's pushing them towards the polls today. Tony Cheng, Al Jazeera, Kathmandu.
It's 1500 GMT. You're watching Al Jazeera's extensive coverage of the conflict between the US, Israel, and Iran. I'm Rob Matheson. The Israeli army has been bombing areas across Lebanon. It's now issued forced displacement orders for areas in the southern suburbs of Beirut. The conflict between Israel and Hezbollah has been escalating since the killing of Iran's supreme leader. Israel's also launched a new wave of attacks in Iran. Loud explosions have been heard in Tehran and cities across the country. State media say more than 1,200 people have been killed since the US and Israel began their assault on Saturday. And Iran is also continuing its attacks on Gulf nations. Qatar says it's intercepted 14 ballistic missiles and 4 drones. The UAE says it's shot down 125 Iranian drones. It's also announced the resumption of some flights to and from Dubai. France has authorized US forces to use its bases on the condition that they're not used to strike Iran. American troops will have temporary access to the bases on French territory to help protect Gulf countries. The UK has also announced it's sending additional forces to the Middle East.
I can announce today that we're sending 4 additional Typhoon jets to join our squadron in Qatar, to strengthen our defensive operations in Qatar and across the region.
Azerbaijan is the latest country to be impacted by this conflict. 4 people there were injured after 2 drones fell near an international airport. Baku has summoned the Iranian ambassador and has told its military to prepare retaliatory measures. We're going to be live in Doha, in Moscow, Washington, D.C., London, and Brussels, as well as Beirut. And we're going to begin in the Lebanese capital, Beirut. Now, these are live pictures from the south of Beirut. As we were mentioning before, the Israeli army's been bombing areas across Lebanon. It's now been issuing what are known as forced displacement orders for areas in the southern suburbs of Beirut. These are orders for people to leave their homes. That usually means that that is anticipation of an attack. The conflict between Israel and Hezbollah has been escalating since the killing of Iran's supreme leader, as we were mentioning. We're going to go to Bernard Smith. He's live for us now in Beirut. What's been happening, Bernard?
Rob, it's unprecedented for Israel to issue a forced displacement order for those southern suburbs of Beirut that you see just behind me. There's some smoke rising from a building that was struck much earlier on in the day, but now down on the ground there is gridlock as people try and get out. You're talking perhaps as many as 400,000 people live in those southern suburbs, and they are all trying to get out. There was a lot of gunfire earlier on. That's given out as a warning to people that they need to get out of that area, given by the forces in control down there. Beirut was already filling up with people who've been forced to leave southern Lebanon, where Israel had earlier on yesterday and reinforced today a forced displacement order for people to move north of the Litani River. That leaves about a 25-kilometer gap between the Israeli border and the Litani River. That was a huge area already being forcibly displaced. And now Israel has its eyes on areas where Hezbollah operates in those southern suburbs of Beirut, Rob.
We're also keeping an eye on the south of the country too, and we know that the Israeli army has been pushing forward further into the south of Lebanon. It's calling this a tactical defense. Do we know what that means and what's happening on the ground?
Well, what the belief is that Israel is trying to clear the population, the civilian population from southern Lebanon so that it can operate more freely. And the suggestions that Israel even ultimately wants to create a buffer zone in that part of southern Lebanon where there is no civilians living. For a long time already, villages along the bottom there have been deserted. Hezbollah has said actually that today it fired 23 drones and rocket attacks into Israel, and it has reported direct confrontation with Israeli forces on the ground in Lebanon. It says they're in confrontation with Israeli forces advancing towards the southern Lebanese town of Haim, and that's about 10 kilometers from the border with Israel. So you can see there from what Hezbollah is saying how far in the Israelis are trying to get on the ground.
Bernard, thanks very much indeed. Well, there have been new missile and drone attacks across the Gulf. There are reports of smoke rising in the Saudi capital of Riyadh. The UAE says a ballistic missile and 6 drones hit its territory. Bahrain's defense ministry says its air defense systems intercepted several incoming attacks. Here in Qatar, air defenses have also been intercepting missiles. Iran's vowed to keep up its attacks on regional countries hosting U.S. troops. So Laura Khan is live for us here in Doha. Just talk to us about what's been happening over the last few hours in Doha, Laura.
Of course, the latest update is from Qatar's Ministry of Defense, where they said the 14 ballistic missiles were sent from Iran into the country. 13 of those were intercepted, and we heard those big booms in the sky as they were. They often feel closer than they are because they collect energy as the sound moves towards us. And one of them landed in territorial waters. They didn't intercept that one. There were also drones that were shot down coming into the country. So they did say that they continue to have their defenses up. They have full capabilities, and they're just warning people to be vigilant. They sent out a message saying that the security situation was elevated around midday, just after this had happened, telling people to shelter in place, remain vigilant, remain calm. And then a couple of hours later, they said the security threat was over. We also heard from the British Prime Minister that the UK is sending 4 Typhoon jets to the region, and that they had essentially deployed a number of defensive capabilities to Qatar as well. This is a well-known ally. And also from the diplomatic space, we know that the Gulf Cooperation Council has met with the European Union today in an extraordinary meeting, and they essentially want to have a unified voice coming between the Gulf, where they've said their energy infrastructure has been attacked, as well as the civilian and military, and they're getting essentially full support from the European Union as well.
Yeah, Laura, just in terms of the rest of the Gulf, just talk us through what the attacks have been elsewhere.
Well, just in the last few moments, we've heard from Bahrain that there has been a siren being sounded on people's phones. The Ministry of Interior is warning people to stay calm, stay in shelters, and wait to hear more information. So we're waiting to hear more from there. The United Arab Emirates has been under a huge drone attack from Iran over the past few days. 131 drones sent there today, as well as a few ballistic missiles. All of those have been intercepted, some of the debris landing in the country. Now, this has been a major economic hub and also a travel hub for people coming from around the world. Across the Gulf nations, there are around 200 nationalities living, working, or even just traveling through, going on holiday. So it's created this big backlog of commercial flights. There's barely any flights going at the moment. There's countries scrambling from around the world, sending them their consular services. But also for the local people here, for the Arabs, for people who've lived here for a long time, they've been celebrating Ramadan after their breakfast in the evening. You usually see these marketplaces, the streets thronging with people. But now people are being much more cautious, much more vigilant, and waiting for more news.
Laura, thank you very much indeed. UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer has given an address in the past hour. As Laura was just reporting, he's announced that he's deploying additional forces to the Gulf region. He says their purpose is to defend his country's interests and its allies. He also said he spoke to Donald Trump on Saturday evening and stressed the so-called special relationship between the US and the UK remains unchanged.
When Iran started attacking countries around the Gulf and the wider region, the situation changed. Iran has now fired drones and missiles at 10 countries that did not attack them. These are allies of the UK, where we have hundreds of thousands of British people, as well as British military personnel. Our number one priority is protecting our people.
Richard Graceford's outside 10 Downing Street in London, the home of the Prime Minister, the official home of the Prime Minister. So, Richard, Keir Starmer has gone back and forth on how significant British involvement is going to be, and he was being criticised for having delayed an entry into this conflict, even on a defensive term. He does, however, seem to be upping his commitment now.
Yeah, there was certainly a lot of criticism of a slow response. He's just announced in the last hour that Britain will be sending an extra 4 Typhoon fighter jets to Qatar to protect the skies there and in the wider region. And also Wildcat helicopters will be arriving in the region tomorrow, equipped with these missiles to deal with drones. He's also talked about the Type 45 destroyer, HMS Dragon, that is supposed to be heading to Cyprus, currently still in southern England, but it is, we're told, going to be on its way. What he was trying to do this afternoon was really to counter this thought that Britain was ill-prepared, that there was a lack of foresight. He said actually through January and through February, extra military personnel were being moved into the region. They were sending advanced radar and extra air defenses specifically to Cyprus and Qatar because they thought something might happen. And the moment those strikes started, well, he said British fighter jets were in the skies, protecting the Gulf states, destroying multiple drones. He's certainly been accused of playing catch up in this. Now, though, appears to want to be getting very much more involved, as you say.
It wasn't long ago, Richard, that we were reporting on the fact that that Keir Starmer was pretty embattled as Prime Minister. He was getting flack from all sides, not least from his former political allies, or as a result of his association with them. Tell us how all of this is playing for him politically at home.
Yeah, you're right. He's had a very tricky start to the year. It really looked like there was going to be a leadership challenge against him, which he managed to push down. Certainly, it's seen that the Prime Minister performs better on the global stage, dealing with these kind of events than perhaps he does on the domestic one. He had managed to get through that leadership challenge, got himself back onto a more level footing, and then found himself in the midst of this crisis in which he was being criticized heavily by Donald Trump for not stepping up quickly enough. The Prime Minister will have had an eye on multiple factors. The polling suggests the majority of the British public not in favor of this war, not understanding of the reasons for it. Also, his own Labour MPs not so keen about that kind of military action and being involved in that within the Middle East. He has some support from the Conservative side, but also the Conservative leader today very critical of him. Her name is Kemi Badenoch. She is the official leader of the opposition, and she has said today that in her mind, the only way to de-escalate a situation like this is to really go on the offensive, to try and finish it quickly. That's the kind of advice perhaps the Prime Minister not so keen to hear at the moment, as he makes what is quite a delicate balancing act over this crisis.
Richard, thank you very much. Richard Gaisford there in London. Well, politicians in the US House of Representatives are due to vote on whether to limit President Trump's authority to launch a war on Iran. That debate's expected to start afternoon DC time in the coming hours. Republicans in the Senate voted down the motion on Wednesday. That means for now, Trump can keep ordering US forces to bomb Iran with no congressional guardrails. I'm going to head to John Hendren, who's in Washington, D.C. for us. Is there any sense, John, that the politicking in the House and the Senate are being watched or indeed responded to by the administration?
Well, Rob, they'll be watching it very closely because it would be a potential embarrassment if there were a vote to actually stop the president's power to continue this war. It would be in 30 days. But this is really about the midterms. This is the Democrats trying to get Republicans on the record in favor of this Iran war, which has a popularity of about 27% in polls. That is lower than the Vietnam War in the last 2 years of that war. So this is really, it's about the midterms. It's also about protecting congressional prerogatives. The Constitution gives Congress the right to declare war. But what happened is over the years, presidents began conflicts that extended for long periods of time without ever declaring war, including Korea and Vietnam. So after Vietnam in 1973, the government passed the War Powers Act. That gives Congress the power to cut off the president's war waging capability after 60 days. So if he doesn't have a resolution, then he has to stop hostilities. So this is Democrats saying, Congress needs to stand up to the president and seize back its power. But it's also about the upcoming midterms, the growing unpopularity of this war here in the U.S., and Democrats trying to make hay ahead of those elections.
We were hearing yesterday from the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Dan Kane. He was giving a report alongside U.S. Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth on an update on the war. He was reporting there has been an 86%, there are 86% fewer ballistic missiles being fired from Iran as a result of the U.S. and Israeli action. Is there any indication there that this is going to have an impact or an influence on the U.S. strategy from this point?
Well, they'll definitely want to go after that remaining 14% of those missiles. And you can tell by the thousands of strikes from both the U.S. and Israel on Iran that what they're trying to do is long-term degrade Iran's capabilities. First of all, the nuclear program that they're so concerned about that really prompted this, according to the Trump administration. They're also looking after military targets, the Revolutionary Guard. So this is a long-term effort to degrade military and nuclear capabilities. You also heard from the Pentagon, the CENTCOM leader say that they'd pretty much wiped out Iran's ability to carry out any kind of naval activity, striking ships and a submarine. So this is really a war that, according to the administration, will continue until they've achieved all of those goals.
John, thanks very much indeed. John Hendren in Washington, D.C. As we've been reporting, Azerbaijan says 4 people have been injured after drones and missiles fell near an international airport. It happened in the exclave of Nakhchivan. Iran's foreign ministry has denied targeting Azerbaijan, saying it only strikes military bases belonging to its enemies. Azerbaijan blames Iran, and it says it reserves the right to retaliate.
Today, a terrorist act was committed by Iran against the territory of Azerbaijan and the state of Azerbaijan. The territory of the Nakhchivan Autonomous Republic came under fire from unmanned aerial vehicles launched by the Iranian state. The targets of the attack were civilian facilities, including the Nakhchivan International Airport and its terminal, a school, and other civilian sites, all treacherously struck by Iran. The state of Azerbaijan strongly condemns this heinous terrorist act. Those responsible must be brought to justice without delay.
I'm going to go to Dmitry Medvedenko, who's live for us in Moscow. What more do we know about this apparent attack on Azerbaijan?
Well, what we heard right now was Ilham Aliyev, the Azerbaijani president, convening his National Security Council to address the issue. As you heard, he called it a terrorist attack. And also, he said that the armed forces, the border guard forces, special forces were all in combat readiness #1, prepared for any kind of development of the situation. He also gave orders to his defense ministry to come up and implement a response to this situation. As you've heard, he said that these were targeted attacks on civilian infrastructure. So this story is not about Azerbaijan shooting down.
Catch our morning news updates every day at 6 a.m. to 12 noon on Truth Talks.
Saying that this is wrong.
We're not
It's saying
CNN,
Iran
Fox, or
attacked
CourtTV.
its civilian
We're Truth
infrastructure
Talks,
in this
where facts matter.
exclave of
Subscribe
Nakhchivan.
now.
So it's not taking this situation lightly. They also had a conversation with the Turkish foreign minister because Turkey yesterday also shot down a ballistic missile over its territory and was looking for ways to respond to that situation. And the Iranian side has said that it did not launch any drones into, or any projectiles for that matter, into Azerbaijan, accused Israel of carrying out a false flag operation, and called for the continued development of friendly neighborly relations with Azerbaijan. So this is what we have right now. 4 people have been injured. The armed forces are in combat readiness. We shall see how this situation develops, obviously.
I mentioned that you're in Moscow, Dmitry. Russia, of course, one of Iran's biggest allies. If I remember correctly, Iran used to send or sell drones to Russia. What has Russia been saying about all of this?
Iran indeed sold drones to Russia, especially in the first years of Russia's war in Ukraine, and then sold the technology to Russia. So now Russia is making these drones on its own. So Russia and Iran have a strategic partnership agreement between them, not a military alliance like Russia is with North Korea. And the Kremlin was asked today if it is going to come to some kind of military assistance, going to provide any kind of military assistance to Iran. And Dmitry Peskov, the spokesperson, said that no such requests were, coming from Iran. Therefore, no such help will be provided. So Moscow has been consistently targeting the US and Israel in its communiques, saying that they are responsible for everything that's happening. It was an unprovoked, reckless attack on Iran. From day one, Moscow has said that all responsibility for all the consequences on the attack on Iran lie with the US and with Israel. It has never criticized Iran for the way that it's been responding, and perhaps that is why we haven't heard any comment from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and from the Kremlin about the situation in Azerbaijan today, Rob.
Dmitry, thanks very much indeed. Cities across Iran have been attacked for a 6th day. U.S. and Israeli warplanes are bombing areas across the capital, Tehran. Plumes of smoke have been seen rising above the city all day. Israel says it's striking government and military targets, but residential areas and civilian infrastructure have been heavily damaged as well. Mohammed Val reports from Tehran.
We have more and more of these facilities that usually are civilian facilities. We have 3 stadiums that have been hit today in Tehran. One of them, the compound stadium called Azadi, good for 100,000 people. That's one of the biggest sports facilities in the region. Nobody knows why the stadiums and schools have been targeted, but there is more than that. As you just mentioned a little bit in your intro, there are 20 education centers that have been hit over the last few days, 11 hospitals, 6 ambulance centers, 7 Red Crescent centers, 14 pharmaceutical centers. All of these facilities sound very much like non-military targets, usually in the usual sense of the word. But nobody knows why they have been targeted. More than 1,000 now, 1,200 plus civilians have been killed. So that's a source of grave concern here among the population. I've just read about a letter that has been sent by the families of the school children who were killed on the first day of this campaign. They addressed this letter to the First Lady of the United States, and they asked her serious questions, very obvious questions. What did those children do to the United States? What threat do they represent to the Americans or the Israelis? Why have they been killed? And so on. So, I mean, there is a lot of open questions with this regard. Nobody knows what's the strategy of the Americans and the Israelis in hitting civilian facilities and killing civilians.
Well, joining us from Tehran is Hassan Ahmadian. He's an associate professor at the University of Tehran. Very good to have you with us. I want to ask you, first of all, about the missiles that are said to have been fired towards the airspace of Turkey and apparently into Azerbaijan as well. Iran is being blamed for this. Iran says it was not responsible. Just clarify something for us. Why would it be to Iran's advantage to carry out that kind of attack on those countries?
Well, as you said in your reporting, the Iranian official line is that these are not of Iran's doing. They didn't attack Azerbaijan and Turkey, as the officials are saying. And strategically, it doesn't make sense for Iran at this point to complicate things with Turkey and other neighbors. In the Persian Gulf, there are assets that are being used against Iran, as the official line is going. And that's why the Iranians are attacking those assets that are being used. So we don't know if that's correct. The Iranians are saying that not only in Azerbaijan, but also oil and gas infrastructure being attacked are false flag operations. They don't make sense for Iran to target them, because if the goal is to drive up prices of oil and gas, it can be well done by preventing the passage through the Strait of Hormuz. That's more strategically logical, it seems. That's why the narrative here, I think, is very much in that line, that we didn't do that, and there are others who are trying to complicate things. The main aim is targeting U.S. bases, assets, intelligence infrastructure that are seen by Iran as legitimate targets in the Persian Gulf.
Now, I appreciate, of course, you're not a military strategist, but I do want to ask you what your assessment of the following might be. The instructions, the targeting that is carrying on at the moment in the Gulf and within Israel and so on, but particularly within the Gulf, is there an indication that those instructions are coming directly from whatever constitutes the leadership in Iran at the moment? Or is it the impression in Iran that local commanders with these missile units are using their own initiative in order to be able to, fire at selected targets of their own, under their own autonomy?
No, I think that latter point can be probable in the first wave of attacks, but command and control, as we hear, is very much there, and so I don't think that there is autonomous commanders who are doing this. There is a command and control going all the way up to the Supreme National Security Council that is managing the war efforts on the part of Iran. Incidents happen, such as in Oman in the second day of the war, that the Iranians explained that was done by an autonomous commander on the ground. But then, of course, command and control kicked in. I think that the initial wave can be described as such, but then the strategy, the macro strategy of the Iran war efforts kicked in, and it's being played.
We know, and you and I were discussing this 24 hours ago, that there has been a conversation between Qatar's foreign minister and the Iranian foreign minister. The very fact that, as we were talking about at that time, the very fact that conversation took place at all was seen by some as a step forward. There was also a statement that was put out on X by the Iranian president, appealing to some degree to the leaders of the Gulf states, saying that that Iran respected their sovereignty. From your perspective, is there any indication that there is a rethink going on within the leadership, that perhaps their efforts, what were perceived as their efforts to try to get Gulf nations to put pressure on the US, aren't working, and that Iran is having to reassess the way that it approaches the Gulf nations particularly?
I don't think that the Iranian aim is really to pressurize their neighbors for them to channel that pressure to the United States. It's basically Iran attacking U.S. personnel. That's the main source of pressure viewed in Iran. Hitting forces and bases, increasing the costs on U.S. forces is the main source of pressure on U.S. president and U.S. administration. We know the lever that GCC countries have in the United States is way lower than that of the Israelis. And so if the Israeli call is to continue this war on Iran, I don't think that the Iranians are of the illusion that GCC countries can stop that. So they are putting their pressure on U.S. personnel, targeting them, because they know the killed American personnel, injured American personnel, assets being destroyed. These are the sources of pressure on the U.S. administration. That's what they are focusing on. Now, of course, the Strait of Hormuz is another source of pressure on the United States. That's why I think that what the official line is going makes perfect sense from a strategic point of view, because you can't basically you can do this, drive prices up of energy, oil and gas through the prevention of passage through the Strait of Hormuz. You don't need to complicate things with your neighbors by attacking their oil and gas infrastructure. That's the essence of the debate here in Tehran, and I think it makes perfect sense.
Hassan Ahmadi, and we appreciate you being with us on Al Jazeera. Thank you very much indeed. Well, it's just coming up to 15:30 GMT. You're watching Al Jazeera's continuing coverage of the conflict between the US, Israel, and Iran. I'm Rob Matheson. The Israeli army has been bombing areas across Lebanon. It's now issued forced displacement orders for areas in the southern suburbs of Beirut. The conflict between Israel and Hezbollah has been escalating since the killing of Iran's supreme leader. Israel's also launched a new wave of attacks in Iran. Loud explosions have been heard in Tehran and cities across the country. State media say more than 1,200 people have been killed since the US and Israel began their assault on Saturday. Iran is also continuing its attacks on Gulf nations. Qatar says it's intercepted 14 ballistic missiles and 4 drones. The UAE says it's shot down 125 Iranian drones. It's also announced the resumption of some flights to and from Dubai. And France has authorized US forces to use some of its bases on French territory, but on condition they're not used to strike Iran. American troops will have temporary access to the bases to help protect Gulf countries. The UK has also announced it's sending additional forces to the Middle East.
I can announce today that we're sending 4 additional Typhoon jets to join our squadron in Qatar to strengthen our defensive operations in Qatar and across the region.
Azerbaijan is the latest country to be impacted by this conflict. 4 people there were injured after 2 drones fell near an international airport. Baku has summoned the Iranian ambassador and has told its military to prepare retaliatory measures. David Satterfield's a former U.S. envoy for the Middle East humanitarian issues and a former U.S. ambassador. He's joining us now from Houston in Texas. So thank you very much indeed for being with us. I just want to ask you quickly about this vote that's going on in the Senate at the moment, in an attempt, particularly by Democrats, to try to curb President Trump's power in terms of what action he can take in Iran. It looks as though it is likely to be unsuccessful. It didn't pass in the Senate. It probably won't pass as it proceeds further. But if it was successful, would it be advisable for the U.S. to actually pull its troops back at this point?
Well, as your Washington correspondent noted earlier in the program, this is largely about domestic U.S. politics and the upcoming midterm elections. I think it most unlikely, at least at this point, that there would be any vote to attempt through legislative action to curtail the president's ability to conduct this campaign. On your second point, I don't think it would be advisable for this president or any president to be constrained in the midst of an active engagement by the Congress.
We're into day 5, I think, of this conflict. Are we any clearer about what the ultimate aim of the U.S. administration is in this conflict?
Sure, but let's talk about the two aims here that are very clear, that can be demonstrated objectively on the part of the U.S., and then the clear strategy being pursued by Iran to counter it. With respect to the nuclear program and the Iranian ballistic missile program, clearly the objectives are to dramatically diminish over a long term, not for the near term, the ability of Iran to regenerate, reconstruct a nuclear enrichment program in all of its dimensions, as well as the missile program, which means stockpiles, storage sites, launchers, and the critical infrastructure that produces the missiles and their fuel. Those are the two objective aims. Now, there has been a third aim discussed, which is what could be termed regime change. That is an extremely difficult objective to achieve through the use of standoff attacks. And I would draw attention to the president's language on this issue, which has said, in essence, we are creating circumstances that are quite unique in terms of diminution of the regime's authorities, but it is for the Iranian people themselves to make their future, to take their future into their own hands. But I have to add here, there's a counter-Iranian strategy, and that strategy is working on a clock. It is by attacking not just U.S. diplomatic and military facilities throughout the Gulf, throughout the region, but also to attack, and there is no question whatsoever about this, the civil infrastructure of all of the Gulf states, from Oman through Qatar to Bahrain and Kuwait. And the effort here really is to mount as much pressure through those states, as well as through the closure of the Straits of Hormuz, on the United States, both indirectly through Gulf governments, but also directly on the U.S. over time as prices of hydrocarbons, gas, diesel increase in the U.S. So it is a play against time. Can the U.S. diminish Iran's drone, because that's critical, and missile force against the desire by Iran to build pressure on the U.S. through the Gulf?
There are a couple of lines coming in from the news agencies I just want to mention to our viewers at the moment. The United Arab Emirates air defenses, according to the defense ministry there, are apparently intercepting incoming missiles and drones from Iran. As I say, that's according to the UAE defense ministry. Also, Bahrain state television is saying that a facility has been targeted in the Mamir area. Authorities are said to be investigating that incident. Let's go back to the situation in Iran. If as you were describing there, the goals as you see them of this U.S. strike, this U.S. action in Iran, it seems apparent that in order to maintain the level of control, if you like, that Israel and the U.S. would like to have within Iran in order to be able to suppress its abilities to, as you were describing, build a new nuclear weapon, restrain its ballistic missiles, it becomes increasingly likely, or increasingly apparent at least, that to do that, you're going to have boots on the ground. And First of all, how likely do you think that is? And secondly, how much of a risk is that for President Trump, given the fact that he said he would never lead America into a war where he was going to put American service personnel on the ground?
I think the premise that you cannot dramatically impact the nuclear enrichment program, fuel cycle, and the ballistic missile and drone programs without boots on the ground is incorrect. Indeed, those are two goals that can be significantly achieved through a persistent, sustained aerial campaign, which is exactly what we're watching right now. But let's be clear here. While there's always the potential for the very unexpected, I see essentially no chance whatsoever of the entry of what we would consider boots on the ground U.S. forces into Iran. President has made very clear as a political matter, domestic matter, that he will not engage in activities similar to those undertaken in Afghanistan and, of course, Iraq.
David Satterfield, we appreciate you being with us on Al Jazeera and giving us the benefit of your expertise there. So thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Israeli airstrikes have targeted the southern suburbs of the Lebanese capital Beirut for the fourth day in a row. Lebanese authorities have announced the death toll from Israeli strikes has now risen to 102, with 638 people injured since the escalation on Monday. Lebanese militant group Hezbollah has attacked Israel in retaliation for the killing of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Israel has since been bombing Beirut and mobilized troops in the south.
My son went up to prepare iftar. There's nothing here. This is known to be a civilian building, and everyone here is a civilian. He went up for 5 minutes to get us the iftar, and the missile hit, just like that. We're not hiding anything here.
This building was a civilian building without any affiliations. Our center, the Youth Collective, is right across the street. We're a social services center that tries to help people.
Well, thousands of people in Lebanon are fleeing as Israel's offensive intensifies. The majority are crossing into Syria. Baid Akito has filed this report from a border crossing in Homs.
As the Israeli bombing campaign on Lebanon intensifies, the humanitarian crisis is growing. Over the last several days, thousands of people have been crossing over from Lebanon into Syria, the vast majority of them Syrian. And we're at one of those border crossings, El Jusiya in Homs province. And what you're seeing here is the entrance of the border crossing where hundreds of people are entering every hour today, trying to escape the intensifying bombing campaign in Lebanon. They're entering through the border crossing, which is just in front of you, and then making their way to the administrative offices. There are teams from the United Nations, of various agencies of the UN, as well as other international NGOs, as well as the Syrian government's Ministry for Disasters and Emergency Management. We have been speaking to officials here on the border, and they are telling us they expect the numbers of refugees to increase significantly, especially as the bombing campaign and violence intensify in Lebanon. They also expect that the situation is going to go on for a long time, but they say they're prepared. They have all the resources they need to help people make this a smooth transition back into Syria. Lebanese citizens are also allowed to enter if they meet certain conditions. The Syrian government has also reinforced its military troops in these border areas. There has been an increase in checkpoints as well as security personnel all along the road coming towards this particular border crossing. And it's something the Syrian government Ministry of Defense is saying that is for making sure the situation remains calm and to prevent any kind of incidents from the Lebanese side of the border and even here on the Syrian side of the border. Obaidahito, Al Jazeera, Homs, Syria.
Well, France has authorized U.S. forces to use some of its bases on the condition they're not used to strike Iran. American troops will have temporary access to some bases on French territory. The French General Staff says the move is to, quote, contribute to the protection of our partners in the Gulf. Now, I want to go over to Brussels now. We've got our correspondent, Osama bin Javed, joining us there live. Osama, I understand that Spain is now apparently sending a ship to Cyprus.
Yes, Spain is now the latest European country to be sending its naval hardware to the Eastern Mediterranean, especially off the coast of Cyprus, to bolster its defenses and to protect its assets and Europeans in that area. It's significant because there's already Charles de Gaulle, the French aircraft carrier, which is in the East Med, and there are multiple exercises that are being carried out by various countries in the European Union in both the Red Sea as well as the Eastern Med. So this becomes France, Spain, and Italy has also indicated this morning that it will also be sending its naval assets and air defenses to that area, essentially not just to stand in support of its partners in the region, but also to defend its own people and expatriate who are there. There are thousands of European soldiers across the Middle East who are stationed across various bases in various positions and roles that are currently deployed. And it is going to be interesting to see how this advisory and defense role continues to evolve, because so far, as Spain has been saying in that spat with the United States, that it can take a principled position within the European Union about the legality of US and Israeli strikes, and yet continue to help its partners and its people.
And I understand that European Union foreign ministers have also been talking to the Gulf Cooperation Council. What's come out of that meeting?
Well, this was a meeting with all the European foreign ministers and members of the Gulf Cooperation Council as well. Ministers from the GCC also joined this meeting, where Europe again vowed that it is going to continue to support its partners. It wants a de-escalation. It wants to find a solution through diplomacy, that Iran does not develop a nuclear program, but it is going to continue to help its allies in the region as well. We heard this morning from EU's top diplomat, Kaja Kallas, talk about how practically there could be some help that Europe can deploy for the defenses of these countries as Iran continues to fire missiles and drones there, especially pointing towards Ukraine's ability to intercept a lot of drones. Remember, these Shahed drones that Iran has mastered producing have seen battlefield in the last 4 years, especially within the Ukraine-Russia context, and the Russians have been using them extensively, and the Ukrainians have had a lot of experience. But again, any movement from the Ukrainian front of resources, of technology, of expertise would mean some sort of a trade-off between the capacity that Ukraine has and is needed by the Gulf allies. But it appears that the message from the European Union is that it stands by them and is ready to help in whatever capacity it's needed.
Thanks, Osama. Osama bin Javid there talking to us from Brussels. Well, joining me here in the studio is Adanya Thefa. She's the Executive Director of Gulf International Forum. It's a think tank. It's based in Washington, D.C. She's also a lecturer at Georgetown University. Very good to have you with us on Al Jazeera. Let's build on what we were hearing from Osama there. There's apparent upsurge, if you like, of support that's coming from European nations. We've just heard, of course, from Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister of the UK, saying that he's sending 4 more Tornadoes to help defend Qatar. What's your assessment of the fact that these European nations, which have been criticized for not reacting as quickly as people might expect, now seem to be stepping up?
Well, there are many factors to this. I think from a grand perspective, generally speaking, the Europeans are looking at the US differently than before, seeing that they have to have their own separate policies in addressing issues that threaten their core interests. And in that regard, the European countries are being more assertive in how they're engaging the region. Second of all, with all of this energy infrastructure under threat in the region, this is really critical to the European countries, especially the fact that the Ukraine war has caused less of a dependence on Russian energy sources. And so therefore, they are definitely looking to avoid any sort of disruption coming out of the Gulf. And the third issue is not only the infrastructure, but also the maritime security of the Gulf states is extremely important to the European countries. Also, I think strategically speaking, the Gulf states and the European countries both have mutual interests of de-escalation. I don't think everyone was on board with Israel and the US's attack on Iran. They both want de-escalation. The European posture is strictly defensive, not offensive towards Iran. And that's a posture that's important to the Gulf states. So they're aligning a lot, strategically speaking, with the Gulf states in terms of responding to this conflict.
Yeah, we know that Donald Trump particularly has been quite critical of some of the European nations, the UK particularly. He said that the special relationship wasn't really that special anymore because Keir Starmer's government wasn't responding the way and supporting the way that Donald Trump would have liked. Let's talk about the way that the Gulf nations are handling this, that we're seeing waves of incoming missiles and cruise missiles and drones that have been hitting all different Gulf states to varying degrees. Qatar has been, of course, particularly hard hit, but everybody has been getting it. And yet, each one, as far as I can tell, has been saying, you know, we are not going to take on Iran. We are going to defend ourselves. We retain the right to defend ourselves. We also retain the right to take responsive action should we choose to do so. But at the moment, they are concentrating on defending the people within their countries. In your assessment, what kind of pressure should or could these Gulf countries be putting on the US? Should they be focusing specifically on just maintaining their own level of security?
Well, it's very difficult for the Gulf states when it comes to the US, because in many ways, US is supposed to serve as the deterrent for the Gulf states. And right now, based on US policy, the Gulf states are kind of left vulnerable. And so this makes it like a very complicated relationship for the Gulf states. I think right now, the most important thing, I think, for the Gulf states is to make sure to alarm the international community about how this is not only a threat to the Gulf, but it's a threat to the international economy. And I think by that, it would sort of pressure the U.S. To take some sort of action.
I want to ask you about what we were covering just within the last 24 hours, which was the phone conversation, or rather the conversation that took place between the foreign ministers of Qatar and Abbas Araghchi in Iran. They had a difference of opinion about the way that the targets that Iran was attacking in Qatar, but the significance appeared to be that conversation took place at all. And then we saw a statement on X from Masoud Pezeshkian, the president of Iran, broadly seeming to be to the leaders of the Gulf states, saying, we respect your sovereignty, and saying that we were pushed into this because of the US and Israel. In your assessment, do you think that is an indication that Iran's leadership is now looking at the attempt that it might have made to pressure the Gulf states into putting more pressure on the US and rethinking, well, maybe that's actually not going to work and we have to think again about how we approach the Gulf states?
I think you bring up an excellent point. The strategy of Iran has been also to make the war very costly for the international community from an economic perspective. But the problem is when you internationalize a threat, you can also get a response from the international community against you. Case in point, the Europeans, their reactions right now, and this is just the beginning. And so I think it could be a self-defeating strategy. Iran hasn't shown that it's changing its approach as of yet. I mean, we've heard explosions here in Qatar, and there have been across the Gulf of interceptions of drones and missiles. And therefore, it doesn't seem that Iran has changed its strategy as of yet.
Dania Taifa, we appreciate you being with us on Al Jazeera. Thank you very much indeed for your time.
Thank you.
I just want to talk about the most recent pictures we're showing on our screen right now. Now, this is the scene in Bahrain in the last few minutes after Bahraini authorities reported an attack on an undescribed facility in the Ma'amir area. Now, we know that authorities are said to be investigating the incident. We're going to bring you more when we can and when we can establish exactly what it is in that picture that we're looking at. You can see the smoke rising there. There are clearly flames billowing out onto the skyline there. As I say, we'll bring you more when we find more out. And the conflict has put shipping at risk in one of the world's key trade areas, as we were just talking about. 1/5 global oil supplies pass through the Strait of Hormuz. It's also a vital passage for large quantities of gas, and this has mostly ground to a halt. Lloyd's, a major insurance company, says only 40 shipping vessels have passed through since March the 1st. Around 1,000 vessels are currently in the Gulf and surrounding waters. Around half of them are oil and gas tankers. The value of the ships alone is more than $25 billion. One of the nations that may benefit from higher energy prices is Russia. Europe and others had stopped buying Russian oil and gas because of the Ukraine war, as we were just discussing. But now many countries, including those in Asia who depend on the Middle East for their energy supplies, may lean on Moscow to meet their needs. Dmitry Medvedenko reports from the Russian capital.
Russia is one of the largest oil and gas producers in the world. One huge advantage it has now, it's not in the Middle East. With Iran blocking the Strait of Hormuz, disrupting global oil and gas supplies from the region, Moscow, with its vast resources, seems perfectly poised to step in. Except it can't, at least for now, due to large-scale sanctions imposed on it because of the war in Ukraine.
Russian energy exports have been squeezed by the West, leaving Moscow with just a handful of buyers of its oil, notably China, India, and Turkey, and it's selling at a massive discount. So the jump in oil prices would be beneficial for Russia, but probably not as much as it will likely benefit other exporters like the US. Still, there could be other gains.
Europe has been phasing out Russian energy imports. It's still buying around 13% of its gas from Moscow, but the plan is to drop that to zero by late next year. Norway's energy minister says the EU has been very clear that they want to liberate themselves from Russian oil and gas, but then the events of the last 3-4 days have also been difficult. With the geopolitical situation we see now, I believe the debate will be revived. Russia's president says it's time to act.
Other markets are opening up, and perhaps it would be more profitable for us to stop supplying the European market right now, to move into those markets that are opening up and establish ourselves there. There is no political motive here. I want that to be clear. But if they are going to close us off in a month or two anyway, then perhaps it is better for us to stop supplies ourselves now.
Kirill Dmitriev, head of Russia's sovereign wealth fund, is blaming Europe for what he called short-sighted decisions. He's the one leading talks on removing sanctions imposed on Russia.
The Middle East crisis could end up improving Russia's positions at talks on ending the war in Ukraine and lifting sanctions, now that Europe and other importers may be more interested in seeing Russian resources make a comeback. Dmitry Medvedenko, Al Jazeera, Moscow.
We're going to take a look at the day's other news stories now. China set its lowest yearly economic growth target in 35 years. It's aiming for an expansion of 4.5 to 5%. That's this year. And that's the least ambitious target since 1991. And now the conflict in the Middle East is creating more uncertainty, as Katrina Yu reports from Beijing.
Roughly 3,000 delegates gathered here at Beijing's Great Hall of the People for the opening of the National People's Congress, where China's leadership sets its economic priorities for the year ahead. Giving his annual work report, Premier Li Chang says the government is targeting 4.5 to 5% GDP growth and aiming to create 12 million new jobs. China also announced its military budget will increase by about 7% this year, as Beijing continues modernizing its armed forces. But Premier Li warned the global environment is becoming more complex, with protectionism and geopolitical tensions increasing. The war on Iran could have direct consequences for China. China is the world's largest oil importer, and about half of its crude comes from the Middle East, with around 40% of those shipments passing through the Strait of Hormuz. Any disruption there could push up global prices and threaten supply. At the same time, new tariffs from Washington could put more pressure on China's export sector. Beijing's answer is a renewed push for self-reliance, boosting domestic consumption, investing more in innovation, and strengthening green and high-tech industries. The government is also planning more stimulus, with a budget deficit of around 4% of GDP and spending projected to reach roughly $4 trillion. At this meeting, China's leaders have made their goal clear, and that is to make the economy more resilient in an increasingly unpredictable world. Katrina Yu, Al Jazeera, Beijing.
Have turned out to vote for a new government in Nepal. It was the first general election since youth-led protests toppled the government last year. Tony Cheng reports from the Nepalese capital.
Tight security in Kathmandu as voting gets underway. Across Nepal, 300,000 additional security personnel have been drafted in. But inside the voting booths, things appear to be going smoothly. These elections weren't supposed to happen for several years, but youth-led protests in September forced the government to step down.
After the Gen Z protest last year, we realized that if we don't vote, there won't be change.
I voted so that I can have a meal cooked by my mother at home, and so that young people like me don't have to apply for jobs abroad.
Elsewhere in the capital, the interim Prime Minister cast her vote. These elections mark the end of a caretaker administration designed to deliver a free and fair poll. And waiting in the wings, the man who could take her place. Balendra Shah, a former rapper and mayor of Kathmandu. Much of the campaigning happened on social media, and traditional parties struggled to adapt. But this enigmatic celebrity appears to have caught voters' imagination. With polling stations across this mountainous Himalayan nation, it'll take days to count the ballots. But indications of a winner should be known within 24 to 48 hours. And that could be an ominous sign for established political powers.
Nepal is a country rooted in tradition, but there's also a feeling here that those traditions aren't really working. It's what forced tens of thousands of people out onto the streets to protest 6 months ago, and what's forcing millions of people out of the country to earn a living. And it's that desire for change that's pushing them towards the polls today. Tony Cheng, Al Jazeera, Kathmandu.
A drought has pushed Kenya deep into a hunger crisis. More than 3 million people don't have enough to eat. Over 800,000 children are malnourished as families struggle to feed themselves, and livestock are dying in large numbers. Catherine Soy reports from Turkana in northern Kenya.
Every time there's a drought in Turkana, families turn to wild fruits and berries to survive. But now the dry spells are coming more often and lasting longer. Akal Loyet says she's not had a proper meal in 2 weeks. The fruit mixture keeps hunger away, but it carries almost no nutritional value.
If it doesn't rain, trees and leaves dry up. There's no water. The clinics are too far. We have to walk far to get any help.
Villages are slowly emptying. Male herders, usually the providers for their families, have moved to neighboring counties in search of pasture and water for their dying livestock. Only the elderly, women, young children, and the weakest animals remain in the homesteads.
I try to look for food. Sometimes it's not there. If I can't find food, how do I survive?
The government's disaster management teams and other aid agencies are distributing water and food, but supplies are stretched thin, and getting aid to those who need it most is near impossible in some areas.
From one village to another village is almost 300 kilometers. Where you look at, we have pastors who are living inside the hills, getting water, getting food. It is very tough.
People in this village are lucky to receive treatment from a mobile clinic. Some children show signs of being malnourished.
Now they have gotten their food, but now they have to walk back home, sometimes kilometers away. And they say that this is not enough. They don't know the last time that they got this food, and they don't know when the aid workers are going to come back. So they say that they are worried that if they do not get help, things are just going to get worse.
Neighboring countries like Somalia and Ethiopia are also facing drought and water shortages and high levels of malnutrition. It's rainy season in Kenya, but in places like Turkana, the clouds often pass without relief. Catherine Soy, Al Jazeera, Turkana, northern Kenya.
It's 1600 GMT, and you're watching Al Jazeera's extensive coverage of the conflict between the US, Israel, and Iran. I'm Rob Matheson. The Israeli army has been bombing areas across Lebanon. It's now issued forced displacement orders for areas in the southern suburbs of Beirut, and some flights in and out of Beirut's international airport have been suspended. The conflict between Israel and Hezbollah has been escalating since the killing of Iran's supreme leader. Israel's also launched a new wave of attacks in Iran. Loud explosions have been heard in Tehran and cities across the country. State media say more than 1,200 people have been killed since the US and Israel began their assault on Saturday. The United Arab Emirates says it's responding to incoming missiles and drones from Iran. Interceptor missiles have been seen in the skies above Abu Dhabi. In nearby Bahrain, smoke has been seen rising from an oil refinery in an apparent Iranian strike. France has authorized US forces to use its bases on the condition they're not used to strike Iran. American troops will have temporary access to the bases on French territory to help protect Gulf countries. The UK has also announced it's sending additional forces to the Middle East.
I can announce today that we're sending 4 additional Typhoon jets to join our squadron in Qatar to strengthen our defensive operations in Qatar and across the region.
Azerbaijan is the latest country to be affected by the conflict. 4 people there were injured after 2 drones fell near an international airport. Baku has summoned the Iranian ambassador and has told its military to prepare retaliatory measures. We're live in Tehran, Ramallah, Beirut, Washington, D.C. and Brussels. We're going to go first to Laura Khan, who's here in Doha. We were just giving a brief up some of the kind of things that are going on at the moment, incoming missiles in a couple of countries. Talk us through what's happening in the region.
We've seen some air defensive missiles lighting up the night sky in Abu Dhabi, but also we know that at least 131 drones that were sent earlier on the day from Iran to the country, and at least 6 ballistic missiles. And the United Arab Emirates have really had their air defense systems put to the test by the continuous volley, especially of drones, but also ballistic and cruise missiles continuously hitting the country in the past 6 days, seemingly more so than most of the other Gulf countries, although everyone has had their fair share. And we also know there's been a huge backlog of flights, commercial flights that were supposed to be leaving the country. This is one of the biggest commercial flight hubs in the world. So countries have essentially been scrambling in order to help their civilians. There's about 200 different nationalities in the region, as well as locals and people who just got stuck there on their way to somewhere else. So there are many countries scrambling to help them, to give them consular service. There are some flights going out in the safest corridors that they can find. This while we're still seeing a huge amount of kinetic activity happening in the skies above them. And going across to Bahrain, another Gulf nation, in the northeast of the country, there's an oil refinery that seems to have been hit. According to the Bahrain Interior Ministry, they are investigating. This is in the Ma'amir refinery. We've seen video on social media of a large fire there, but we're yet to know more. We do know that sirens were being alerted in the country. People were receiving them on their phone, being told to go and take shelter and wait to hear more news. So we know that there has been a bombardment there as well.
We are also, in the last few hours, we're hearing big booming sounds in the skies above Doha. Talk to us about what's been happening there.
Well, we heard some huge booms taking place at around 11:45 midday today. It started with around 4 or 5, very loud in the sky. They sounded a lot closer than they seemed to be. Now, in the past couple of hours, the Ministry of Defense had put out a statement saying that they had intercepted 13 ballistic missiles, and then one of the other ballistic missiles landed in territorial water in Qatar. And there were also ballistic missiles, and there were also a number of drones being sent into the country. So they did say that they were under attack. We got a security alert on our phone saying there was an elevated security alert. We were told to take shelter, wait for more news, and around a couple of hours after that, they said the security threat has been eliminated. We then saw a number of aircraft just seemingly surveilling the skies, some military helicopters, what seems to be a C-31, a big Herculean aircraft carrier. So there were a number of aircraft just surveilling the skies immediately after. Now it seems there's a bit of a lull. Now, the night before, there was actually a lull for around 24 hours. And this is when we saw the first contact between Qatar's foreign ministry and also Iran's foreign ministry. Iran saying they were only targeting American assets across the region. Now, Qatar has since, along with the Gulf Cooperation Council, had an extraordinary ministerial meeting with the European Union. And they have this unified statement that there has been more than just US assets being targeted by Iran, that this includes energy, it includes civilian infrastructure. And Qatar said that Hamad International Airport, another major airport hub, has also been targeted and attacks were thwarted from there. And we know that many countries around the world are also sending some defensive hardware into the region, including into Qatar.
Well, UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer has announced that he's deploying additional forces to the Gulf region. He says their purpose is to defend his country's interests and its allies. He also said he spoke to Donald Trump on Saturday evening and stressed the so-called special relationship between the US and the UK remains unchanged.
When Iran started attacking countries around the Gulf and the wider region, the situation changed. Iran has now fired drones and missiles at 10 countries that did not attack them. These are allies of the UK, where we have hundreds of thousands of British people, as well as British military personnel. Our number one priority is protecting our people.
Well, cities across Iran have been attacked for a sixth day. US and Israeli warplanes are bombing areas across the capital, Tehran. Plumes of smoke have been seen rising above the city all day. Israel says it's striking government and military targets, but residential areas and civilian infrastructure have been heavily damaged as well. We're going to go to Al Jazeera's Mohammed Val, who's in Tehran. Mo, talk us through the latest strikes. Where are they hitting and how are ordinary Iranians coping?
Rob, just moments ago, explosions have been heard again near Tehran to the south and the other areas. But also in the morning, it was one of the most intensive bombardments in Tehran here in many areas. Some of the targets were police stations and other government-related facilities, but others obviously were public institutions such as stadiums and schools. 3 stadiums have been hit. One of them, the famous Azadi Stadium, which is one of the largest in the Middle East, good for 100,000 people. Some damage there to parts of that stadium. We don't know exactly why the stadiums and schools have been targeted. This is a question that the Iranians are asking here. Other cities also were targeted over the day. Kharaj to the west, Zanjan also to the west, and Kashan to the south. Earlier in the day and during the night, there were strikes on the Iranian Kurdistan region. One TV station, state TV station in Sanandaj, was hit twice. At the beginning, after the first hit, rescue workers were trying to see if there were some victims. Then another hit struck the same place, and there are fears and preliminary reports of casualties there. That area is hot because of what's going on around the border with Iraq. The Iranian Revolutionary Guard talking about some attempts at infiltrating through the borders because Israel is supporting the anti-revolutionary Kurdistan fighters of Iran, and there were strikes by Iranians against them inside near Erbil and in northern Iraq. So that's a developing situation there. But the outstanding thing here is civilians being targeted and more civilians killed. It's almost 1,000 plus now civilians killed, 6,000 injured, and so on. And there are also facilities like medical centers, pharmacies, hospitals, and so on. Many of those have been affected by this bombardment. And that's why there is growing fear here that this war is going to take a different direction and it is going to be a huge punishment against Iranian people instead of a war on just the government.
Mohammed, stay with me for a second. I want to talk to you about Azerbaijan and what's been happening there. Azerbaijan is saying that 4 people have been injured after drones fell near an international airport. It happened in the exclave of Nakhchivan. Iran's foreign ministry has denied targeting Azerbaijan, saying it only strikes military bases belonging to its enemies. Azerbaijan blames Iran and says it reserves the right to retaliate.
İran tarafından Azerbaijan
Today, a terrorist act was committed by Iran against the territory of Azerbaijan and the state of Azerbaijan. The territory of the Nakhchivan Autonomous Republic came under fire from unmanned aerial vehicles launched by the Iranian state. The targets of the attack were civilian facilities, including the Nakhchivan International Airport and its terminal, a school, and other civilian sites, all treacherously struck by Iran. The state of Azerbaijan strongly condemns this heinous terrorist act. Those responsible must be brought to justice without delay.
Let's go back to Tehran and Mohammed Val. So what has Iran's response to Azerbaijan's accusations been?
Rob, unlike any other incident that was blamed on Iran, Iranians were very quick to react to this and say that they haven't been behind that attack. Since the morning, statement after statement, at the beginning from the army headquarters, then from the deputy minister of external affairs, and then the minister of external affairs himself has been in touch with his Azerbaijani counterpart, and he told him directly that Iran is not responsible for this attack, and that Iran believes that it is an act of sabotage committed by the Israelis to stoke more fire in the region and to cause all Muslim countries and neighboring countries to stand against Iran and to stand alongside to fight alongside the Americans and the Israelis. So Iran is very clear about this, and at the top level, they are saying that they haven't committed this, they haven't launched any drones or missiles against Azerbaijan. The same thing they said during the last couple of days or so about Turkey. They denied having targeted Turkey, they denied having targeted Oman. And they said that their main goal, their main targets in the region are American and Israeli assets, particularly military facilities and related institutions. They 2 days ago or so, they denied striking against Aramco or attacking the gas facilities in Qatar. But that's something that didn't come from the top leadership. It came from sources close to the leadership here in Iran. And there is a bit of confusion there, why the Iranians didn't really make that denial official by the top leadership here. There is a bit of confusion about how Iran is conducting this war and what they want to achieve from striking against, for instance, civilian facilities and economic assets in the region. They are very proud to talk about the Strait of Hormuz. They said they closed that Strait of Hormuz and that they are attacking ships, one of them even yet today. They talked about an American ship that they have set on fire and so on. So they're not denying that, but they're not talking about oil and gas facilities, and they are denying targeting civilian facilities in the Gulf region.
Mohammed in Tehran, thank you very much indeed. Israeli airstrikes have targeted the southern suburbs of the Lebanese capital, Beirut, for the fourth day in a row. Lebanese authorities have announced the death toll from Israeli strikes has now risen to 102, with 638 people injured since the escalation on Monday. The Lebanese group Hezbollah has attacked Israel in retaliation for the killing of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Israel has since been bombing Beirut and mobilized troops in the south.
My son went up to prepare iftar. There's nothing here. This is known to be a civilian building, and everyone here is a civilian. He went up for 5 minutes to get us the iftar, and the missile hit. Just like that. We're not hiding anything here.
This building was a civilian building without any affiliations. Our center, the Youth Collective, is right across the street. We're a social services center that tries to help people.
We're going to bring in Nida Ibrahim and Ramallah in the occupied West Bank in a moment. First, we're going to go to Bernard Smith in Beirut. We've been reporting on strikes in southern Lebanon, in Beirut, just in the last couple of hours. Tell us what's been happening.
Well, Rob, the Israelis, in an unprecedented move, have given a forced evacuation order for the southern suburbs of Beirut city. They're just behind me. It's never been done before, and you're talking about an estimated population centre there of upwards of as many as 400,000 people tightly packed into that suburban area. Those people, many of them trying to flee north, trying to flee to the centre of Beirut, trying to flee further north. It's causing gridlock on the roads. We've got the incessant noise of an Israeli drone overhead identifying, one assumes, targets, because it's now bringing the fight with Hezbollah much closer to the center of Beirut. Yes, also, there has been a forced evacuation order in southern Lebanon as well. That Israelis saying Lebanese there should get to north of the Litani River. That's about 25 kilometers from the Israeli border, so an indication of how much space Israel wants to clear beneath there, but also here, according to Bezalel Smotrich, Israel's far-right, extreme-right national finance minister, he said, we're going to turn the southern suburbs of Lebanon into Khan Yunis.
We're going to go from Beirut, we're going to go to Ramallah in the occupied West Bank, and Nida Ibrahim. Okay, Nida, Israel strikes in Lebanon have been escalating, as we've been talking about. Let's talk about the ground troops that have been moving into southern Lebanon. What are you hearing from where you are?
Well, the Israeli military officials, including the Israeli Defense Minister Israel Katz, have been talking about a security buffer zone, which is by advancing more troops into southern Lebanon under what they call is an attempt to secure the lands and secure Israel's borders with Lebanon. That's not to forget that Israel has already been occupying 5 positions that the Israeli forces have been calling strategic in the area. Now it seems that they have a chance to occupy even more lands of southern Lebanon, which is consistent to what they've been demanding and wanting to do of taking out Hezbollah from the area near Litani River towards the Israel-Lebanon borders. Speaking of those borders, by the way, we've just got an alert from the Israeli home front saying that a drone has infiltrated from these areas into the northern areas of Israel, and that's why the sirens have been sounded off and people were asked to remain sheltering. But again, Israel often uses the claim of security as a way to occupy more lands. We see this scenario happening almost everywhere where Israel is involved, including in Syria. We've seen a similar scenario in Gaza, with the yellow line being drawn in a way that allows Israel to stay in Gazan territory, in Palestinian lands, just to say that it needs to be there for security reasons. This is one of the key ways Israel has been trying to impose its control on the territory. Now, moving on, just a short note about Tehran. The Israeli army said that it started its 13th wave of strikes. There again, the same rhetoric, the same goal by the Israeli forces. They say they are targeting the regime's infrastructure and areas of control.
I'm just seeing that a note here from the Reuters news agency saying that the Israeli military is warning residents to evacuate Iran's Abbas Abad and Shisnar industrial areas. Again, that's usually the case ahead of an incoming attack. We're going to go back to Beirut. Let's talk more about the forced evacuation in the south. There seems to be a marked escalation here. We don't yet have any sort of timeline from Israel. We don't have any sort of indication how deep the Israeli forces are planning to go.
No, we don't, Rob. The Israelis have for 2 days now said that this forced evacuation have told the Lebanese in the south of the country to evacuate to north of the Litani River. Hezbollah has said that earlier on it has sent over 23 drones and rocket attacks into Israel since this morning, and it's reported direct confrontation with Israeli troops on the ground in southern Lebanon. It said particularly it was involved in one confrontation with Israeli troops trying to advance towards the southern Lebanese town of Khaim. And that town is about 10 kilometers from the border with Israel. So that gives you an indication of how far in so far the Israelis are trying to get into southern Lebanon, Rob.
And that's Bernard Smith in the Lebanese capital and Nida Ibrahim in Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. Thanks very much to you both. Now, politicians in the US House of Representatives are due to vote on whether to limit President Trump's authority to launch a war on Iran. That debate is expected to start this afternoon, D.C. time, in the coming hours. Republicans in the Senate have voted down the motion on Wednesday. It means that for now, Trump can keep ordering US forces to bomb Iran with no congressional guardrails. Manuel Rapolo is in Washington, D.C. for us. Is there any sense that the politicking in the House and the Senate are being watched or responded to at all by the administration?
Rob, I believe the administration is seeing this as more than just politicking, and they are watching very, very closely. Senior White House officials continue to mitigate this pressure and criticism that continues to come out of the U.S. House of Representatives and the U.S. Senate. Now, this vote in the U.S. House is expected to take place at 5 p.m. Eastern, here local time. That is 22 GMT. This is a very important note here that this is a measure that has already failed in the United States Senate. So in many ways, it is being regarded as more of a symbolic vote, a symbolic referendum ahead of the upcoming midterm elections expected to take place in November. Remember that President Trump wants to be seen, wants to be remembered, wants his legacy to be that of a peacetime president. So the longer this conflict continues to prolong, we have a sense, at least, that President Trump does not want a sustained conflict here. But the longer it drags on, the more he's going to have to answer to lawmakers, and the more he's going to have to answer to his base, which continues to see a growing rift within it over discontent, over promises that many feel have been broken from a once political candidate, now President Trump, who had promised that there would be no foreign entanglements, no prolonged foreign wars.
It was just about 24 hours ago or so, we were covering a press conference by the U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth and Dan Kane, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Now, Dan Kane was saying that there apparently has been a reduction of about 86% in the number of ballistic missiles that can now come from Iran. That was the hit rate that he was putting forward in terms of the attacks that were being carried out. Is there any sense that this is going to have an influence or an impact on the U.S. strategy from here, or are things going to be pretty much the same for the foreseeable future?
That's a question that many of us have here in the United States, is exactly how the operational objective updates that we have been given from the Pentagon, from both the Secretary of Defense and the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff is going to influence things in the long term. Right now, the messaging from the Pentagon continues to be that of a forward momentum, of an acceleration of pace. We've had plenty of updates regarding what the objectives are in the short term, which are neutralizing Iran's missile capability, neutralizing Iran's drone capabilities, undermining Iran's ability to influence beyond its borders in the region. The defense secretary says that the U.S. can sustain this fight for as long as it takes. So this is part of the messaging that is raising so many eyebrows and criticisms here, because there was an understanding at the beginning of this conflict that, again, talking about President Trump's sort of obsession with this idea that he's a peacetime president, this continued reiteration from his part that he deserves a Nobel Peace Prize, that he would not want to have the optics of U.S. service members returning from a foreign war in caskets and coffins draped in American flags. He understands that this is a massive political gamble, but the messaging that we're hearing from senior White House officials, not giving a clear timeline other than that the United States is going to set the tone, set the tempo, rather, in this conflict, is leaving many people without that sense of ease and certainty and clarity. So right now we are expecting the Department of Defense Secretary to speak once again. He is in Florida right now. He was meeting with leaders from Southern Command in Doral earlier today, and he is on his way to Tampa for a press conference that is expected to take place at 21 GMT with Central Command leaders, where we are hoping to have a little bit more clarity as to what those medium and long-term objectives are, and a clear timeline of how long exactly this conflict is going to drag on.
Yeah, those are the key questions, aren't they, Manuel? Manuel Rapallo there in Washington, D.C. Well, joining us from Tehran is Hassan Ahmadian. He's an associate professor at the University of Tehran. And in Washington, D.C. is Sina Sodi, director of the Middle East Studies Program at George Washington University. Thank you very much indeed, gentlemen, for being with us. Hassan, I want to start with you, if I may. We've just got a couple of lines that have been coming out from Donald Trump. These are being reported by the Axios website. We're not seeing them anywhere else at the moment, but apparently Trump has confirmed, in inverted commas, that Mojtaba Khamenei is the most likely successor to the Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, but the outcome, he says, is unacceptable. Now, we should remember that Mojtaba Khamenei is the Ayatollah's son. You were explaining to us just a few hours ago, Hassan, that all of this is being done behind closed doors. So it's actually nobody at the moment should know who the likely successor is going to be. What do you make of the fact that Donald Trump is already saying that if it is Mojtaba Khamenei, he's not going to accept it. It's not going to be the right outcome for Donald Trump.
Well, Donald Trump is not to dictate who governs Iran. Iran is an independent country. Actually, independence is a very sensitive nerve in Iran. That's why no influence, foreign influence, is being accepted on the processions. The supreme leader in Iran is elected indirectly by the population through the assembly of experts. The assembly is usually does deliberations behind closed doors on possible candidates and then makes take a vote and then announces the results. So far, they haven't announced anything. So I would take anything coming out of the White House with a big load of salts, because we are in a war and they are interested in basically spreading rumors about these possessions of the election of the supreme leader. I am, positive that the process would not be affected by U.S. influence. There is a very clear constitutional path to choosing the supreme leader by those who are elected for this, and I think that's what we will see.
Sina, I want to ask you just a kind of follow-on question from this, because the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has already said, and Israel Katz, the president of Israel, has agreed as well, that essentially the regime as it exists in the moment in Iran should be wiped out. It should no longer be allowed to exist, and whoever is the successor is going to be a target. Is there, I mean, given what Hassan has just been saying with regard to the process that Iran goes through, is there any suggestion that Donald Trump or indeed anybody else could eventually have a role in being involved in selecting a leader, or at least influencing the next leader who should become the next leader of Iran?
Well, I think that if we look at what the president did in Venezuela with Dulce Rodriguez, that he basically, when he kidnapped Maduro and brought him to the United States and left the system or the regime in its place with Rodriguez being acting as the president, I think that we could see a similar scenario in Iran. And I think what we should interpret the president's remarks as a potential hint that perhaps he would be okay with the son of late Ayatollah Khamenei to lead Iran. But the point is, the Israelis think that the Hezbollah, the decapitation strikes in Lebanon against Hezbollah and Hamas, because they work quite good, it can also work on Iran. The fundamental issue with that perspective is that you're talking about a state actor that has procedures in place. Already you have an interim leadership council. Even if, for example, let's say Mojtaba becomes the next supreme leader and Israelis decide to separate their path from the Americans and decide to strike him, the interim leadership council can again continue to work, and because of the constitutional powers that they have. So again, as I said, you're talking about a very resilient regime that was born into a revolution, survived assassination of the early 1980s, and also fought a war with Iraq. I think the system is more resilient than one thinks.
Hassan, I want to talk to you about these missiles that are said to have been fired from Iran towards Turkey. This was 24 hours ago, towards the airspace of Turkey, I should say. And now we have this incident in Azerbaijan. Both countries have been blaming Iran for this. Iran has been saying, no, it's definitely not us. If it's not Iran, is there any suspicion about who it might have been?
Well, the line
We're not
here
CNN,
brought up
Fox,
by
or
officials
CourtTV.
is that
We're
this
Truth
can
Talks,
well be
where
a
facts matter.
false flag
Subscribe
operation,
now.
just as attacking oil and gas infrastructure, because both strategically don't make sense for Iran to pull off at this point. It is hitting where it thinks that it's being attacked from, the bases and infrastructure, military and security of the United States and Israel, and to drag Turkey and Azerbaijan into this where there hasn't been any line of them or their airspace being used would defy the logic that has been held up by officials here. And it doesn't make sense because Iran is focused on the bases and infrastructure that are being used. To spread that out means less concentration on those targets that Iran sees as primarily the main places that should be affected, not to be used against Iran, both in Israel and the U.S. bases and infrastructure in the Persian Gulf countries. So I think the official line on them being false flag operation makes sense. We are yet to see what evidence there on the part of Azerbaijan and Turkey that suggests Iran is involved. They said it because they, I think, are overwhelmed with what Iran has done in the past few days. But I think that doesn't make sense from an Iranian perspective.
Sina Azadi, I want to get your interpretation of this. The suggestion being, at least as the message that seems to be going out within Iran, that these are false flag operations. That doesn't obviously identify who might have carried out the attacks, but nevertheless that it is not Iran. In your assessment, though, how likely is it that countries like Azerbaijan, countries like Turkey, and obviously the Gulf states, who have also seen their own oil infrastructure hit, we've just been reporting on one just in the last hour or so, how likely is it, do you think, that those provocations would actually encourage any of these countries to start attacking Iran when each one has said, no, we are maintaining a defensive posture in this?
Well, I'm sure that the Arab countries and the Turks and the Azerbaijanis have so far shown restraint, especially in the case of the Arabs of the Persian Gulf. But the public opinion in the Arab countries, based on what I know and what I've heard, I've spoken to my Arab friends in the region, is that their lives have been disrupted, and there's a sense of enough is enough. But the point is, and I don't think in the case of Turkey, I don't believe that Iranians would be interested in picking up a fight with Turks who are a member of NATO. But the point for Iran at this point is that if it's fighting the world's best military force and the Middle East's best military force, it doesn't matter if you're adding the Arab countries to the equation anymore, because the force of the United States is enough to overwhelm Iran's military forces. This doesn't mean that Iranians are not fighting back, but just the sheer imbalance of power between Iran and the U.S. Makes a decisive victory for Iranians very unlikely. So going back to your question, I think that it is likely that the public pressure increases on the Arabs, but I see it unlikely that they decide to intervene, because there's no need for them, and the U.S. and the Israelis are already relentlessly bombing Iran. Iranian cities have been destroyed, military infrastructure, as it was in your reporting, a sport complex was targeted in Tehran. So I don't think there is no need for them to intervene, but there's certainly public pressure rising.
Sina Azadi, Director of the Middle East Studies Program at George Washington University, and Hassan Ahmadian, Associate Professor at the University of Tehran. Thank you both. It's just past 16:30 GMT. You're watching Al Jazeera's continuing coverage of the conflict between the US, Israel, and Iran. I'm Rob Matheson. The Israeli army has been bombing areas across Lebanon. It's now issued forced displacement orders for areas in the southern suburbs of Beirut. The conflict between Israel and Hezbollah has been escalating since the killing of Iran's supreme leader. Israel has also launched a new wave of attacks in Iran. Loud explosions have been heard in Tehran and cities across the country. State media say more than 1,200 people have been killed since the US and Israel began their assault on Saturday. The United Arab Emirates says it's responding to incoming missiles and drones from Iran. Intercepted missiles have been seen in the skies above Abu Dhabi. In nearby Bahrain, authorities say a fire from a strike on an oil refinery has been brought under control. And France has authorized U.S. forces to use some of its bases on French territory, but on the condition they're not used to strike Iran. American troops will have temporary access to the bases to help protect Gulf countries. The UK has also announced it's sending additional forces to the Middle East.
I can announce today that we're sending 4 additional Typhoon jets to join our squadron in Qatar, to strengthen our defensive operations in Qatar and across the region.
Azerbaijan is the latest country to be impacted by this conflict. 4 people there were injured after 2 drones fell near an international airport. Baku has summoned the Iranian ambassador and has told its military to prepare retaliatory measures. Well, as we've been reporting, France has authorized U.S. forces to use some of its bases on the condition that they're not used to strike Iran. American troops will have temporary access to some bases on French territory. The French General Staff says the move is to, quote, contribute to the protection of our partners in the Gulf. Natasha Butler has more from Paris.
Well, there had been some confusion here in France over whether or not the United States was able to use French military air bases in the Gulf. Well, the French military have clarified the situation. What they are saying is that some US aircraft used only for logistical and support purposes can use some French air bases. But here in France, the French military are also saying that they have guarantees from the US military that those aircraft are not at all involved in any airstrikes on Iran. Well, the French President Emmanuel Macron has condemned the US and Israeli airstrikes on Iran as going against breaking international law and rules. And he says that France will remain in a purely defensive position. He's had phone calls with the US President and with the Israeli Prime Minister and mentioned as such. He has called for a de-escalation of tensions, as has the French Foreign Minister, who has spoken to his Iranian counterpart, also calling for a return to diplomacy. Well, meanwhile, France's defensive operations are stepping up. France is sending its flagship aircraft carrier, the Charles de Gaulle, to the Eastern Mediterranean. It is expected to get there towards the beginning of next week. It is also joining forces with Italy and Greece in order to try and patrol the Red Sea to ensure those shipping routes there are safe. Natasha Butler, Al Jazeera, Paris.
I want to go over to Brussels now. We've got a correspondent, Osama bin Javed, joining us there live. I understand, in addition to all the European countries who appear to be offering support, at least to the Gulf allies there, we now hear Spain is sending a ship to Cyprus.
Yes, this will be Spain's most advanced frigate, which is heading towards the Eastern Mediterranean, just off the coast of Cyprus, to bolster those air defenses and naval defenses. And it has come in the long line of European countries, including, as you heard from Natasha there, France, as well as Italy, who've indicated that they're going to be sending their ships in order to help their allies in the region, protect their assets, as well as provide more defenses to their soldiers who are stationed in the Middle East. In the case of France, it is also a statement that because France has been the only country in the European Union taking a very strong line against what it calls illegal US and Israeli attacks against Iran. It has also criticized Iran for its responses in the aftermath, calling them illegal as well, but saying that it can take a principled position against what it sees as an illegality, but also send its military forces to defend its people and allies in the region.
I understand that European Union foreign ministers have been talking to members of the Gulf Cooperation Council. Do we know what came out of that meeting?
Yes, there's been much deliberation about what should be the European Union's response, and it appears that now it is shaping up to be a response of unity and showing support for their Gulf partners in this extraordinary meeting between European foreign ministers and Gulf Cooperation Council ministers. It was decided that they are going to continue to follow the path of trying to find a diplomatic solution to ending Iran's nuclear program, to try and de-escalate these tensions and exert their various spheres of influence, whether it's the United States or the Iranians, and again, tell their Gulf allies that they're going to continue to provide defensive support for all that is needed, including that support of the 4 years of battlefield experience that Ukrainians have had in the last 4 years with Europe's help against these drones. So there is an indication that the Ukrainians might be able to help, but again, that help will come at the cost of taking some sort of attention away from the Ukrainian side of things. So it appears that Europe stands ready. It's sending the right signals, but it is, again, more words, not much action, because all that's needed right now is for them to be able to talk to each side that listens to them and try and find a solution, because it is not just for the expatriates and the soldiers that are stationed there. It appears that if this conflict drags on for a lot longer, it will be the economy which will hurt them as well.
Osama bin Javid there talking to us from Brussels. Osama, thank you very much indeed. Naveed Shah is a US Army veteran and the political director of Common Defense. It's a grassroots veterans organization. He's joining us from Washington, D.C. So thank you very much indeed for being with us. There's been a lot of speculation over the last few days or so about what the motivation and the targets, or particularly the ultimate strategy for the Trump administration is with regard to this action in Iran. But I want to talk to you about what impact, if any, that has on the troops that are there who are actually carrying out the fighting. How important is it that they understand what the motivation for this action is?
It's very important that the troops have a strong understanding of why they're there. And thanks for having me this morning. You know, when it comes to the Iraq conflict, the Bush administration spent a year making a case for why it's important for us to invade Iraq. In this case, what they've done is simply decided one day to start this bombing campaign alongside Israel, made no case to the American people, made no case to the troops, and the support for this conflict is falling. What little support there was is falling rapidly right now.
I see that you served in Iraq, and I think it was 2009 to 2010. You traveled from Mosul to Baghdad. Of course, with hindsight, we now understand that the Bush administration's motivations for moving into Iraq at that point were based on a false premise. What does that tell you about what we're seeing in Iran at the moment? How concerned are you that we could be getting into a similar situation?
I'm very concerned that we're getting into a very similar situation right now. You know, again, the idea that Iran was an imminent threat to the United States is wrong. Like they had no intention. The idea that Iran's nuclear program was a threat to anyone when they claimed we just destroyed it during Operation Midnight Hammer a few months ago. How could it continue to be a threat if it was destroyed? None of the evidence that they are putting forward makes any sense. It seems like this was a unilateral or bilateral decision between Israel and the United States, between Trump and Netanyahu, and it really does not add up. And the people in the region are the ones who are suffering, both American troops as well as the civilians that are caught in the crossfire.
If the US and Israel have multiple objectives in Iran, all broadly with the same priority, at this stage, none seems to be more important than the other. How difficult does that make it for commanders on the ground who are trying to strategize what they are being instructed by their political leaders?
It makes it really difficult for commanders on the ground to both defend their troops, defend their positions, and plan for the next phase when it's not clear what phase one was supposed to be. If the goal in Iran was regime change, how are we going to accomplish that? Simply by bombing the Ayatollah's compound, and then what was supposed to happen next? There is no plan, no contingency for day two, let alone phase two of this assault.
I mentioned the political director of Common Defense. It's a grassroots veterans organization, as we were describing it. Looking at the servicemen and women who are currently working in this theater, how concerned are you that at least some of them are going to come back with the same level of impact that you saw in the Iraq war?
We're very concerned that the troops that are serving right now are going to be negatively impacted by this war. In fact, we've already seen that, similar to Iraq in 2003, 2004, the early stage of the Iraq invasion, troops went in without the proper equipment, without the proper armor, without the proper gear, and they lost their lives as a consequence. And now we saw that a temporary operations center in Kuwait was struck, where 6 U.S. troops were killed. And again, it didn't have the proper fortifications that are needed to defend themselves from this barrage. It seems like, you know, Iraq all over again, and I'm very concerned that we didn't learn any lessons from the past 20 years.
We appreciate you bringing us the benefit of your expertise in this, Naveed Shah. So thank you very much indeed. Sri Lanka's president says they're going to start offloading 208 personnel on a second Iranian ship off its coast. And that comes one day after a U.S. submarine torpedoed a warship with nearly 90 bodies recovered by Sri Lanka. Iran's foreign minister says there were 130 people on board and that the U.S. will regret the attack. Manal Fernandez reports from the port city of Gaul.
And today kicks in a lot of the procedures connected to the survivors, the 32 Iranian Navy personnel that were rescued in the international waters just outside the coast of Gaul, southern Sri Lanka. There's also the sort of judicial proceedings with regards to the 87 bodies that were recovered in Navy search and rescue operations. Currently, the additional magistrate of Gaul is inside the National Hospital behind me to conduct that magisterial inquiry. This is very much part of procedures. We are still waiting to hear what the next steps are, but that's what's happening. Yesterday, very much the sort of initial reactions we heard from the Navy, as well as saw the bodies of those recovered being brought here. Let's take a look. Ambulances screeched through Gaul, Sri Lanka's coastal tourist hub, bringing survivors from the Iranian naval frigate Iris Dina to hospital. 32 sailors were rescued by the Sri Lanka Navy and Air Force after a distress call was received from the frigate around 40 kilometers off the coast.
We saved a group who were floating in the water. After investigation and questioning, it became clear they were a crew belonging to an Iranian vessel, and they needed medical attention.
Rescue crews scoured the waters for survivors, but sources said there were no visible signs of the frigate or debris. Early reports of a torpedo or submarine strike could not be confirmed for several hours, until this.
In fact, yesterday, in the Indian Ocean, and we'll play it on the screen there, an American submarine sunk an Iranian warship that thought it was safe in international waters. Instead, it was sunk by a torpedo.
The frigate and 2 other Iranian ships were returning from the International Fleet Review 2026, a multinational naval gathering attended by 54 countries in Visakhapatnam in India. The United States says this is the first sinking of an enemy ship by torpedo since World War II. Back at the hospital in Gaul, the arrival of more than 80 bodies recovered from the water. Nearby facilities were cleared to accommodate the dead. Iran's ambassador to Sri Lanka told Al Jazeera the remains of the sailors will be repatriated. The grim task of dealing with the dead. But for many of those involved in this incident, lots of questions remain to be answered. Mina Fernandez, Al Jazeera, Gaul, southern Sri Lanka.
Air travel across the Middle East has been significantly impacted by the escalating conflict. Repatriation flights have begun to arrive in Israel, where missile warnings are frequent. The sirens blared across Tel Aviv as this flight came in to land. Iranian missiles have sent millions of Israelis rushing into bomb shelters across the country. And the conflict has put shipping at risk in one of the world's key trade routes. 1/5 global oil supplies pass through the Strait of Hormuz. It's also a vital passage for large quantities of gas, and that has mostly ground to a halt. Lloyd's is a major insurance company, and it says only 40 shipping vessels have passed through the strait since March the 1st. Around 1,000 vessels are currently in the Gulf and the surrounding waters. Around half of them are oil and gas tankers. The value of the ships alone is more than $25 billion. Union leaders are also saying seafarers have the right to refuse to sail in Gulf waters because of the dangers. One of the nations that may benefit from higher energy prices is Russia. Europe and others had stopped buying Russian oil and gas because of the Ukraine war. But now many countries, including those in Asia who depend on the Middle East for their energy supplies, may lean on Moscow to meet their needs. Dmitry Medvedenko reports from the Russian capital.
Russia is one of the largest oil and gas producers in the world. One huge advantage it has now, it's not in the Middle East. With Iran blocking the Strait of Hormuz, disrupting global oil and gas supplies from the region, Moscow, with its vast resources, seems perfectly poised to step in. Except it can't, at least for now, due to large-scale sanctions imposed on it because of the war in Ukraine.
Russian energy exports have been squeezed by the West, leaving Moscow with just a handful of buyers of its oil, notably China, India, and Turkey, and it's selling at a massive discount. So the jump in oil prices would be beneficial for Russia, but probably not as much as it will likely benefit other exporters like the US. Still, there could be other gains.
Europe has been phasing out Russian energy imports. It's still buying around 13% of its gas from Moscow, but the plan is to drop that to zero by late next year. Norway's energy minister says the EU has been very clear that they want to liberate themselves from Russian oil and gas, but then the events of the last 3-4 days have also been difficult. With the geopolitical situation we see now, I believe the debate will be revived. Russia's president says it's time to act.
Other markets are opening up, and perhaps it would be more profitable for us to stop supplying the European market right now, to move into those markets that are opening up and establish ourselves there. There is no political motive here. I want that to be clear. But if they are going to close us off in a month or two anyway, then perhaps it is better for us to stop supplies ourselves now.
Kirill Dmitriev, head of Russia's sovereign wealth fund, is blaming Europe for what he called short-sighted decisions. He's the one leading talks on removing sanctions imposed on Russia.
The Middle East crisis could end up improving Russia's positions at talks on ending the war in Ukraine and lifting sanctions, now that Europe and other importers may be more interested in seeing Russian resources make a comeback. Dmitry Medvedenko, Al Jazeera, Moscow.
I just want to give you a quick look at some live pictures we've got from southern Beirut. The Israeli army has been bombing areas across Lebanon. In the last few hours, it's been carrying out attacks in southern Beirut. It's also issued a forced displacement order for areas in the southern suburbs of Beirut. That usually means that there's an attack imminent. China has set its lowest yearly economic growth target in 35 years. It's aiming for an expansion of 4.5 to 5% this year. That's the least ambitious target since 1991. President Xi Jinping is presiding over the National People's Congress. Communist Party leaders are setting out policies for the next 5 years. Economic growth has been slow, and that's due to a prolonged property market crisis, slow job growth, and lower consumer spending. And now the conflict in the Middle East is creating more uncertainty, as Katrina Yu reports from Beijing.
Roughly 3,000 delegates gathered here at Beijing's Great Hall of the People for the opening of the National People's Congress, where China's leadership sets its economic priorities for the year ahead. Giving his annual work report, Premier Li Qiang says the government is targeting 4.5 to 5% GDP growth and aiming to create 12 million new jobs. China also announced its military budget will increase by about 7% this year, as Beijing continues modernizing its armed forces. But Premier Li warned the global environment is becoming more complex, with protectionism and geopolitical tensions increasing. The war on Iran could have direct consequences for China. China is the world's largest oil importer, and about half of its crude comes from the Middle East, with around 40% of those shipments passing through the Strait of Hormuz. Any disruption there could push up global prices and threaten supply. At the same time, new tariffs from Washington could put more pressure on China's export sector. Beijing's answer is a renewed push for self-reliance, boosting domestic consumption, investing more in innovation, and strengthening green and high-tech industries. The government is also planning more stimulus, with a budget deficit of around 4% of GDP and spending projected to reach roughly $4 trillion. At this meeting, China's leaders have made their goal clear. And
Thank you for subscribing to Truth Talks Live. Be sure to like this video now to keep our algorithm high.
Millions have turned out to vote for a new government in Nepal. It was the first general election
You're
since
watching
youth-led
Morning News on
protests
Truth Talks
toppled the
Live.
government
Hit that
last year.
subscribe button
Former
now.
Prime Minister
Thank
KP
you.
Sharma Oli is hoping to stage a political comeback. He faces competition for Balendra Shah.
Thank you for subscribing to Truth Talks Live. Be sure to
reports
like
from
this
the
video
Nepalese
now to
capital.
keep our algorithm high.
Tight security in Kathmandu as voting
Catch our
gets
morning
underway.
news updates every
Across
day at
Nepal,
6 a.m. to 12 noon
300,000
on Truth
additional
Talks.
security personnel have been drafted in. But inside the voting booths, things appear to be going smoothly. These elections weren't supposed to happen for several years, but youth-led protests in September forced the government to step down.
After the Gen Z protest last year, we realized that if we don't vote, there won't be change.
I voted so that I can have a meal cooked by my mother at home, and so that young people like me don't have to apply for jobs abroad.
Elsewhere in the capital, the interim prime minister cast her vote. These elections mark the end of a caretaker administration designed to deliver a free and fair poll. And waiting in the wings, the man who could take her place, Balendra Shah, a former rapper and mayor of Kathmandu. Much of the campaigning happened on social media, and traditional parties struggled to adapt. But this enigmatic celebrity appears to have caught voters' imagination. With polling stations across this mountainous Himalayan nation, it'll take days to count the ballots. But indications of a winner should be known within 24 to 48 hours. And that could be an ominous sign for established political powers. Nepal is a country rooted in tradition, but there's also a feeling here that those traditions aren't really working. It's what forced tens of thousands of people out onto the streets to protest 6 months ago, and what's forcing millions of people out of the country to earn a living. And it's that desire for change that's pushing them towards the polls today. Tony Cheng, Al Jazeera, Kathmandu.
Cuba's electrical grid has been reconnected after a major
Catch
blackout
our morning
plunged
news
the country
updates every
into
day at
darkness.
6 a.m. to
The
12
energy
noon
minister
on
says
Truth
power
Talks.
generation was being brought back online. Millions
We're
faced
not
daily power
CNN,
cuts after
Fox,
the
or
Trump
Court
administration
TV.
blocked
We're
oil
Truth
shipments
Talks,
to raise
where
pressure
facts matter.
on the island. Cuba's
Subscribe
also dealing
now.
with crumbling energy infrastructure and as well as food and medical shortages. Droughts pushed Kenya deep into a hunger crisis. More than 3 million people don't have enough to eat. Over 800,000 children
Catch
are
our morning
malnourished,
news
and
updates
families
every
are
day
struggling
at
to
6
feed
a.m. to
themselves.
12
Catherine
noon
Soy
on
reports
Truth
from
Talks.
Turkana in northern Kenya.
Every time
Catch our
there's a
morning
drought
news
in
updates
Turkana,
every day at
families
6
turn to
a.m. to
wild
12
fruits
noon
and
on
berries
Truth
to
Talks.
survive. But now the dry spells are coming more often and lasting longer. Akal Loyet says she's not had a proper meal in 2 weeks. The fruit mixture keeps hunger away, but it carries almost no
Catch our morning news updates every day at 6 a.m. to 12 noon on Truth Talks.
We're not CNN, Fox, or Court TV. We're Truth Talks, where facts matter. Subscribe now.
Catch our morning news updates every day at 6 a.m. to 12 noon on Truth Talks.
You're watching Morning News on Truth Talks Live. Hit that subscribe button now. Thank you.
Thank you for subscribing to Truth Talks Live. Be sure to like this video now to keep our algorithm high.
We're not CNN, Fox, or Court TV. We're Truth Talks, where facts matter. Subscribe now.